We are live now.
Good morning. A warmest welcome to everyone. We are indescribably happy to have you all join us here today. It's a wonderful day, and we can't wait to get this conference underway. I'm Vikram, and together with my fellow host, the awesome Dr. Jinchi, we'll be hosting this conference today and tomorrow. How are you doing today, Jinchi?
Hi there, morning Vikram. I'm good. Um, well, I'm doing great, and I really look forward to a fantastic array of speakers we have at this conference. Perhaps to get things rolling, I'd like to introduce the purpose for which we have all gathered here today. The vision for the Unequal World Conference started off with the purpose of delving into the problems of social disparity we face in our communities. Our daily social scene is a conglomerate of various forms of inequality. As new discoveries, innovations, and inventions continuously create opportunities in many sectors, this has also indirectly contributed to polarities in society. This virtual conference brings together professionals, researchers, students, practitioners, and opinion leaders with the aim of sharing their new perspectives on how design, arts, and communication can be envisioned to contribute purposefully to a world prone to inequivalence. What are your thoughts on this, Vic?
Definitely something to think about, Jinchi. I realize from some of the things you have said, there are really staggering facts to support it. The pandemic has somewhat accelerated this disparity. This was something that surprised me quite a bit when I read about it. But the world's 2,755 billionaires has seen their fortunes grow during the COVID-19 pandemic, more than the last 14 years combined. Literally, a new billionaire has been created every 26 hours. That's mind blowing. So across many factors, you see the sectors, there's a lot of this gap of inequality that's grown. So the big question is, what can we do to address this? With this thought in mind, we would like to take this opportunity to introduce Dr. T.S. Pauline Ko as the chair of the VUW Conference. Dr. Pauline is a design enthusiast whose works focus on design learning and design practices as a mechanism to create change for common good. Throughout her career, she has been actively involved and contribute to the continuous design development by working with various disciplines, supporting projects related to people, community, and well-being. Pauline has more than 13 years of teaching, research, and practice experience in the area of information design, design practices and processes, digital design and communication, design and social culture, and emotion design and learning. Currently, she is leading the design school at one of the top institutions in Asia, where she brings about the integration of design and tech specialisms into a school that produces multiple award-winning design natives who are change makers in the growing creative economy. It also gives us great pleasure to introduce Dr. Benny Lim, who is the conference co-chair. Dr. Benny is an associate professor of practice in cultural management and director of the Master of Arts in Cultural Management program with the Chinese University of Hong Kong. He is also visiting professor with the Design School of Taylor's University and is an adjunct professor of communication and media studies with Uni Pagazzo in Italy. Over the past 2 decades, Benny has produced and conceptualized over 70 different performances and art festivals. He also serves on the advisory committee of CUHK Shenzhen's auditorium, as well as working on the concert hall development. He was also a board member of the Hong Kong Justice Centre between 2014 and 2016. Currently, Benny is the board chair of Along the Edge Limited, a non-profit art organization in Hong Kong, as well as a member of the program subcommittee of the Tang Company. We thank both Dr. Pauline and Dr. Benny for leading this conference and for bringing it to fruition. We would love to hear a few words of wisdom from our conference leaders, Dr. Pauline and Dr. Benny. Dr. Pauline, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Vikram. Probably not a few words, but I'm so glad to be here today. But good morning, everyone. To my core chairperson from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Benny, my old friend as well. My organizing chairperson, Dr. Yip Jinchi, fellow colleagues, students, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. And to those who are joining us online from around the world, I believe there are many of them. Now, it brings me immense joy to welcome all of you today at the Vision for the Unequal World. In fact, it is the first international conference that is co-organized by the Design School at Taylor's University, Malaysia, and also the Master of Arts in Cultural Management from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Well, as Vikram has already, introduced about me, I'm basically heading the design school at Taylor's University. Now, first, may I thank each of our keynote speaker, and we have our first keynote speaker here, Professor John, and also our paper presenters for taking part in this event. I believe the quality and the caliber of our speakers this year is very outstanding. I hope you are looking forward to the knowledge sharing and discussion as much as I am. Now, as the chairperson of this conference, I would like to thank my organizing committee members for their generous support since the very beginning. Now, I will not be able to be here today delivering this welcome speech if not because 10 amazing people who have been working tirelessly to turn our initial visions for this conference into a reality. Of course, with special thanks going to Dr. Yip Jinchi as the organizing chair. What you are doing is truly the collaborative effort of an exemplary reflection of teamwork. So well done. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege to hold the first international conference, namely Vision for the Unequal World, in short, VUW. In fact, this meaningful title came from a list of questions we often ask in this increasingly complex world that we live in, day out. A world that is not only in constant flux, but also often designed unequally and yet have large impacts to the world. Now, I believe in some or many ways, each of us wants to do good for others and for our environment or even for our community. For example, we have seen more great changes made for the betterment of humankind by designers, by educators, policymakers, so forth, and many more movers and shakers as well, having to demonstrate great power in their attempts to whip out inequality, regardless of what form they come in. It is with fundamental and shared intention that this conference is organized to open doors to researchers, practitioners, educators, and more importantly, the opinion leaders, to share ways to make sense of their perspective and works in this unequal world that we live in. Now, over the next 2 days, you will hear presentations and debates of interesting works from a global scene in the area of design, arts, and communications. I would also like to share with you that there is a call for poster design competition for students to submit their visual works responding to this conference theme, and it just ended last week. So at the end of the 2 days conference, we will also be announcing the Best Presenter Awards and the Best Poster Design Awards at the closing ceremony. And we're very, very fortunate to have these award prizes supported by our core organizing partner and our friend at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. So I hope you can join us tomorrow at the closing ceremony to celebrate the achievement of these winners. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here at Taylor's University, we have always been the forefront of quality education, and we are recognized by the relentless QS ranking received in the last 5 years. So the achievement mirrors our recent effort of launching the 13 Impact Labs to support purpose learning and also to empower our communities for positive progression on societal problems. Therefore, today's Vision for the Unequal World International Conference is one of the essential moves to level the importance of purposeful dialogues across the globes. Now, let me wrap up by saying that a changing world demands all types of creative responses. And regardless of how small or great our idea is, we have the power to reinvigorate in a world prone to inequivalence. So lastly, I wish you a productive conference with exciting discussion and encouraging exchange of knowledge. Thank you once again for joining us.
Hello. Hi, thanks, Pauline, for the speech. Okay, I'm Benny, and I'm the director of the MA in Cultural Management program of the Chinese University of Hong Kong. We are very happy and very proud to collaborate with Taylor's Design School in co-organizing this very meaningful conference. And as what Dr. Pauline has mentioned, the Taylor's Design School alongside Taylor's University has been on the rise in terms of its research and its academic profile. But definitely, I truly understand and I fully observe that Taylor's University has been also at the forefront of looking at issues, that brings about change and societal improvement. So we're very happy, from the Chinese University of Hong Kong to collaborate with Taylor's University on this conference. And we live in this world of inequalities, and most of the time because of our pursuit, as what Vikram has said, for economic progress, globalization, and of course also all these different breakthroughs in technologies is creating a lot of digital divide as well. Now, it's not possible to stop the world from progressing, so these inequalities are here to stay, but we can each play a part in mitigating these inequalities around us. And this is precisely why the humanities, as I always stress to my students as well in Hong Kong, humanities is so crucial because humanity enables us to critically reflect on issues around us from multiple perspectives and allowed us to think and act creatively and most importantly with empathy. Now, humanities also show us what it means to be human and make sense of our purpose in this so-called unequal world. Now, we have seen how the art, design, and effective communications have responded or addressed humanistic concerns brought about by COVID. I mean, in the last 2-3 years, the world has been badly affected. But even before the COVID and even before the pandemic, artists, designers, professional communicators have always strived to address inequalities in their works. And these works are out there. We need to consolidate them. We need to reflect on them. And of course, we also need to talk about them and not just forget about them and leave them behind. So I think this conference, Vision for the Unequal World, in a way seeks to be the platform for such meaningful exchanges to take place. Now, the MA in Cultural Management program of the Chinese University of Hong Kong has devoted years to conducting research and sharing knowledge on the topic of community arts. And I think that this is a great collaboration because we have not really bridged into design, and this collaboration with Taylor's Design School, will be, I think, a start of something really exciting for us as well. And I know for a fact that Taylor's Design School has a strong focus on social design. So together, I think both institutions can advance the discourse of art, design, and social change. And I think perhaps through this first conference, and I hope there will be many more editions to come, we could take baby steps towards laying out a vision, a position for this unequal world that we live in through the arts and design. And I think this year is a virtual conference, and I do hope that in the future edition we could have face-to-face and hybrid modes as well, so that we can all connect in person. I look forward to the 2 days with the 5 keynotes and all the paper presentations. So I also hope that you will enjoy this conference. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Benny. And also thank you very much to Dr. Pauline. And now we would like to officially announce that the conference has begun. Thank you, everyone, for being with us here. And I would now like to introduce our first keynote speaker. Thank you for the time spending here with us. With this conference officially launched, so let us now, it gives us great joy to introduce Professor John Sabro. John Sabro is a professor of art at Ohio University, where he chairs the painting and drawing and digital art and technology programs, and is board advisor at Scribble Art Workshop in New York. He has recently been featured in TED, Smithsonian, New Scientist, London, and Great Big Stories. An activist and an environmentalist, Sabro's paintings, drawings, and collaborative installations are produced in an eco-conscious manner, and he continually works towards a fully sustainable practice. He collaborates with scientists on many projects, and one of his current collaborations involves creating paint and paintings from iron oxide extracted in the process of remediating polluted streams. Before we begin, I would like to encourage the audience to send your questions to John via our live chat in Facebook or YouTube during or after the talk. Over to you, John.
Thank you for having me. Love this conference. Excellent. Glad to be here. So are you going to roll the footage, Jinchi? You good to go? Okay.
Raziv will be live streaming it. Yes, he will be playing it. Thank you, John.
Yeah, we'll talk to you afterwards.
Sure.
Thanks so much for the invitation to talk with you here today, and I'm glad for the opportunity to contribute to the Vision for the Unequal World Conference. I'm also truly honored to be representing Ohio University and all of the volunteers, students, staff, faculty, and citizens who've given so much to our acid mine drainage team of 3, which consists of myself, Watershed Coordinator Michelle Shively, and Chair of Civil Engineering in the Russ College, Professor Guy Riefler. So, since I thought there's probably going to be a lot of students in attendance, I would just provide a touch of personal background because I am perhaps the most unlikely person to be in the position I am today. I was not exactly college bound, as you can tell. It was other people who really cared enough to help me apply, put together some kind of portfolio, etc. And somehow I got a scholarship to go to Pratt Institute in Brooklyn, New York.
Sorry, we seem to be
where I actually studied
some
illustration,
technical issues.
but rarely made
We'll just
anything useful or, for that matter, publishable. In fact, one semester my professors forbade me to use the color red anymore due to the overabundance of blood in my work. But I did have a moment there where I thought I was going to be a children's book author. And my first book was published that I wrote and illustrated. You can probably find it on Amazon for like 1 cent, you know. And if you do, please leave a really interesting review, something that's strange enough to get its own, thread on Reddit. That'd be awesome. Thank you. But none of my other manuscripts were picked up due to a lot of violence and strange nudity. So I don't think I was really cut out to be a children's book author. And I was kind of just trying to figure out what the heck I was supposed to do. So I actually left New York and I bought a car for $500. I lived out of it for 40 days and 40 nights, exploring 11,000 miles of the American West. And at the end of the journey, I realized that I was not going to be an illustrator or an author. Instead, I had to figure out how to be an artist. So I went back for my Bachelor's of Fine Arts. I spent a lot of time questioning the human condition through perception of reality, like in this catroptic anamorphosis, which is a distorted drawing on the left that is corrected in the reflection in the cylindrical mirror placed on the drawing in the right-hand image. And I was enamored at the time with alchemists and the metaphysical questions posed in the Enlightenment. And so I kind of often surrounded myself with relics and things and tried to suss out meaning from them. I also copied the techniques of the old masters. These are a couple of small oil paintings I did. But, thing is that, I realized that as I was heading to grad school, we have to be artists of our time. So I began to reflect on my own situation as a new husband, as a new father, and as you can tell from this drawing, which is about 12 inches tall, graphite on Bristol, I was pretty tired. When you got a young baby in the house, early fatherhood, you get pretty tired, all right? And I was just trying to figure out, am I going to be good at this? What is my role in this whole new era, anyway? So I began thinking a lot. And for starters, it was the early 20th century, right? And I thought that we should have been progressing towards a glorious, a sustainable symbiotic future together, but we were in fact going in opposite directions. Increasing tribalism and extremism, ever-widening inequality, and very real impacts from global warming. And I was struck with this idea that one of the causes of this devolution was that we were losing the critical importance of community and communication amongst disparate groups. So I became convinced that by using the context of scale in an art installation, I could physically demonstrate the infinitesimal smallness that is human life compared to the scale of the universe, and therefore expose the ridiculousness of our petty differences, collapse the fracturing of disparate groups, and foster an embracing of reaching out to those that seemed other. And here's some of the people that helped me. In the foreground in the green dress there, that is Dr. Mangala Sharma. And the leather jacket dude in the middle there is my buddy Dr. Tom Statler. And then that's me in the lab coat talking to Seth Shostak, who at the time was the director for the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, which is pretty cool. So in addition to components like this 85-foot long charcoal drawing of the Milky Way galaxy, I wanted viewers to be surrounded by stars. 1 billion stars. Because again, scale, right? I wanted viewers to be able to visualize this enormous but commonly used figure in astronomy, economics, and anthropology. What does a billion feel like? And then I was thinking, how do you go about making a billion stars? I didn't know. I needed help. So I needed, of course, astrophysicists. And thus began my first collaboration with scientists and the turning point of my art career. Sometimes establishing communication across disciplines takes time, as there are differences in methodologies and cultural norms, etc. So, for instance, I met with astrophysicists Tom Statler and Mangala Sharma, and I proposed a billion stars in a room, and they understood the math in a fantastic way, but when it came to the color of the stars, there was a strong difference of viewpoint. I wanted the stars to glow like fire, like a setting sun, and they wanted them blue. And I was really taken aback. I was like, blue? I'm the visual artist. I want them the color of fire. And it turns out that at the time it was agreed that the average background color of the universe shifted blue. So, for their field, it would be a glaring error to make a giant star screen and not adhere to this fact. And so there it was, of course, a fundamental difference in public communication by two distinct disciplines. It was then, of course, incumbent upon me as the artist to clarify the function of art in this situation, because what artists work on is compelling a strong enough response from viewers to encourage thought and dialogue. To do so, the artist creates psychological and emotional impacts, not merely factual or informational, instead experiential. Once my new collaborators understood this function of the piece, they took off like a rocket, pun intended. They began writing a program that would generate these 1 billion random stars the color of fire, and they were so into it, they forgot I was there. I just backed out of the room and left them to it, and here it is in its final form. This curtain, you can see it around the walls in the back there. This curtain's made of 33 individual digital printed panels that are 12 feet tall each, and it appears to be a single color of warm orange on translucent material. But if you look at it closely, each square centimeter contains 1,000 separate random stars, and the room altogether, 1 billion of them. And that's how the exhibition came together, with so many people from so many different parts of the world. It took over a year with dozens and dozens of people, and it was humbling, it was exhilarating. Although the exhibition created a lot of dialogue and interest, this experience actually made me want to create real change, with my own hands, physically. Not only to inspire it, but I was trying to think, what could I do? What could I do with my hands, Well, for one thing, I didn't want to overlook the fact that this 21st century life, this global, connected, digital, sky is the limit world that we built, has been made possible only through the use of natural resources. Wood, stone, iron, coal, etc. For only a few hundred years, just a tiny fraction of the time that humans have lived on this planet, we thought these valuable natural resources were abundant enough to exploit without restraint. But for decades now, we've known that they are not infinitely abundant, and that extracting and using them in unsustainable ways has wrought drastic negative environmental, economical, and social impacts. Global warming, climate change, pollution, inequality, these are just some of the results of our hubris. And there is no more pressing issue that we face as a species right now than sustainability. I often get asked, why would the arts be focused on issues of sustainability and environment? It's because it's our job. An artist's role is to create catalytic experiences that in turn foster examination of the key events of our time. This examination in turn may result in actionable realizations. But I'm not from Ohio. So to learn more about my new home, I joined a faculty group at Ohio University focused on environmental issues in the region. It was called the Kanawha Group. And I learned that the Appalachian region, a place blessed with valuable natural resources, also has a long history of heavy resource extraction. Initially, trees for timber were cut down, but also, and we cut down, by the way, nearly every single tree in the entire state. And we did so that we could burn those trees to create charcoal, so then we could use the charcoal to smelt the poor quality iron ore, which is crazy. And then, in the first half of the 20th century, we discovered coal. And we started strip mining and room and pillar mining for coal. In strip mining, which you can see on the left there, that's where we cut down the forests, we scrape away the soil and reveal the coal and extract it from there. And in the picture on the right, you can see that in underground mining, this is called room and pillar because we leave pillars to actually support the roof. Tunnels were dug and water was pumped out because it's below the water table to remove the coal. Now, a few active mines, coal mines rather, continue in the region still, but by the 1970s, most of the mining companies had moved on, leaving behind open mines, disturbed land, and inadequate restoration. Some of the areas, much of the forest has now regrown, although it is young and does not have the biodiversity that was there originally. But many of the open underground mines continue to release toxic water to streams. When abandoned, many of the mines fill with water, and the oxygen in the water react with mineral surfaces that have been buried for 300 million years. When sulfides are present, and these are common in Appalachian coal deposits, very high concentrations of sulfuric acid and iron are produced. This is one of the worst legacies of coal mining, and it's called acid mine drainage. It kills most of the aquatic life in over 1,300 stream miles in Ohio alone. On one field trip with this Kanawha group, we went to see some acid mine drainage seeps. It's the first time I'd seen any. Now, I've studied the history of artist colors and pigments, so I see these orange streams. I learned that they are full of iron oxide sludge, and I'm thinking artist paints throughout history have been made with iron oxides. Our earliest cave paintings were made from red ochre. So could I make paints out of this acid mine drainage? And, nobody knew, but I took some back with me to the studio, and I made some incredibly terrible paint that was basically useless. But as things happened, a short time later, my friend Elaine Getz asked me if I'm interested in meeting her engineering professor because they need an artist's help. And so I go and I met Professor Guy Riefler for coffee. And it turns out that Professor Riefler had the same thought, but was way ahead of me. He was also thinking the iron could be extracted as a pigment. He started asking, what if the iron sludge could be sold as a valuable resource rather than disposed of as a waste product? What if treating pollution could be an entrepreneurial endeavor rather than a societal cost? So an artist and a scientist both see the positive potential of a toxic waste source, coming at the idea from two different perspectives, bringing different skill sets, audiences, and experiences to solve the issue. My collaborations have led me to believe that artists and scientists share two things: curiosity and failure. Our curiosity drives us to pursue the most unlikely of paths, and most of our pursuits fall far short, but in these failures, we learn one more clue and are driven to push forward. And I also believe that true collaboration, slipping past disciplinary boundaries and institutional stasis, can exponentially spur innovation and creative problem solving. Because in addition to the cultural and psychological impact that art can have, artists also bring a different approach to problem solving. One that utilizes our innate spatial sensibilities and imagination to see possibilities that others maybe don't. Sometimes you can think of us as the red team, as ideation unfiltered by the laws that govern another specialty, and we can radically shift preconceptions and spark new directions because of this. So as you can see, unbeknownst to Guy, I was primed and ready when he asked me to help. Now, the hills of Appalachia hide a lot of acid mine drainage, and Professor Riefler's idea is that we intercept the toxic acid mine drainage before it gets to the stream and extract the iron oxide and release the now clean and safe water back to the stream. So, as this is acid mine drainage, this is Orton, about 20 minutes from our doorstep. That acid mine drainage is actually clear when it comes out of the mines because it has dissolved iron and salts. So what we do is we first actually take a base and add it to that to neutralize the acidity. And you can see these iron crystals beginning to form, beginning to drop out of that dissolved state. And they want to attach to oxygen, and so we give it oxygen, whether here chemically or just through natural aeration. And those heavy iron oxide particles now fall to the bottom. You have the water on top that we can return to the streams. You take the sludge that was on the bottom of it, and you can dry that out, and you can grind it, and you've made a pigment. But neither myself or Professor Riefler knew really what safe water was for aquatic life. We didn't know that. And we needed someone with intimate knowledge of stream health and a deep commitment to local communities that were affected by acid mine drainage. And luckily, here is our expert, Michelle Shively, who decided to join us. Michelle is the Sunday Creek Watershed Coordinator. She's the president of the Ohio Mineland Partnership, and she chairs the Appalachian Ohio Watershed Council. And she really prefers, of course, to be out in the field. That we know about Michelle. So, okay, while this basic chemistry is not revolutionary, finding a way to do it so that the extracted iron oxide is a valuable byproduct is. And this is why Guy wanted my help. What makes a good pigment? Hue, light fastness, grind, etc. And I told him I could definitely work with him to achieve those qualities, but what we also needed was beauty. We needed an expressive visual demonstration that tells the pigment story, its vitality, its symbiotic place in the grand scheme of things. So I began to use the pigment in a mix of other standard artist colors to make paintings that build a contemplative dynamic, relating to the sublimity of nature, but also the fragility of our current relationship with it. And I'll tell you what's interesting is that I've found out that when Professor Riefler goes to engineering conventions, they always ask him, what's it like working with an artist? Which is funny. So for the engineers who might be here today, this is what it's like to work with an artist. This is a picture of what's inside my head at any given time. Thousands of things bashing into each other, creating relationships like the following. So this is the Ring Nebula. It's like a couple trillion miles across. This is like the Grand Prismatic Springs at Yellowstone. It's like about 300 meters across. And then we have diatoms like 2 microns across. And my head just sits there and spins. And eventually I figure out a relationship and I make a painting. And this is this new series that I began when I was using our acid mine drainage pigments. This is the Chroma series. This is about 36 by 36 inches. It's on aluminum panel. So maybe one day I'm thinking about mining effluent, etc. Make a painting about it. Or contrails, construct all law, nautilus shells, etc. Make a painting about it. And what's interesting is that the paintings began to change, of course, as our pigment began to change. Because initially, this is the color that we were getting out of our process. And no one's excited about this color. We did not get a lot of calls back from paint companies at this time, I can tell you. But through working over several years back and forth, we were able to get this as our beautiful orange iron oxide pigment, the initial pigment out of our process. And that's really fun to paint with, I can tell you. And then we figured out that there's a way that you can work with iron called calcining, where you can put it into saggers. These are saggers. There's these kind of ceramic boxes that you can put the pigment in, that you can fire them inside that boxes. And so you can fire them inside a kiln at different high temperatures, which is what we do. And that calcining changes the iron crystal formations. And so you can actually take that same orange iron oxide and just through the application of heat, it turns it red. This is beautiful. And it's a blast to paint with as well. And there's another really interesting state of iron oxide that's sometimes referred to as caput mortem or deadhead, worthless remains. And that actually, if the impurities are just right and you heat it to the right temperature, it turns this beautiful violet. It's extraordinary, and it's light fast, it's beautiful, and it's very fun to paint with. I've been using this latest series I've been doing, the Hydro series, which is just stunning. It's really fun. So good, we're starting to get pigment out of it, starting to work. So about this time, I developed a relationship with a large paint company, Gamblin Artist Colors. And it's actually kind of a funny story, because when I say developed a relationship, what I mean is that I barged into their factory in Portland, Oregon, unannounced. And they weren't necessarily interested in having an unannounced visitor, but they were very gracious. And after I was really annoying for a bit, Scott Gelatli, the plant manager, came out and we had a long meeting. And they left basically with an agreement to work with us. And they've ensured that our pigments are non-toxic, light fast, stable, and meet the highest standards for artists. And a couple of years ago, Gamblin produced our first batch of 500 tubes of oil paint in their factory using our pigment. And we created a successful Kickstarter campaign and distributed these paints to artists around the world, which is really awesome. And these are some of those artist paintings. If you go on Instagram, it's like #reclaimcolor. And we were hoping to curate the resulting artworks into an online gallery, so that's in process, which is awesome. So that was good. But all of this was still kind of lab level, and what we needed to do was to prove our process that can scale to an industrial production level. Because artists alone cannot support a full-scale pigment company. We need very large quantities to be sold for like concrete colorant, other kinds of things. So with funding from the Sugarbush Foundation and Dick Dickerson, an alumnus, and the Kickstarter campaign, we began to build, with a lot of student volunteers, our first pilot facility in Corning, Ohio. And it was really a blast. All these volunteers and Rural Action members and these design teams made of art and engineering students, they worked on all aspects of the plant: costing, sourcing materials, how to build it. We combined science communication classes with art classes. And basically, my students over the months, they interviewed Corning residents and talked to the Historical Society, to make sure that their sense of Corning and what was important to its identity is represented in the final art wall, this, that you can see here, that surrounds it, which is awesome. And this is the plant. This is what we were able to build through all that funding from Kickstarter and everybody. It was amazing. So it's a very simple process. The thing that we showed you, that's the acid mine seep there. So we pump that water straight out from the acid mine, and then it goes over there to the right, and it goes through those little tiny trays at the top, which brings a lot of air into it. It goes into the first big white settling tank where the iron continues to react, and then it goes through the same process into the second tank, which is a reaction tank as well. And then that goes into that green tank on the end, where that process of the iron collapsing to the bottom of it and the clear water on top goes through a little slag bed there, you can see, which raises the pH to about 8 before it goes back to the stream. So, amazing. But as we were starting to scale up and test our process, we just had to wonder, is there really a big enough market for all this iron oxide pigment we're going to try to make? We didn't know, but we put together research teams, and our students are amazing. And this is what we discovered, is that yes, it is a huge market. It's in pharmaceuticals and cosmetics and fertilizer and supplements and concrete colorant. Almost everything we produce has iron oxide in it in somewhere. And it's a huge market in the US. So thankfully, it looks like our profitable model will work. So that's just awesome. But then Gamblin wanted more pigment. They were like, let's do it again. Let's do all 3 colors. And it's like a 3-color set. And we were like, yeah. But the problem is our pilot plant wasn't really producing the quantities of pigment we needed. So we had to go do it the hard way. So the hard way is working with students and volunteers at places where the iron oxide has deposited through bacterial processes into the stream beds. And we put it in the 5-gallon buckets, and it's really laborious, but it worked out. We send it to Gamblin. This is them making the violet in their factory, which is just awesome. They test it all out. They always make sure that we have good quality. They help us improve our product every time. They've been amazing partners. And this set, this Reclaimed Earth Colors 3 set, is being used by artists all over the world. We produce 7,500 sets. They've been selling tremendously, and Gamblin gives a donation back to us. I continue to use it in my studio, which is awesome. And it was really a fantastic partnership. The only thing is that it was released on March 20, 2020, so all of the fanfare that we had planned for this kind of died a little bit because we got hammered by the pandemic, of course, right? Okay, now at this point, I usually get a lot of questions specific to pigment production. So I'm going to go just a couple of details real quick, right? One of the questions we initially get is, well, once you make this wet sludge, how do you dewater it and dry it? And initially what we've been doing is we take reverse osmosis water and we add it to the sludge in bins like this, and we stir it around and everything else. And then we put it in the buckets, and we take the clean water off the top, and we take the sludge on the bottom and we dump it into big ponds like this. And then once it's in the pond, you want to spread it out really even. You can do that with a shovel, or if you're me, you can actually put on a suit and make sludge angels if you feel like it. And once that's mixed in there, we let it dry over a period of several days, and it turns this amazing orange color. And then we actually pulverize it so that we can process it. But that's kind of super inefficient for an industrial plant scale. So we've been doing a lot of experiments with different methodologies. One methodology is to use geotubes, which is a tube that has this nylon fiber that's woven so tightly that the water should escape and the iron should stay inside the tube. But what we found is that with our iron, we had to add so much flocculant to get that iron to be thick enough to stay in the tube that it became almost like concrete. So that process was eliminated. We're not going to use that. But very recently, Professor Riefler has been playing with this cool filter press. And the filter press, all those white plates you see in the back, they have cloth in between them. And you pump that iron sludge in between those cloths, and it filters out the water and leaves the iron oxide in it, and it dries out, takes off a lot of the water. So you can see here that actually it makes these kind of like big iron oxide pancakes, which is pretty awesome. And we discovered that in that process, it actually eliminates the need to pull salts off and to wash it with RO water. So it's going to create a tremendous level of efficiency for us, which is awesome. Okay, now particle size is a big thing that we've been working with, gambling on. You want to make sure it's very small. Typically 20 microns is about right. And unfortunately, we've had to do this by hand until now. So these are some of my students that I pay to work with us on this crew. And we take, in this case, we took violet pigment that had calcined. And when it calcines, it becomes very, very hard. So we actually have to use like metal wheels and things to grind it initially and separate it from the harder big chunks you can see on the top from the finer stuff you see on the bottom. And then that fine stuff we put through a set of screens to make sure that it's small enough particle size to be effective in Gamblin's factory. But a lot of it isn't. So from there, we have to use this contraption, which is a ball mill. On this blue box are rotators that spin. And so we take this white ceramic jar that's very, very heavy, and we add ceramic media, which are these hard spheres that you can see on the right. And we put pigment in there and we rotate it for like, a couple of hours until actually the pigment becomes very, very fine. So one of the things that we've been dealing with is that there's two different ways we can kind of get this iron oxide to precipitate out. One is through natural bacteria doing a process where they eat it and they process it and poop out iron oxide, which is awesome. And another one is adding hydrogen peroxide. And so in either case, you can see that from a dissolved state of iron, it can precipitate, depending on which process you use, in many different forms. And the three key forms that we're after are magnetite, which is very black, hematite, which is very red, and goethite, which is very yellow. And the bacterial method is what Professor Riefler has as a patented process. He's been working for years with bacteria to get them to do what we want. And it works in a lab really well. We take the dissolved iron, and then the bacteria eat that again and they poop it out. Nice stuff. When we started testing it at scale, though, we discovered that they slowed down. The bacteria were not working as fast as we wanted to. So we're not sure that can work on an industrial scale yet. So we've got different work to do on that. And Professor Riefler is continuing to work on that. So hydrogen peroxide works very quickly. We don't need the bacteria. But here's the problem. The bacteria poop, you can tell on the left, very beautiful orange, wonderful stuff, good to work with. The hydrogen peroxide we were getting out of the seep that we're working with, not so good. You can see it's very dark brown, and it looks like this once it's dried. So kind of problematic, because basically once you grind this up, this is the color of paint that you get out of it, which is not as good as all the other pigments that we've been making, right? So we're quite frustrated because we know it will work, but we're not getting the results out of it. But I have to tell you, working on this talk for this conference, y'all are the good luck charm. I'm not kidding. Okay, so we have been having a tremendous amount of trouble, but as I'm working on this, we got to work with a company that has a technology called spray drying. And just a couple weeks ago, we got these results back. So the same stuff that's very brown when we air dry it through hydrogen peroxide process, when we actually spray dry it, you can see it's this magical orange color. It's beautiful. And then if you look at it, it compares almost identical to the desired color from Gamblin on the market. So I'm telling you, you guys are the good luck charge. We're super stoked about this. This is really amazing. So we've gone forward. We've been working with the Ohio Department of Natural Resources. We have several $1 million committed to our project now. So we sent out a request for qualifications, and we have a plant design in process with different companies that might be taking that for us. And this is where it's going to be built. This is Truetown, Ohio. It is the worst seep in all of Ohio. You can see here that over 1 million gallons per day of acid mine drainage pollution comes out of this seep and ruins the next 7 miles of Sunday Creek. And there's also 7,200 pounds of iron per day in that pollution, killing that creek. It's stunning stuff, right? So what we're going to do, this is typically us going out there with buckets and doing it the hard way. That's where the acid mine seep is. It's right below that tree. You can see our equipment. And in this drone shot, this is what we had. We had a donor who bought this farm for us. And you can see in the light mode area that's over on the right, that flat area, that's the plateau. And on that plateau, that's where we're going to build this multi-million-dollar facility, which is amazing. And I love that now with our drone, you can just buy a bit of software and the drone becomes a LiDAR machine that does this 3D scan of the whole thing. You can see us working there at the seep, and it'll tell you what kind of plant life you have there. It'll tell you the health of that plant life, all from just this like citizen available software for just off-the-shelf drone. Look at these 3D maps it makes. It's so amazing. I highly recommend this. We can talk about this if you want to. So, beauty is primal. I'm here at these seeps, and I'm all around this stuff. I'm all around this coal. I'm all around these ingredients that are the stuff that makes up the planet we live on. And I really think it's magical. Coal is beautiful. This is a big piece I did where I harvested some coal chunks and I glued them onto this big black piece of aluminum. It's 4 feet by 4 feet. Coal, I'm telling you all, is beautiful. It is stunning stuff. Like it's made of trees, right? It's trees that fell over in a swamp 300 million years ago. That's what coal is. So when you look at it in person, it's got like fibers that you can see from the trees that were there. It's shiny. It's got all kinds of different colors and pops in it. I love it. I think it's glorious stuff. How we use it is definitely detrimental to the planet, but it is beautiful on its own. And so in the latest artwork that I've been doing, I've been trying to communicate to people on a more primal level, on something where we understand beauty in a way that maybe crosses all kinds of cultural boundaries, And I think, so this is me using some of our acid mine drainage pigment and breaking it and seeing how far it goes. And I think that these primal ingredients and also the basic structures and processes that are involved in all of this, I think they can all be connected to vibrations. And I mean it in the broadest sense of vibrations, right? Like if you want to think about pure energy, or if you want to think about superstring theory, which I do a lot, we've got these vibrations that not only maybe make up the substance of the universe, but that also are connected to how we encounter the universe, Like sensations that we have, either through touch or feel or hearing or speech that we do, and lots of other mental processes as well, of course, And other processes, rather than being purely sensorial, they can be emotional. They can be connected, of course, to moments of joy and beauty. And that's art, right? And the function of art, of course, is to reveal these connections to the universe and spur conscious responses to it that can drive our great goals, that make us feel alive, useful, and that we have purpose during our life. And the evidence is all around us. I think about the fact that it was just a few years ago that almost no one believed in our project, when we couldn't get funding, and when our results were less than expected, and when setbacks slowed our progress, and there was a point when it seemed of no importance that 3 people were working on acid mine drainage in nowhere, Ohio. But now I understand that a single particle of positive impact has the potential to lift a whole ecosystem. I think about the fact that our tiny project in one little stream actually connects directly to the other 7,000 tributaries that feed into the Mississippi River and exit into the Gulf, and from there join the global currents. And just maybe our one little bit of positive impact can reach all the far-flung parts of the world. So I'm working to expand the infiltration of art into non-traditional areas even further. This is a painting, it's 5 feet by 5 feet, and I worked with a company in Menlo Park, California called Novaloop with two awesome young scientists, Miranda Wang, and Jenny Yao, who have this process that they're perfecting that can take unrecyclable plastics out of the waste stream and turn them into virgin plastic products at an economic setting that should be able to undercut fossil fuels. It's great to work with them. The painting had all these little hidden clues as to how they're working with waste management in the Bay Area. Really great to work with them. Love them. Fantastic. And I did this where this is also 5 feet by 5 feet. And I worked with Draper Labs and MIT with this amazing researcher who is taking the Monterey Pines tree cells and growing these tree cells in cultures in a lab to try to see if there's a way that we can grow tree fibers that how we need them rather than going and cutting down the trees in their native habitats. Because in their habitats, these Monterey Pines are a critical habitat for the migration of the monarch butterflies. These are all connected in my mind. And I think we are also programmed as humans to find these connections, right? To be cognitively aware of related visible or visible interactions. This is a laser cut image of a coal mine that actually is feeding into our acid mine drainage stuff right now. And I think when we make these connections, right, and making these connections is sometimes called pattern recognition, rather. And it's one of the traits, of course, that's actually supported our success as a species, right? And I look at these coal mine maps and I see circuit boards. And I think that's where I'm headed next. I really want to make some circuit boards, make something that does something crazy as a kind of an AI machine or something. I see these connections everywhere, and I think all people do as well. This is a 4 foot by 4 foot painting, and it also looks like a coal mine map, and it also looks like circuitry, but actually it's a nighttime image of Chicago, the city of Chicago in the streets from NASA. It's amazing. And to make this new series of paintings, here's a close-up of one that I just finished. This is 36 by 36 painting. And you can see that basically I did a base acrylic layer, let that dry, and then in a laser cutter, we laser cut this coal mine map, which is from True Town Coal Mine. And it's only about 1 millimeter deep. And then I cover the entire surface in the color that I want to seep into those laser cut areas. And then I use auto body sandpaper and I wet sand out the areas that are not the coal mine map. And eventually you end up with this, which is what it looks like right before I varnish it. And this is the completed painting, 36 by 36 inches. And I think this mashup of all these things, these connections, these responses, I think they're leading to something. So I've been really thinking about this and thinking about the fact that there's more about what we value in daily life that can really inform our practice as artists, our practitioners, as humans even. So lately, I actually did this crazy thing where we wanted to play with the bacteria in the seep, so I create these creatures now. This is Chiron. And I put them into the acid mine seeps, and you can see the bacteria will actually grow on the surface. Because there's carbon in what I've put in there, you can see I put graphite all over the surface. The bacteria love to attach it to themselves to it and create all this iron oxide stuff, which is freaking amazing. So I think we ought to have more play. I don't think we should discount the moments where we have that kind of sense of joy. I don't think you should discount awe and inspiration and laughter because maybe it doesn't seem to be directly furthering the science or economic or even social progress in that moment. And I think this because what I've learned is that doom and gloom are not the reality of climate justice work, of sustainability endeavors. No, the truth is what I have encountered in working with so many others on these issues is that the collective working mode is joy, camaraderie, and affirmation, right? An instance of that is here. This is me working with an artist, Palian Wu. And what we did is we used our pigments from acid mine drainage to make Chinese inks. And then we taught participants at this exhibition in the Wexner Museum of Art in Columbus, Ohio, which had an exhibition of Maya Lin's work up there. We had them paint redbud trees in traditional Chinese painting style onto rice paper. And then we put in compost that was composted from the facility attached to the university. And we put a redbud seed, which is a native tree species, into that compost folded up their paintings to make envelopes that they could actually go out and plant anywhere they wanted to and plant a tree for climate change. And I still get emails from people that were involved in the workshop. It was a great deal of fun. Everyone came away understanding that kind of connection, right? We experience these moments of awe and beauty and love, and they're valuable to our success as well. And it might seem to be the opposite of like cognition, right? And maybe these are pure emotions. But I think these two innate responses come together when we make and experience art. When we bring people of all ages together to play, to dream, to try out crazy ideas. And that's why I'm less interested in art creating awareness. Some may choose to bury their heads in the sand, but there are not a whole lot of folks left on the planet who are not aware of climate collapse. Instead, I think we need to instill usefulness. Bring as many as possible to work collectively in however small a time commitment they can, so as many as possible can experience firsthand the affirmation of what it means to work collectively, collaboratively. And we try to instill this in my school in New York, Scribble Art Workshop. I partner with Sasha Shrem, and we work together with this school. We have teachers teaching our curriculum, our arts-based curriculum in schools all over the city. And we're trying to instill this in our students, in our young people. And I think instead of throwing billions in subsidies to already profitable fossil fuel companies, let's invest that money in citizen science and citizen art and citizen activism. Let's not worry whether this citizen art or science or activism is perfect or even right, whatever that means. Let's just validate our humanity in all its beautiful variety and imperfection. As citizens find their voices in new ways, let's work to make sure that these voices gain access to the conversation, to the money, to the influence. If all manner of people from all manner of professions and experiences and cultures felt that they too could contribute, that they were useful, that their ideas didn't die in a Reddit spiral, but rather could find access to those with the means and modes to fully consider them, then maybe apathy can be abated enough to coalesce action by the masses and reprioritize our leaders' efforts. There's only one way to find out if it's possible, so let's get to work. Thank you.
All right. That was super amazing. Thank you, John. Your journey has been fascinating, truly fascinating. From illustration to live drawing, and finally, the human condition has been a significant center of your work. I still remember back in 2019, that's quite the last bit there in your video, right? When we first met in your and Prof. Riffler's workshop for the Foundation in Design students. What an amazing experience it was to witness how colors are derived, or paint rather, from acid mine drainage. So we actually have quite a lot of questions that came in. I would like to now pose the first question. Yeah.
Sure.
All right. So this is from the audience, and here I'll read it. I am happy you have collaborated so well with a scientist. From where I come from, Hong Kong, there is a strong focus on art technology now, triggered by the pandemic. However, it seems that the emphasis is still on technology and art is subordinated in the process. How do you ensure equality between art and science, between the artist and the scientist? Or is this equality important in the first place? Take it away, John.
That's a big question. It's a good one. It's actually one I ask myself all the time, because I think that, I guess the first question is really, I do think that technology took a certain kind of leap in the evolution culturally through the pandemic because of how we had to use it and everything. But I think that the question really comes down to, where is the art located and where is the science or tech located, right? So this morning, literally, well, it's morning for y'all, but this morning for me, we were out at the SEEP that you saw filmed there, and we met with the 3 companies that we chose that were qualified to actually build our full-scale treatment plant. And in that situation, the scientists, the engineers, they have a lot to talk about that are very specific, and there are things that I'm not trained for, having just been like in art school and everything. But there are always little moments where the success of the project hinges upon an artist's knowledge, right? Not just about how the pigments work, but about how this is going to be translated later, other kinds of aspects. So does that mean in that situation that science is really, above everything else and art is subordinate? Not really. There's a role to play, right? So tech, I think, is really, we could probably spend the next, 4 years talking just about that question alone. And it brings up an interesting, I think, definition that we have to work on, which is, if we're talking about inequality and equality, is tech a great leveler or is tech a divider, right? And if we're talking about science and technology, and we're looking at art as something that is subordinate to that, then we have to ask the question, is the role of art changing? Is the role of us creatives, is that changing because of how rapidly technology evolved in the last few years and became a bigger part of everybody's lives? So in that case, is it about an idea of art that is a more visual idea about art, or is it an idea about art and tech where art becomes, I guess, the new philosopher in many ways for tech? So can we give a voice? Can artists intersect with technology and usurp it in many ways so that the technology can then actually provide a voice for those who don't know how to use it and don't maybe have the artistic training? Can we provide a voice for those who don't usually? Is that the role of art and design? Is it more along those lines? Maybe some things that are hidden and a little less visual? I don't know. Those are the questions I'm wrestling with. So that probably didn't answer your question at all, because it's a question I'm constantly struggling with.
Well, I like that attempt to answer the question. I do see that, like, if in my own way of very simple equation to daily encounter in life, perhaps even when we look at textbooks that try to teach us science, we do see a little bit of injection of some art sense into it, so that that's easier for us to understand, perhaps. So I suppose that it has its place, but when you talk about equality, when both have their own, how should we say, roles to play, they could complement each other well. I do agree with that. Yeah.
I think it's our job right now.
Yep, truly. And you're doing great at that. So shall I move on to the next question? And thanks for answering the first question, John.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, let's go to the next one.
Yep, let's look at the next question. While artists are often concerned about the world around them, they are usually not trained in sustainability thinking in art school. Definitely not in terms of thinking about and working with materials in the way you have. How should art and design schools better prepare students in sustainability moving forward?
Yeah, I actually, that's something else I wrestle with a lot, because I think that we have fallen in general. Okay, let me back up. There's sort of like 2 camps that come at this. Initially, when I was doing experimental courses in art and sustainability like 15 years ago or so, and I developed a few things where I was trying to get more artists to talk about, where do our materials come from? Are we being responsible for how we're utilizing every single aspect, whether it's a laptop plugged into a wall, whether it's paintbrushes, whatever it is? And initially, I kind of got a lot of blowback, because I think that artists and creatives, they think that they're sort of like, that they're the good ones, that we're the ones looking at the world differently, and then we're bringing something different. And it's hard to have the struggle of being different in the world and working through that, while at the same time thinking, well, I have to look even harder at myself and even harder at the practice that I'm employing, right? So there was not a lot of great warmth when I started talking about this out back then. But what I think we can do is that we can work to shift our suppliers. We can shift the chain that comes to us, right? So that involves, of course, laptops and software and electrical usage and power grids, et cetera, as well as brushes, paints, et cetera, pencils, everything. So art schools, I think, can actually, and particularly I think this might be an exceptional place for designers, is that we can really look at that supply chain and we can look at where we intersect with that and what comes before that, and we can apply pressure to those points. Because we buy a lot of art supplies as students, right? And as professors teaching classes, we buy a lot of art supplies. We're not spending $10 here or there. We're buying supplies for hundreds of students at a time, most of us, sometimes thousands. That's a pretty big influence on the art market. That's a pretty big influence on the suppliers. So that's what I try to do, is be pretty annoying, really. And I try to email and call and barge in and talk to people who are manufacturing the paints and things and say, well, how come you can't sustainably source it better? And can you provide us with an understanding? And this is something I'd like to see all of us do. This would be an excellent design project. Feel free to steal it. Is what I'd like to do is to have a structure set up whereby us artists and creatives can rate suppliers and art supplies according to, say, 3 categories of sustainability, right? Economic sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability. And if we could do that, the pressure to supply us with sustainable materials would be pretty effective, So that's my answer.
Thank you. And you have started on something like that. So along the way, long way to go, but definitely getting there. Gambling is a good partner to work with. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have, thank you, John, for answering that question. And I have the third question for you here, which is, what an interesting approach, okay, from this, one of our audience commented that this approach is very interesting to produce colors. So the question is, can this approach help improve the experience of visualizing color through the process of science if a colorblind or person would like to explore?
That would be an amazing project, wouldn't it? That would be great. Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think that's a multifaceted question, because we're really talking about, this conference is about, inequality, right? So this is a case where it would be, it is incumbent, in fact, upon us to actually create experiences where we reach out to those who don't have access in the way that some people who aren't colorblind or who don't have full vision don't have the same kind of access. So what can we provide for them, right? And based on their feedback, what does that really do for them, rather than being a one-way direction? And I think that's actually where tech and art can come together a lot. That's something where we can really take true input from interaction from people who have these different sensibilities, right? And different abilities. And we can utilize that and incorporate that to create things that provide an experience that's an equivalent for them. And I love that question. I think that's an amazing project. We're actually working on it right now. I can't talk about it too much, but we're working on a touch version of that. That's a tech version, but I'm not allowed to talk about that yet.
Okay, we'll look forward to the development of it. All right. So thank you, John. Now, I have another question for you, which is, your work transcends cultural boundaries. Its visual form evokes contemplation and reflection from the viewer, more specifically, in your own words, experiential. I can't agree more that when you said that the job of the artist is to create catalytic experiences, given the fact that we are all facing multiple environmental detriments. However, I also noticed that artists are often sidelined or unappreciated in many societies because their role is deemed insignificant or unimportant. What would you recommend in this kind of situation? How could the artist's voice be stronger to make people more aware of the inequalities around them?
That's a very deep question. To pretend that I could somehow understand right now, today, at this time, another culture deeply enough to tell you how to access that would be pretty arrogant. And I don't have that knowledge. But what I can tell you is that what I have experienced and what makes me continue on this, because I've been on this project for a while and it's coming to fruition. So we're very, very excited. Within a year and a half, we should be absolutely cleaning up that stream and creating a whole new way to make pigment for the world, which is great. But along the way, most people, the first 5 years we were into this project, really, they didn't believe in what we were doing, and we really couldn't get attention because it's like an art guy, and who's an art guy? What value is him to something that's a large ecological issue, a science issue, a tech issue, that kind of thing. But what I've discovered along the way is that the more that I didn't worry about convincing people that the art was the great role, but instead actually just spent my energy bringing them into making art themselves, that opened up their childlike sense of wonder. It made them remember that as a child, they too felt that kind of sense of wonder about the world and would create things without that worry. Before you worried about getting a gold star in the classroom or something else, we were just making stuff. And when I do that, when they see other people who are like them, who are not artists, who are not in the art field at all, doing little tiny things, and these are very small, simple projects. There's a bunch of different versions I can talk about. When that happens, what I see is people who disregarded art to this point suddenly realizing how it was important and that it wasn't strictly about an object or making an art object in the world. It was actually about a way of living in the world. And that, I think, opens people up to artists with a much greater respect. That's as much as I can offer today, not knowing the specific culture and norms and histories of someone and the place that they're at.
Well, thank you very much too for that answer, John. It all goes back to individual at the end of the day, how we each experience our realities, the truth that's around us, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of collaboration and more time for contemplation is definitely needed. Thank you for that. I have one more question here, and it is from me. I'm particularly intrigued by the lengthy and elaborate process of deriving the paint from the acid mine drainage, which even involved stream health expert Michelle Shifley.
Yeah.
You sounded very excited recalling those processes, obviously. But I wonder if there were any trials or perhaps frustrations that you went through during all that. Maybe this question is more about your personal journey in this regard, yeah? How would you describe the experience, and would you say it is worth it?
Yeah, it's been nearly 12 years that we've been working on this project. So we could take the next 3 hours to tell you about how many times I failed, how many times things went wrong, and how many times we literally, Professor Riefler and I, we were sitting in the car in the middle of nowhere along the side of the road, having run out of money and having no one else wanted to give us money, just kind of sitting there looking at each other going, should we be doing this? Is no one believing? Should we just give this up? All along the way. Yeah, it's been a long road. But the thing is that what I've discovered along the way is that if you greet people where they are and you're authentic in who you are in the processes you're trying to get going, you're never going to get there in a straight line. And it's never going to be a one-to-one relationship of what your desires are and how you reach those goals. It's just not. It's going to be twisted. And there's going to be lots of times where I had to learn how to be extremely patient and change my dialogue to speak with scientists, other kinds of things. Was it worth it? Heck yeah. Because what I've seen in the last 10 years, I've seen an incredible evolution of how we as creatives are talking about this, how we're intersecting the sciences, and how this project has people calling me from all over the world. I'm just an old man in nowhere, Ohio. I'm like a nobody, and people are calling me from all over the world going like, hey, can you help us fix this problem? I'm like, I don't know, but I'll definitely have coffee with you and we can talk about, see if we can fix your problem. So if all of us just kind of put that energy out there in the world for just greeting the smallest project, over time, that builds up. And the next thing you know, you have changed things in a way that you just never anticipated, could have never anticipated it. So is it worth it? Yeah, it's definitely worth it.
Definitely. Thank you, John, for answering that question. This is a question that I actually want to know pertaining to your work itself in terms of your artwork.
Yeah.
viewing your creation from the acid mine drainage paints and the images you shared of the magnified diatom and Yellowstone, I would like to ask you if there is one word to describe your distinctive art form, what would it be and why?
One word. You're asking for one word?
Okay, it can be a phrase, maybe.
No. I like the challenge. I just want to
All
make
right.
sure I understood.
Yes,
Okay.
one word.
Okay, one word. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. Okay. The one word would be unexpected. And that sounds really lame. Okay, but here's why. Because I always start out, as in the lecture, I start out with these crazy ideas. I'm like, you know what? And I'm like, yeah. And I feel like I can make it. I'm like, this is gonna be great. And I go and I bring all the stuff and I make this thing. And then when the first layer dries, every single time I'm like, what? Why did it dry this way? Like, what happened? Should I give up art? What is going on? And then I basically just fix it. And eventually it becomes a painting that I'm happy about. But my work it's the mature, this like last 15 years of my work it's unexpected in how much it's gotten in different places and in how each piece is always completely unexpected right in the middle of it. And I have to like bring it to fruition. Yeah.
Very aptly named. As a viewer myself, I think when I look at your work, I wouldn't have expected that be made from acid mine drainage. So good. I like that name and that term, unexpected.
I'm glad.
Yes. Well, I want to bring you a little bit back to maybe your days as a student and maybe to where you are now in that journey, because referring to your words, we have to be artists of our time.
Yeah.
What do you think is the main difference between your own personal experience as an art student and students of today? And how do you think each generation has its own place in that particular time to address environmental, societal, economical issues that their society face?
Yeah, well, that's what we do, right? That's what we're here for. And when I was a student, I was in New York at a very young age, as I said, and one of the things that was happening right at that time, as soon as I landed in New York, was the AIDS epidemic. And New York was the epicenter. And it was absolutely terrifying to be on the streets at that time. It was a very fraught time. And when you see so many people at that time in the arts losing their lives, it's hard to describe the impact emotionally and psychologically that had. But that is one of the times when I realized, yeah, you know what, I have to stand up for this. I have to stand up for doing the right thing in these circumstances and mobilizing, our culture at that time, And that's a fight that's still not over. So for students that are here now, I'm looking to them right now because we just came out of the pandemic-ish, right? And the changes that have happened, apropos of the first question that was asked, we don't know the ramifications of that yet. We just don't. And so students right now, maybe they are feeling as discombobulated, as cacophonous as the world is right now. And that's okay. That is okay. You don't need to solve it today. But I think if they can recognize the fact that this is a really, really difficult time, and that it is a time where everything is shifting and everything is moving all at once, if they can recognize that, maybe they can give themselves a little bit of permission to swim in that for a bit and to not have to solve it and not have to be right for right now. Because if they give themselves that permission now, they'll understand it in a way that's rich enough that they can communicate that very soon when they need to the rest of us. And that is how we're going to move forward in this world.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, John. That's very inspiring. I do have one more question. This is from also from the audience. Maybe to stress a little bit on the funding that you have applied for. So the question is, with this initiative, what kind of funding have you managed to secure to sustain this project, John?
Yeah.
Apologies for this question, because this is continuing from the questionnaire. But I can imagine that if this is in Malaysia, it is certainly not easy to convince to get the funding for this kind of project. Perhaps it's a different landscape in the US.
Yeah, I was very, very fortunate to be in Malaysia and to meet you in person and your fabulous students. And I would never somehow propose that I know enough about Malaysia to know how that could happen. But it's a good question, and it's an important question because, there's a saying that says, the answer to all your questions is money. And the truth is, in this circumstance, we had to have the funding to move forward. Well, initially, we literally I would go to my dean and I would say, can I have $500? Can I have just enough money to like do X, Y, and Z this semester? Or can I get a travel stipend to go to a show to talk about it to another place? Can I do that? And Professor Riefler was getting a tiny bit of money here and there because the project is part applied and part research, and a lot of the funding in the States is one or the other, and two makes them very confused. They're like, wait, what? Why are you doing? So they don't want to give us any money. So what we really did, the thing is completely true about this is that it's about personal relationships. And I'd like to tell you that there's a magic bullet and I can give you the grant form and you can write your grants and you'll get tons of money. But honestly, the truth is, because we're operating in a very new way, where this, us creatives are coming and inserting ourselves into this field very forcefully with great, vigor. What we have to do is build personal networks. And that can start very, very small. Again, the reason that Gamblin decided to work with us was because I was a poor student working through school, and I worked at a store that sold Gamblin paints. And Robert Gamblin himself came through the store, and I made sure that I met him one time. So when I went back to the factory, they didn't remember me, but eventually he did. And I was like, hey, you guys, I got this thing. Can you work with us? Because nobody, yeah. And so that was it. It was like, okay, once we had that Gamblin set of paints, or even just the single tube, the single tube, which took, again, 1.5 years, 2 years to get done, but it was a personal relationship. Once we had that, other people saw us and said, oh, they believe in you? Oh, they're willing to actually make that? Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll give you money. And then the money started to come in. So it's building small. It's build from your local little network, tiniest bit of money, out to the very next industry or partner that might make sense in a way. And if you have that on board, everything else really comes from there a lot easier, if that's helpful at all.
Definitely networking. That's something that we learn from there. Thank you, John, for sharing all that. We have, let me just see if we have any more questions for you. Just a moment. I think for now, there are no more questions, but I believe that you have shared your IG ID earlier when you finished your presentation. So anyone who wants to ask you further questions, they can reach out to you there.
Yeah, they can.
And see
Please
more
do.
of your work. Yeah, great.
They can, absolutely.
I think from here, I would like to close the session with John. And I also like to say that, speaking of Instagram, I did check out Reclaim Color. It's exciting how different artists use the paint differently, interpreting it differently in their own way. So that's really amazing. So we look forward to more development from you. I'll keep following you on checking out your latest development in IG. So with that, Thank you very much, John. And it's lovely to have you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Over to you, Babe.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wow. That was an awesome discussion. Thank you so much once again, Dr. John and Dr. Jinchi, for the enlightening discussion. It was so humbling and enlightening at the same time. Now, it gives us immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Anisha Sharma. Dr. Anisha is an associate professor at Department of Design, Indian Institute of Technology in Delhi, India. Prior to this, she headed the Information Design Department at the National Institute of Design. Anisha studied applied arts from the JJ Institute of Applied Arts and completed her master's in visual communication and doctorate from IDC School of Design, IIT Bombay. Anisha's design encompasses more than 2 decades of professional experience working with prestigious national and international clients in the area of user experience design, strategic branding and visual design, service and systems design, and information design and data visualization. Anisha's scholarly research lies in the nexus of creativity, aesthetics, cognitive neuroscience, and phenomenology in art and design. She has published in the areas of first-person artistic experience, self-transformative creative experiences, and self and agency in creative art making. Without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Anisha Sharma.
Thank you, Professor Jinchi, for your kind invitation and an opportunity to talk to all your participants regards design in India and its relationship with the society and its people. I will start by sharing my presentation. Today, I'm going to talk about design for society, advocating human-centered design for social context. If we look at design historically, the domain of design was started and it flourished post-World War II. Be it Bauhaus or Ulm, design found its way into all parts of the world as a separate domain, and the designs of the time defined the way design served to the immediate needs of the society. So, if you look at some of the very famous designs, I think all of us will be able to recognize most of the designs here. Be it Charles Auré Eames' furniture design, LSE's kettle, and the beautiful designs by Dieter Ransper Braun are absolute classics. One would also be able to recognize Dyson's vacuum cleaner, Jonathan Ive's contribution to Apple in terms of its iMac, iPods, and all the products of Apple. Massimo Bagnoli's map for the tube, and also it has influenced the way we do graphic design for wayfinding and navigation. Philip Stark's lemon juicer is an icon in itself. Apart from the different product designs, one would also recognize Paula Scher's typographic contribution to the identity design of the public. And Milton Glazer's I Love New York campaign was an iconic brand identity campaign for a city. Even if we looked at all these designs here and we recognize it, it is pretty evident that all these designs were done for a certain context, for a certain society of people, and it has really worked a lot. Not only were they accepted within their society, they are now icons for us as well. In fact, design is defined by 3 major factors. One is technology. As the technology grows, it impacts directly to the design done. Design also caters to the business needs, and as the business needs change, design also follows path. But the major and the most significant impact that design has is from the society, from its people. As the context change, as the people evolve, design also needs to evolve. These are the different ways in which design is impacting, as well as it is getting influenced by these 3 factors. Now, if we look at the factor of society, I would like to take you to the place that I come from, which is India. And even though I know all of you, most of you must be knowing what India is, I would just like to show you a glimpse of what actually India is. And this is India. It is colorful, it is vibrant, It is laid back. It is beautiful. It is full of culture. It is full of languages. It is full of rituals. You find loads and loads of stuff here. And I believe that the one thing which we all learn right from our childhood is that India is a country which is full of diversity. It has diversity in terms of its geography, its climate, its natural resources, its people, its economies, and its context. In fact, there is a saying that if you travel 100 kilometers, you would find a change of climate, weather, geographies, landscapes. You would find a change of people. In fact, the dialects change, the language changes. Like at one point, you are talking to people in Marathi, and the next instant, you're talking to them in Gujarati. And even the scripts change. Sometimes people don't recognize the scripts of each of the languages that they speak, and yet they understand each other and they coexist. So, in that sense, design has numerous challenges and advantages as well. Also, in India, we are very rich in terms of heritage, be it architectural, object or material, heritage, knowledge systems, the indigenous knowledge systems that exist even today influence a lot of decision making that happens within the country. Culturally, we are extremely rich. The diversity of culture is absolutely panoramic. Apart from all these rich heritage, we are also influenced by our colonial past. We carry the inheritance of the colonial roots within us, and that brings about a very interesting blend to the kind of design aesthetic that we carry on today. So it is said that whenever there is a change of context, design follows that path. And if I think about the most impactful context that we have all witnessed today is the COVID-19. And in India as well, when COVID hit us, it was the design institutes that came to the fore. Within weeks, the COVID testing centers were started, be it private industry or government bodies, or in fact, in educational institutes, all worked hand in hand to create new designs which were highly user friendly because of the nature of the virus that we were dealing with. It was highly evident that we needed to work for a particular user and for a particular context. So the government also came up with a huge number of schemes and methodologies by which it could get the COVID under control. Under control, as in at least know how to manage it very well. So it had set up lots of mobile laboratories, which had state-of-the-art lab testing equipment, and these labs went all across both the urban as well as the rural places. And a lot of IIT institutes were instrumental in the design of these labs. One of the very interesting thing that I would like to share is one of our master students from Industrial Design Center at IIT Bombay. He worked on this frugal ventilator prototype. He worked with a group of other discipline mates, and he created this ventilator. The interesting thing was the government took up his project and implemented it, and this Rudar was used as a ventilator in the rural primary health centers. Also, the social distancing became heavily important for us. Both the architectural and design institutes worked hand in hand to create newer concept of tackling social distancing, whether it is in social contexts like restaurants or in workspaces. So while we were all looking at the design of the context of the COVID-19 and the design interventions that we were doing for it, one thing was highly evident, that we were doing designs for the user's needs. And what we were practicing was what is called as the human-centered design. Human-centered design is a term coined Mainly, it comes from the interaction design domain. However, human-centered design is what all kinds of design does, be it product, be it communication. All the systems work within human-centered design. So what is human-centered design? Human-centered design is an approach to systems design and development that aims to make systems more usable by focusing on the use of the system and applying human factors of ergonomics and usability knowledge and techniques to it. So, like I said, India is a diverse country and it poses absolutely unique problems. So I would just like to share with you some human-centered design interventions that are done to some unique problems that exist in India. One of the area or context is a cycle rickshaw wala. So in India, we have this cycle rickshaw where the passenger sits here and this cycle rickshaw wala will either pull by hand or he would pedal the passenger and take him to the destination. So though these are slightly older versions of the cycle rickshaws, this is the new one. Whether it be the old or the new, you would see that this is a very stark frame. And people use it, of course, but India being India and having a cultural richness to it, it is interesting to see how graphic design works wonders for a very drab or a gray cycle rickshaw. So you would see a lot of typographic uh, interventions here, also graphical, also textile, where there's a lot of applique work done on leather. So one tries to make a stark design one's own, and then you create identities with it. Apart from the graphic design interventions, there are certain product design interventions as well. So if you remember the earlier photograph that I showed you, the passenger sits at the back and there is always a cover or a hood which saves the passenger from the sun and the rain. But that doesn't work so for the driver. And yeah, the different departments of design at both at IIT Guwahati as well as IIT Delhi have done design interventions on this. So if you look at this rickshaw, they have ensured that there is a cover or head cover for the driver as well as the passenger from the rain and the sun. Also, they have given a small protection here so that in case of any kind of accident, there is a slight amount of protection for the driver. It is called Dibbahan and is run by a professor at IIT Guwahati. IIT Delhi, our department here, looked at the cycle rickshaw from a very different perspective. They looked at it from the perspective of accessibility to elderly. So it is very difficult for the elderly to climb up onto the rickshaw, turn around, and then sit down. So they took a very different take and decided that the passengers would sit from the behind. So if you looked at it like this, you just put your foot here and you sit. And the driver is going to take you, paddle his way in the front. What is interesting here is that it is wheelchair friendly. If you remove the footrest, the wheelchair can be pulled into the seat and it becomes wheelchair accessible. So apart from this, of course, there is a head cover which protects the driver as well as the passengers from the sun and the rain. So if you look at this, it is the design intervention has been addressing certain unique problems that the user faces, both the passenger side as well as the driver side. Another unique area or context that I want to talk about is the construction worker. Construction workers are come from a very poor economic background. They work on daily wages and they do not have anything with them that would help them take care of their posture or their body harm. So if you looked here, this person, though he looks very happy, he's carrying a huge load of bricks on his head, which is going to affect his head, neck, shoulders, and back. And be it a man or a woman, the pain that the body goes through is going to be enormous. This was taken up as a challenge by IIT Bombay, and they decided to create the container, a user-friendly container for carrying bricks. This container in local language is called a ghamela, is made up of iron. So they decided to change the um, material of it to aluminum, which is lightweight, and also create a small dip here where the hand is going to carry the container. This helps in reducing the stretch to the arm and the shoulder and the strain to the shoulder, thereby helping them slightly resolve their or reduce their strain on the back. The next context is the coconut tree climbers. So coconut tree climbing is prevalent in South India and all the coastal regions of the country. And usually the coconut climbers are climbing up just with their bare hands and foot. They do not have any life support, and you can see how precarious it is, having a thin bark, and with the weight, the tree bends down. So it is highly dangerous to be doing this without any life support. So the IIT Bombay students took up this challenge, and they came up with this harness, which would protect the climber as well as help him reduce the stress on his arms and his legs while he's climbing. Also, the harness helps in efficiency of the climbing. So if you look at this, this strip goes around your waist. You put your legs here, and this part will be attached to the tree bark, both this as well as this. You hold the handles this way, and by a push and pull method, you go up. This design was done when I was a student and I was witness to the testing, and I can vouch for it that this has made the climbing much more safer as well as faster. I mean, the speed with which now they go up is exceptional. So next one is the stuff, the wooden and the mud stuff that is used in nearly every household, both in the urban as well as semi-urban and rural areas. So this lady may look very happy while she is brewing tea on her chulha. The other ladies, it's hard work for the ladies. One is there is an advantage to sitting down and cooking. However, the smoke that emanates from the chulhas are absolutely unhealthy for the women. There have been statistics where women have been known to have lung diseases because of the smoke. So Philips Design took up this challenge and created a mud stove, which is smokeless. So they have given two burners, and the wood or the fire is lit here. What is interesting is that they gave a chimney which takes the smoke straight out of the roof, thereby reducing the harm to the woman by about 85 to 90%. Also, I would like to talk about this vegetable vendor. Vegetable vendors in India, vegetable sellers, they would be having their wares on the floor of a street, or they would be carrying it in this cart. Um, this is a simple rectangular wooden slab, and the ware is just put haphazardly on it. Usually, the person would be pulling the cart while he walks, or it is being pulled by a rickshaw. Um, this This cart has issues in terms of the fact that the goods are extremely perishable and they are not stored properly. Second is the driver or the seller is exposed to the nature issues. So this project was given by the government as a challenge to the students of National Institute of Design, and these two designs were won the challenge, and they were taken up by the government. So if you looked at this, they converted a hand-pulled cart into a cycle pedal moving cart. The seller is sitting here with a cover on his head. This is the area for the display, and there is also a smaller area for the storage. Uh, these two designs, one was made in wood, the other in metal, and they won the challenge as well as these cards are now taken up as a final product by the government, and they are available in most hopcoms in the metro cities. So while we see that there has been a change due to the design interventions in the way people are, say, using cooking in their homes, or the vegetable sellers are selling their wares. Uh, there has been a behavioral change due to design interventions. But now that I think about it, we are in the post-COVID times, and we have witnessed unprecedented changes in the way we do things now today, which 2 years earlier we wouldn't have dreamed of. So one of the essential things that happened was digitization of essential services. I would like to mark here about food, delivery, online payment and mobile banking, and online education. So I would like to share some of the interventions. I believe these interventions happen all over the world, but I would like to share the ones that happen in India because the context in India was very different. So we have this Zomato app or the Swiggy app that delivers food from restaurants to the homes. This was when most of the households would have home cooked meals, and having a delivery app which was so efficient really changed the way we ate food and cooked food in our houses. During COVID times, we also realized that we couldn't go to the departmental stores to buy the groceries. Hence, a digital service was created which delivered groceries in 15 to 20 minutes. The same goes with vegetables. Amazon came up with Amazon Fresh, which delivered fresh vegetables to your houses. Apart from Amazon, which is a global brand, there were local Indian brands who worked efficiently in this. In fact, during COVID times, though we were in a very scary time, we ate the best food ever because of these services, we were able to get mangoes fresh from the orchards. So yeah, I mean, the digital services really helped us in in resuming a good life, even though we were in the most difficult times. Apart from the groceries and food, there was a very different thing that happened with transport. So Ola is something similar to Uber. So earlier also we used to have Ola cabs, but during COVID, we started having Ola Auto. So in India, auto is a very much prevalent and popular uh, public transport. And during COVID times, it became very difficult for the autowalas to survive because nobody was coming out and taking the autos. Also, the people were, because of the social distancing and the fact that they did not move out of their houses, they were not taking autos. And then having Ola Auto was a real big help, both for the passengers as commuters as well as for the auto drivers themselves. We would book an auto and they would come to our house. They'll pick up from our house and reach us to the destination. It was highly convenient. And Ola Auto flourished a lot during the COVID times. And we still use Ola Auto today. The other thing which I wanted to highlight here was online payment. Actually, in India, if you see in the tier 2 cities or even in the urban metro cities, I, the it is only a small pocket of people who do banking, who have bank accounts, but there's a major chunk of society which doesn't use banking services. Everything happens in cash. And so if you look at the strata of people, which is, say, daily wages or um, street vendors or house help, drivers, all of this, they never had bank accounts, or they were not so um, aligned to having bank accounts. However, COVID struck us and we were all confined to our houses. So I can give an example of the house help. The house help, even though they didn't come here to the houses for their chores, they were to be given their monthly salaries, and there was no way we could have any physical contact to exchange the cash. And Paytm, everybody just downloaded Paytm, and we were able to transfer money to our household through Paytm. And that person at the other end who'd never believed in anything or never trusted anything except cash was absolutely smart and taking payments on Paytm. So there's a big difference, I mean, in terms of how one aligns to on monetary transactions. Even in regards to bank accounts, earlier banking was more about going to the bank and talking to the customer engagement people and then doing your banking. Online, again, was a very small chunk of people who did online banking. COVID, again, changed that. In fact, in many of these government banks like Bank of India or Canara Bank, they changed the script. So they created the banking app in local languages so that people are more comfortable to use those online banking. And the statistics, the survey and the statistics says that there has been a significant increase in online banking, which is a very big change again, just because of design interventions. And and the fact that design intervention happened at the right time. The designers were able to identify the right need of the people, and they catered with a design intervention to bring about a societal change. One more important area during COVID which got affected was children's education. Then the schools just shut down, and the children were packed into their houses and rooms. And for 2 years, I guess this was the school. And uh, I mean, like, children would get up in the morning, put on their school uniform, and sit in front of a screen and have their education. This became a norm. It worked pretty well, though one could say that not all the strata of the population was able to avail of these services. The poor people did suffer quite a bit. But in India, the mobile connectivity is extremely high. Uh, all strata of people carry mobiles today. And yeah, the government helped with different kinds of schemes whereby people were able to buy smartphones quite easily. And the entire education was then shifted to smartphones, which is mobile education. And as you would see in this picture here, all people were, even if you were in a remote village, you would be able to appreciate education and avail of education at all times. And so I would like to relate um, uh, an incident with one of my students. I was taking an online class, and he was in a small village in Kalimpong, Darjeeling. And he had to walk about an hour away to get signal in his mobile. And he would sit there and create PPTs on his mobile. He would create huge amount of documents and papers on his mobile and share it back as a submission. So I believe that even though we were facing the most excruciating times in terms of how one could, well, the education cannot stop. You cannot just put a standstill to the 2 years of life of a young student. And then technology along with design, be it Teams or Zoom, all of them just came at the right moment to resolve the issues that the people were facing. And this, I think, is a very good example of human-centered design interventions. Yeah, it became imperative that we started looking at the design of digital systems with a human-centered design perspective. So apart from the different companies that looked and created designs in a human-centered manner, the design students themselves started looking at the different issues that people face and how they can create interventions whereby these problems are erased. As I come from a user experience design background, I would like to share some of the systems design projects done by my students in the area of healthcare and mental health. So, yeah, and a lot. So our students work in diverse areas, but right now I'm just bringing to you about two projects by two students. One is the blood bank system by Suchasmita Naik, and other is Brace, the amputee rehabilitation management app by Hardik Chandrahas. So I'll just yeah. So Suchasmita Naik was a second year master's design student in the Department of Information Design at National Institute of Design, NID, India. She worked with TCS and MIT labs in collaboration with NID. They worked in a small, in a tier 2 city named Nashik, and she looked at the blood bank management system in Nashik. So the project duration was of 10 weeks. Yeah. So first, she looked at the background study of how blood donation and blood bank management happened in various cities, especially with a deeper focus on Nashik. She did the ecosystem mapping, where she looked at what are the different stakeholders and what are the different processes through which the different stakeholders are ensuring and managing the blood bank system. Yeah, she also identified what were the root problems that existed within the system. Then she went actually to the blood banks, did a primary research, different types of interviews and contextual inquiries, and understood what the situation is and where are the gaps that exist in the present system. She came back and we had a big workshop with all the stakeholders, whereby through card sorting and affinity mapping, we were able to arrive at different types of insights, which really helped us to arrive at the solution. Yeah. So one of the important issue was there was disparity or disconnectedness between various blood banks within the city. So the patient wouldn't understand whom to contact when they required the blood. And if one blood bank did not have the blood, the patient was at a loss, and so was the hospital. Also, she looked at what was the journey of the patient as well as the donor in this entire blood bank, blood donation and blood receiving system. It's very odd how disparate these two stakeholders are because there is a gap. The blood, it's not a live donation of blood. The donor donates, it's stored, and then it is received by the patient. So how those connections need to be established was a big insight that came out of the research. So she went on to create the scenarios. Then she created the design. So she realized that she needs to create a blood bank management system where she first looks at the inventory management to understand what is the entire stock and how that stock is managed. The second part that she would be looking at would be the blood donation camps management, whereby you ask the people to donate blood. And lastly, she would look at how the recipient is going to ask for blood and how the blood bank is going to give the blood to them. So she created different pages. She also looked at the prediction tool. She created a prediction tool whereby she was able to understand which of the at what time during the year would there be a lack in the blood, whereby the blood bank is able to schedule donation camps to fill in the gap. This is the camp organizer. She also had a map and heat maps to understand where the camps need to be located. Yeah, so this project was highly appreciated by the government and the municipality of Nashik, and they took it up and implemented it. And after about a year, they came back to us with the results, and they let us know the impact of it and how it was, how the revenue of the blood bank increased, how there was an increase in the number of lives saved. Also, there was a very synergistic inter-blood bank relationship that was established because of this design intervention. There was also a decrease in the cost of the blood banks. There was there was a decrease in the replacement donation, which is a part of the cycle of the blood donation, and the anxiety level of the people who were on the recipient side was decreased immensely, which was the basic aim of the entire project. So in that sense, I believe that using a user-centered or a human-centered approach to design of a particular digital system really impacted the way people were able to serve and manage and also appreciate and experience the entire. It's a difficult journey. All healthcare related experiences are pretty difficult, and it's always better if the anxiety level due to mismanagement or lack of management is taken care of. And in this instance, the digital design intervention really helped a lot. The second project that I would like to talk about is BRACE, which is rehabilitation management for amputees. So amputation is a very big event in any person's life, and it is both physically as well as mentally a very harrowing experience for the patient. Not just the patient, but also for the caregiver, because they are in a very difficult situation at that time. So it was the client, BRACE programs had, the client was prosthetic, which approached us, and they asked us to create a design intervention so that there is they are able to manage the prosthetic um, rehabilitation of the patient very well. However, when the student went out into the field and started the work, he realized that he not just needs to create an app between the prosthetic and the amputee, he needs to create an overall system whereby post-surgery doctor-patient care, caregiver-patient care, as well as prosthetic patient care needs to be addressed. So I would like to just show his research work where he did a secondary research looking at the amputation management within the country. And as I had mentioned earlier, you would see that the biggest problem is the mental trauma that the patient goes through. So he also looked at the different types of amputations that happen, the reasons for the amputation, and the different types of impact that happen to the patient. It is really a very difficult time. So the patient at the same time is going through anxiety, depression, issues about body image, social acceptance, phantom limb pain, self-image, all of it, along with mobility loss, strength loss, muscle imbalance, gait abnormality, and all of that. So it's a very multifaceted or multidimensional interventions or rehabilitation that needs to be done to the patient so that he's able to live a very good life as he was living before the amputation. So he did the different user interviews. He also did field visits. And after getting an initial insight, he was able to design the personas of the different stakeholders, primarily being the patient, then the caregiver, and the doctor. And he looked at this journey map for the different stakeholders. And he realized that these are the intervention areas or opportunities, which is rehabilitation, information access, goal tracking. And then I would like to take you through the final designs that he created. He created an entire digital system for the management of the patient, prosthetic, doctor, and the caregiver. Then he also designed the visual identity, created personas there, and finally created the interfaces. This was taken up, was very much liked by the client. It was taken up by the prosthetic company. And in collaboration with Columbia Asia, they were able to create this entire digital system, and it was implemented. So in that sense, in both these cases, you would see that taking a human-centered design approach helped, and following certain interaction design processes or user experience design processes, one is able to resolve multiple user needs by creating a single design intervention systems. So I would like to take you back to the presentation now. And while we are looking at all this, one is looking at a behavior change on how, with the help of the design interventions, one is able to see a behavior change in the users of that system. I would like to talk about this very unique problem that exists in India, is the water management in rural areas. So there are certain villages in the country which are very remote, and the water or the well is very far away from the village. So women usually are interested with the task of getting water for the entire family. So you would see these women with their children or otherwise carrying 2 or 3, we call them matkas or pots of water. And this has been primarily a woman's task. There have been romantic poetry regarding which establishes the femininity in the task. And hence, no man would do this task or carry this matka around to get the water. The woman usually has, again, issues of weight. They would be carrying about 8 to 10 liters of water here. There is a complete strain on the head, neck, shoulders, and back. Usually the woman would do 2 or 3 trips to get enough water for the village, for their entire family. The VUW, which is a global company, came up with this very interesting water on wheels concept, where this is a plastic, so it doesn't have its own weight. It stores about 30 to 45 liters of water, and it is to be pulled. Since it's a cylinder, it's like a wheel, so you just pull it. That really removed the strain off the woman's neck, shoulders, and back completely. And it became very, very easy. Plus, the issue of multiple trips became null because it carried about 45 liters of water. So this brought about a lot of relief to the women. Another interesting thing that happened was, earlier the matka was supposed to be very feminine. The matka is out of the picture. And this is a very non-gendered object here. So the men also didn't mind pulling the water and getting it for the household. So that brought about a social change completely. The task that was supposed to be a woman's task for years, for generations together, now the men didn't mind doing that task and helping in the household. So design brings about a social change. So on this note, I would like to end my talk. Thank you very much.
Anisha, that session made us reflect on the importance of human-centered design for the society, and this is indeed our responsibility for the future. For those who have questions for Dr. Anisha, you may write to her directly at the email address posted in the live chat before. Thank you so much once again. We would now like to transition to the paper presentation session. Just a reminder, if you have any questions during the session, please feel free to post it in the live chat. Now, this session would be moderated by one of our lecturers at the design school. Aisha Mokhtar is a lecturer in the interior architecture course at the design school. She graduated with a REBA Part 2 from Oxford Brookes University, where she specialized in advanced architectural design that focuses on 3D modeling and its possibilities in design. Her experiences have seen her at the helm as the design and project manager of art gallery projects such as the Ilham Gallery and Prototype Gallery in Kuala Lumpur. In recent years, Aisha Mokhtar's art projects and design-built installation was published and exhibited at the New Artisans Design Showcase 2020, as well as being selected as one of the women artists for Maybank's Emerging Women Artists exhibition. With this, we welcome Aisha Mokhtar as the moderator for this next session. Take it away, Aisha.
All right. Thank you, Vikram, for the introduction. So I'm Aisha Mokhtar, and I'll be your moderator for the paper presentation in session 1, which we will have 5 topics that will be presented. So again, just a kind reminder, if the audience have any question during session, please feel free to post it on the live chat, and we will read through after the presentation. So without further ado, we will start with the first paper presentation on a study on male ethnic elements for everyday women's wear design by the authors Dia Tang, Pauline Chai Lin Koh, and Suk Kwan Wong from the country Malaysia in the area of design.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Should I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. I think you should allow me to share it. I can't share it now.
Okay, let me check with the team.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, good to go.
Can you all see it?
Yes, we can see it clearly.
Okay. Right, okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dia Tang, and I'm from the Design School of Taylor's University. The topic of the research I would like to share with you is the study on male ethnic batik element for everyday women's wear design. Today, in the context of global economic integration, frequent international exchanges have led to a serious phenomenon of homogenization. Some ethnic culture and traditional handicrafts are gradually vanishing. The importance of cultural pluralism and the continuation of ethnic traditional culture has become increasingly prominent. Ethnic elements have become a more apparent theme used in the contemporary fashion product development, especially in China. According to a sample survey report in 2017, although a large proportion of participants showed interest in the fashion with ethnic element in China, fashion products with ethnic element is still in an inferior position in market competition in China at the moment. To explore the suitable ethnic elements for product innovation, it's important for designing successful products. However, what kind of elements can be extracted from male batik, and in what way they will be combined with the modern fashion at the same time of expressing male ethnic characteristics is the core problem in male ethnic fashion product development. So this study aims to identify the types of male batik elements which can be used in the everyday women's wear through visual details and ethnic characteristics expression to seek the suitable male elements for product development. The literature review of this research mainly focuses on 2 fields: the male culture and the relationship between culture and fashion. Miao is an ancient ethnic group in China. The original Miao culture has been well preserved, and there is a relatively complete Miao traditional cultural system. In addition to displaying its rich material culture, Miao's handicrafts also carry the history and cultural connotation of the ethnic group. Researchers mentioned that it is important for all areas of design to study culture. Valerie Steele defends fashion as the cultural construction of the embodied identity. So culture and fashion interact and promote each other all the time. Miao culture is a popular research topic, and there have been many studies on it, such as studies on Miao's life, customs, costumes, embroidery, and silver accessories. However, there is very few research based on visual details and ethnic characteristic expression to seek the suitable Miao batik elements for product development. Contact analysis was approached as the research method in this paper. The main instrument was through visiting Miao habitations, observing their handicrafts and costumes to collect suitable materials. The selection of the location where to collect materials is based on the fact that Miao people living in these habitations are from representative branches of Miao ethnic. Their costumes and handicrafts have typical Miao characteristics. Miao people are distributed mainly in southwest China, as well as Laos, Vietnam, Thailand, and other countries in Southeast Asia. However, this study will be based on Guizhou province in China. Purposive sampling was used as the sampling method, and the criterion for selecting batik samples is that the materials must be able to present the characteristics of the Miao ethnic. Therefore, the materials will be selected from the Miao batik handicrafts, which are included in the National Intangible Cultural Heritage List of China. Totally 8 samples totally 8 materials will be collected for contact analysis, which present Miao ethnic characteristics from the shape, color, pattern, and texture. The main procedure of data collection is to visit Miao villages, Miao handicrafts, workshops, and local museums in Guizhou to collect materials by taking photographs and collect material objects. More than 60 pieces of Miao batik material have been collected over the Miao habitation visiting. However, only 8 pieces of sample were selected for the data analyzing. For the data analysis, a 3-step process was used to analyze the data. The step 1 is data grouping. The raw data has been put into a raw data summary table. The table is made under the framework of 4 categories, which are shape, texture, color, and pattern. So this is the raw data summary table. It is actually a quite big and long table, but for the better presenting on the PowerPoint, I cut it into several small pieces. So as you can see here, there are 8 samples in this table. The step 2 is design elements and Miao characteristics summarizing. At this step, the design elements have been summarized from shape, texture, color, and pattern of each sample in the raw data summary table, and the specific Miao characteristics that can be conveyed through the sample have been clearly indicated at the end. So, for example, in the table, as I just mentioned, there are 8 samples. There are 8 photographs as a sample showing different Miao batik pieces, and each sample here involves various shape, pattern, and color of Miao batik, and might also contain texture, like sample 2 here. Then close-up visuals, like these small pictures here, and color capture samples, like this one here. with clear description were given in each category, following with the meal characteristics explanation. That's the one here. It can be seen clearly that some of the categories in the table, like texture and color categories here, taken only very few information, but some of the categories, like shape and pattern categories, contain rich elements here. The step 3 is overall data classifying and concluding. At this step, an overall data table has been made to classify and conclude the design elements and meal characteristics which were identified from the summary raw data table in order to finalize data and obtain the results. So this is the overall data table here. As you can see in this table, the meal elements, all the design elements and meal characteristics are listed in this table. And the frequency of the elements appearing have also been summarized in. That's the count here. As there is only one element has been discovered from texture category, the texture can be seen as an unimportant aspect in meal batik handicrafts, which has not been included in this overall data table. For findings and discussion, the overall data table just now clearly shows the design elements that extracted from the 3 categories of shape, color, and pattern in meal batik, as well as the meal characteristics expressed. For the color, meal batik is a kind of dyeing technique that does not produce any special texture on the fabric surface and only appears in 2 simple colors. The appeared colors are normally the color of indigo and the native color of the original fabrics. And these unadorned color match sometimes can be regarded as the meal characteristics expression when it is applied in the women's wear design. For the shape and pattern, there's one thing I would like to make it clear, is that in the overall data table, the shape category mainly focuses on the form of the pattern, and the pattern category mainly focuses on the meaning of the pattern. There are 2 different types of samples in meal batik, which are the traditional meal batik pieces, such as batik on meal costumes and traditional meal quilt covers, and the contemporary meal batik work by meal batik inheritors. So let's go back to the raw data summary table. The sample 1, sample 6, sample 7, and sample 8 in this table are the traditional meal batik pieces with the traditional meal patterns on it. And the sample 4 and sample 5 are typical contemporary meal batik work. The pattern form and pattern meanings of these 2 types are different. So for the image shape, the traditional meal batik pieces are geometric pattern like sample 1 and sample 8, and natural patterns of fish, bird, insects, and plants like sample 6 and sample 7. You can see there are flowers, birds, and butterflies on it. But for the contemporary meal batik works, there are mainly figure activities as a pattern on them. The sample 2 and sample 3 are quite special. They are the contemporary meal batik pieces, but artists composed the traditional image shape by contemporary ways. The geometric shapes in the traditional meal batik pieces cannot be changed since they are handed down by meal ancestors, but the plants, birds, and insect shapes has been always developing and innovating, so they have strong decorative nature.
Hi, Ms. Diaz. Sorry, just a reminder, you have 10 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the pattern meaning, two Miao characteristics of which traditional Miao style images and Miao daily life and vivid human images have been summarized. The traditional Miao style images contains totemism patterns and decorative patterns. Most of the plant patterns are for decorating. All the birds, butterflies, and some of the geometric pattern, like the VUW pattern in sample 1, are for totem worship. So this is the VUW motif in sample 1. That's the typical totem worship pattern. Okay, finally, conclusions. In conclusion, this paper is focusing on the visual analysis of Miao-batic elements. One apply elements summarized in this research to everyday women's wear and combine them with modern fashion traits. The Miao characteristics expressed from those elements present Miao culture from the color, shape, pattern, and texture. And these characteristics are also the visual presenting of the Miao ethnic culture in modern fashion products. For instance, the unadorned color match shows Miao style of primitive simplicity. The characteristics of shape category express Miao people's aesthetic judgment of pattern design, and the patterns in Miao-batic presents the totem worship culture and the taste of decorating. However, this study is an initial research in exploration of suitable Miao-batic elements, how to use these elements by designers, and whether consumers will be satisfied with this kind of design will be further explored in the future research. That's all for my presentation today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Yateng. Such an interesting sharing. We do have a question for you. So I'll read it to you, the questions. So I love the intricate patterns of the Miao design elements. How do you see your research existing alongside the modernizing era where fast fashion is dominating the market? So what impact do you wish to see from this research?
Well, thank you for the questions. It's a very good question, actually. This is only a stage of a very big project. So in this very big project, my research aim is to find out the linkage between designers' intention and consumers' want of this kind of ethnic fashion products. So at this moment, at this stage, these kind of interesting Miao elements I summarized in this paper. It's the foundation, it's the basis for the further research. So at the moment, all these interesting Miao-batic elements summarized in this research are suitable Miao elements can be considered to use in the women's wear design or like other fashion products. But if the designers are interested in them, or in which of them, or which of them are the good elements for consumers interesting, I will find out in the future research in the next stage. But all these elements in this research summarized are good elements to present Miao culture through the shape, color, and pattern, and all these Miao characteristics explained in this research. It's a kind of visual presenting in the fashion products for the Miao culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tia. We do have one more question though before you go. So what do you think of the future generation and their interest in the preservation of these elements? What do you think are the steps that could be taken to preserve it for the future?
Yes, thank you for the question. Actually, there was some research has been done by someone else previously about the young people's interest in this kind of products. And in this research, as I just mentioned, quite a lot. I mean, most of the young people and the young participants in the research shows the interest into this kind of research. And actually, I have started my next stage of research already. And the participants in my research they are all young ladies, and they have all expressed the interest to this kind of products. So I believe it will be a very interesting. They will be very interesting design elements to use in this kind of in the fashion products.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Dia, for your time. So we will now move on to the next presenter. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So the next presenter, we will proceed to the second paper presentation. The title will be Empowering Indian Craft Community, the Parity Route with Design Thinking by the author Shewa Mohibi from country India in the area of design. Hello. Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, Aisha Mukhtar, thank you, ma'am, for the lovely introduction. I will now start sharing my screen. Is my screen, I hope it's visible to everybody.
Yes, we can see it clearly.
All right, making it full screen. Yes, so right. A very good morning to everybody present here. I am Ms. Durashavar Mohibi, Assistant Professor from School of Design, Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University, Pune, India. And my topic for today's presentation is Design Thinking, the Parity Route to the Empowerment of Textile Craft Community. The contents of the presentation include introduction, problem statement, literature review, methodology, findings and discussions, conclusions, and references. Moving further with the introduction, Indian textiles crafts are rich cultural heritage. They have had beautiful stories from their history and origin. Every state in India has its own textile craft, distincting of its type of technique, process, motives, and color palette, which gives every craft a unique identity of its own. Now, crafts are both a form of art and design. By this, I very clearly mean that crafts have a lot of aesthetics, and these crafts also function as practical applications. Now, design is a tool of communication, and everybody communicates design in their own ways. Design thinking generates opportunities to involve in the process to craft learning and grow in the field as change makers and subvert discrimination in the society. Textile crafts too have their own stories which have progressed through design thinking in many ways in the world. Design thinking involves many design practitioners like NGOs, government organizations, and designers who have collaborated with the artisans, and they're generating beautiful opportunities for both the craft and the artisan to come up. Now, the technique has helped to achieve the target and bring up the social and economic status of the artisans and increase their reach to the market. The following picture describes a women artisan quilting fabric, taking cotton fabrics and combining them together, patching them up together. So this is one of the picture taken by the researcher while a visit to the city Jaipur. The problem statement of the study. The involvement of the artisan and the craft was formerly limited, which has now expanded in the areas of motifs, patterns, design process, product diversification, market research. Now, through design thinking, both the craft and the craftsman or artisan have had equal opportunities to grow and get explored in many ways. So the particular study, which is kind of a review and a case study, addresses three things. One is the identity to the artisan community. Two, various platforms to showcase the craft. And three, the economic and social empowerment. We will now proceed towards the methodology of the research study. Like I said, the study is basically a combination of a review and a case study, which is upon how these are a part of design thinking and how design thinking overall has benefited the craft and the craftsmen together. So the study collects data from well-known organizations which are restricted to the crafts of Kutch. Kutch is an area in Gujarat, which is again a state in India. And the particular city has all the crafts basically painted, printed, woven, and embroidered, all the four major categories of surface ornamentation. This deserted land has grown lot of opportunities with the help of organizations and the artisans who have resided in the rural areas since so many years. So their collaborations, their craft has now not been restricted just to the deserted land, but they are providing and giving out their beautiful colors throughout the world. So the study moves in the following ways, where the case study has been done for various craft organizations. The population is cut for the crafts. Next is the study aims to address how design thinking has created opportunities both for crafts and craftsmen. The primary data collection for the study has been done with open-ended questions which were asked to the caretakers of these organizations, to the artisans by the researchers' personal visit to all these places. And then the secondary data collection was done through books and articles and other sources. The literature review talks about a lot of things related to design thinking, organizations as to how they have contributed to the empowerment of the craft and the artisan. So the reviews, like I said, have been taken up from books, articles, and website as a secondary resource, and then through researchers' visit to these organizations. Now, humankind has survived thus far because we can work all together, we communicate, we empathize, we anticipate, understand, and exchange. Design thinking is a reflection of these abilities. The culture behind its practices, principles, and processes is potentially more empathetic, human centered, and courageous than business management. So, the dictionary definition of design says that it is a way in which something is planned or made or arranged. While the definition of thinking is the ideas or the opinions about something. So, design thinking together enables teams to build more intimate relationships. It helps us eliminate the complexity and clutter so that we can get back to the basics of human needs and human problems. That's what the study focuses on as to how design thinking has benefited in the major areas of craft community culture. One of the examples, or let's say the review which I came across from a paper, talks about how design thinking has created this textile piece called as an Indian sari. Now, how this Indian sari is a rectangular piece of fabric. It can be draped in a multiple ways. It can suit any body type. And once it is done, I mean, when once it can again be put into a second life, where so many products of upcycling like pillows, pouches, ropes, curtains and stuff like that are created from the sari. So this has been a practice in the Indian culture after using the sari and while the sari is being worn as a garment. So this can also be an example of how design thinking is a part of the craft. The next part of the literature review was one again from a review which talks about how the evidences of maker's hand is found everywhere when you look around in India. So every product is handcrafted, simple usable products with a problem solving approach that meet the end user along with the aesthetic variations, thoughtful attempts to make the article functional and beautiful are done along with lot of color elaborations and art forms. The craftsmen are now given the value of being a designer, earlier which was not given enough credit, and there is a lot of abstract thinking about the broad implications of their creation. So the identity is now given both to the craft and to the artisan as well, and there goes a lot of story behind the making of the craft. Every step has been given equal importance for it. The literature review also addresses a lot of organizations, like I previously mentioned, keeping in mind the crafts of the particular region, which is Kutch, where all these crafts like painted, printed, hand embroidered, and woven crafts are created in one area only. So these are the logos of various organizations which are set up again in Kutch, and they are a product of design thinking. Through design thinking process were these organizations created, and now these organizations, with the application of design thinking, have brought a lot of benefits to the craft and the artisan together. So I will briefly explain all the organizations quickly. Starting with first is called as Somaya Kala Vidyalaya. Now this particular institution was established to educate the artisans, to give them the design education, to make them business. To make them understand the business of creating crafts, and to make the craft reach the global markets. And also it has other what do you say workshops and a lot of other engagements for the artisan. Through this education and training that the designers get in the design education, they have had a lot of global exposure as well. The artisans now are able to take workshops. They are able to sensitize other people about the importance of the technique of as to how the craft is made. There are also workshops where different artisans are coming together and creating a lot of variations of the craft as well. One of the examples of Somaya Kala Vidyalaya is artisans that you see are reaching the fashion week shows where designers are collaborating with the artisans and creating what do you say fashion apparels that go on the fashion runways. The next organization that we talk about here is Kasab, which was established in the year 1997 with the thought to support and revitalize the embroideries of Kutch and create a business model which would give income to the artisan and thus sustain it. Kasab is known for its authentic Kutch embroideries, applique work, patchwork products. So these are the different crafts, traditional crafts which are practiced in the area. Next is Khamir, which focuses on the revival and strengthening the local economy around the wool production in the Kutch region. Grassroots communities to manage and supply chain and manufacturing, fieldwork supports to product designing, marketing, and licensing with the government and educational institutions. And now the project reaches to 100 women artisans. So all these organizations do also give a lot of support to the women and give them empowerment so that they can have their own economic and social status in the society. The next organization is Shrujan, which is based again in Kutch and works with an objective to revive and revitalize the rich, diverse crafts in the area. And for the revival project, they have researched and recorded a lot of embroideries again of Kutch through books and films. And they have also established their own museum, which is called as the Living and Learning Design Center, with international standards, that has documented all the detailed embroideries of Kutch. The next is Kala Raksha, which is about the Art Preservation Trust, that has again is housed in the local museum. Now, in 2005, our education initiative blossomed into Kala Raksha Vidyalaya, the first institution of design for traditional artisans. And in 2010, they launched the trademark Artisan Design. There are a few more organizations like Dastakari Heart Samiti, Craft Councils of India, Seva, and Craft Roots. Dastakari Heart is an NGO founded by Jaya Jetli ji, and it has been working since 1986. Where again, they generally what they do is they put up craft bazaars, so a marketplace where basically the artisan and the people, the local consumers, have an interaction together. So there is no mediator in between. The artisans directly get a platform to showcase their craft, their skills, and make people aware and sensitized towards the craft. The next is Craft Council of India, which was founded in 1964 and by Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay. And it is again a non-profit society headquartered in Chennai, benefiting again all these different crafts of India. The next is SEMA Foundation, which was born as a trade union of poor self-employed women, founded by late Shri Ila Ben Bhatt and it consists of 2.1 million informal women workers, representatives of 18 states of India. And again, it focuses on the female workers who are secured with a lot of other benefits apart from the craft that they are engaged in, with full employment, benefits from food security, social security, health care, child care, and pension benefits. And the last organization, which again an NGO that helps to create a community culture and give an equal platform opportunities to all the artisans to again have a direct selling between the artisan and the consumer. So this was about the literature review. Moving forward, the discussions and findings. Now, design thinking is a user-centric process. It addresses the challenges and finds way to solve the problem. In the case of Indian textile crafts, it holds an important role. Design thinking is action-oriented. Design thinking is a search for a magical balance between business and art, structure and chaos, intuition and logic, concept and execution, playfulness and formality, and control and empowerment, as said by the author Muti I. The establishments of organizations, trusts, and councils for crafts itself is an idea of design thinking that further has challenged and created various modes to uplift the craft and the craft community. Like we did see these following organizations in the literature review, they have had many promising benefits to the craft community culture. The interconnectedness is also seen with the technological advances, which is also a product of design thinking. So now the online selling of the products from the crafts are reaching the masses, which was very restricted to the local areas only. Online and global platforms to showcase the products through the use of internet have definitely given recognition to the craft and the craftsmen. You could see the pictures of the Sakari Hat Samiti, which is a craft bazaar, like I said, a market where the and direct connect with the consumers. They sensitize the consumers, give them their own stories, share their own stories of how the craft is created, explain how the technique is done to create a particular craft, and thus there is no mediator. And through these bazaars now, the crafts are reaching more people, and people are being made more aware about the rich cultural heritage that we have and about the importance of handcrafted products. Now, the artisans through design thinking have been given the credit to become a story and an intimate part of the crafts, which was never a scene before the organizations majorly came up. Design thinking plays a vital role in the collaboration between the organization and the artisan in the following ways. One, this has helped to revitalize the traditional techniques of creating the textiles. Two, to create models for sustaining the craft in the modern day market by contemporizations of the crafts product. So you can also see a lot of collaborations between the designers and the artisans, where the designers have their own approach for the contemporary market trends today and how the craft can set in those or can be manipulated to set in that market type. And next is the economic sustainability for the artisans, both for men and women equally, with a common objective of collaborations. Now, innovative challenges have also come up, like museums have been created to preserve the traditional art and the textile pieces with documentation of their techniques, process, motives, and patterns behind making a particular craft, and the stories that the craftsmen have to create, because it's not just the craft or the skills that they put in, it's done entirely with their heart and soul. So they have a lot of stories around that play around and that are always a part of the craft. So when you're buying a craft, it's not just the skill or it's not just the art that you're buying, but you're also buying the story along with the craft. Now, design education also for the artisan has helped them, given a lot of confidence, given them a lot of new perspectives, given them the understanding of business and as to how they would deal with the market and the consumers. Craft bazaars in the cities for direct artisan and consumer interactions is made possible with design thinking. Following are the conclusions of the study. You could say that design thinking is a technique that involves the creative thought processes to come up with user-centric benefits along with the elaborative designs in terms of aesthetics. So we see that design thinking not only brings in aesthetics in the crafts, but it also helps to bring in user-centric, that is the end-use purpose of the craft. So a lot of in the Indian crafts that we already have are both functional and have a lot of aesthetics. They are again sustainable in terms of the raw materials that they are using. So design thinking sparks imagination and reveals the true value. And the following pointers that have been put up sort of conclude the study. One is the development of the community culture benefiting the artisans and the crafts of India. Collaboration between the artisan designer and the organization benefit forms the craft at national and global platforms. Online selling of the craft from remote areas of India to reach the wider market. Product diversification for sustaining the craft, color palette, motifs, and technique alterations. Identity to the artisan along with the craft. Few more conclusions from the study could be crafts being sustainable and eco-friendly to the environment, social and economic status to the artisan with innovation, design education for the artisan, business and market study, revitalization of the traditional crafts, and the preservation of traditional crafts through museums and documentation methods. And we have all these organizations like Shrujin, Dastakari Hath Samiti, Craft Roots, Somaya Kala Vidyalaya, Kasab, Khameer, Kala Raksha Trust, Seva, and Craft Council of India, and many more to add to these, which have promising benefits to the craft community culture. Thus, it can be concluded that design thinking for crafts has given equal opportunities to crafts and craftsmen to showcase them on various platforms, visibility to the unrecognized crafts and artisan, ways to sustain and preserve the craft and create an identity while also empowering them economically and socially. With this, I am about to end my presentation. Here are some pictures from the LLDC, that is the Living and Learning Design Center, from the organization Shrujin. So it's a museum which has documented all the traditional embroideries of India. It's the picture on the left side, and along with the costumes. And this is a picture from a woman working on the table loom for plastic weaving, which is taken from the area of Kutch from the organization Khameer. And a few more pictures to support the study would be the picture on the left, which is from the artisans' collaborations with designers. Um, and the discussions going around for the design education. And this is another picture of an artisan who is into weaving and who's had his collection collaborated with the designer showcased at Lakme Fashion Week. So artisans being given the platform to showcase themselves and the craft together. These are the references of the study. And yes, thank you very much. I end my presentation here.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your very interesting presentation, Dr. Shawar. We do have a few questions based on the presentation today. So the first question is, where do you see the place of craft in today's world, where we are moving vigorously towards tech and machines in Industrial Revolution 5?
Right. Thank you for the amazing question. I think when it comes to crafts have always been very sustainable. And now with the world moving towards the trend of sustainability, where I would like to say that somewhere Indian crafts are always sustainable. To that matter, I would say all the crafts that are very sustainable and still are sustainable. So I think crafts always had a lot of scope. But today in the trending world of sustainability, I would say that crafts do have a wider market and they will have a lot of scope in the future, because we are going back to our roots now. We are going back to those methods and processes which are not just fad, they are classic, and they are here to stay for a long period of time. And like I said, these organizations and other initiatives by the designers, collaborations, and also I would say that with the technological advances, these crafts which were very restricted to the rural areas are now reaching a lot of global platforms and being showcased at various places. So I truly support Indian crafts, and apart from that, all the crafts. And I am working, and I truly wish that these have a long way to go ahead.
Oh, okay. I think on my side, I think it's just very inspiring and just to see so many organizations in India kind of like encourage and support this effort and to see how it collaborates with the craft. But another question is, do you see at any time in the future that your research will make its way beyond India, like this method?
Right. Like I said, thank you again for the second question. So when I started studying about this particular topic, there are a lot of other organizations particular topic, which are again catering to different parts of India and to different other crafts also from other states of India. But like I said, Kutch is one of those areas in India which has a lot of crafts with different types and categories. So this is one part. For this particular study, I have also started working for the second part, which also caters to other organizations. And then I know that apart from India, there are a lot of other crafts which also I'm sure would have been collaborated with other organizations. So I am thank you for this thing. I would surely look into it and would love to read more and review about the same, and maybe the next paper could be on the same.
All right, thank you for your answer. Oh, we do have a few more questions for you. So one more question is, design thinking is often criticized as lacking strategist focus. So what's your take on this?
Design thinking has it depends actually. Design thinking, you could say that it's a process, and it generates lot of ideas. It depends on the organization, let's say, as to how they would take design thinking and what is the end goal. So that's how one could apply design thinking for its end use.
All right. Okay, just the last one question, which also I think is quite an interesting question. So can design thinking to be a thought, or is it something that is need to be embedded in the artisan?
Oh, that's a lovely one. Thank you for the question. Design thinking, I think it is both. One, it can be a thought, and it's always generally a thought. And second, when you're working, it also needs to be imbibed, because it will then lead you to an end result, both functional and to bring in the aesthetics. So I think one, we are always doing design thinking. It's always there behind our head. But then sometimes for a particular goal, we try to imbibe that in our process.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Shah, for today. We appreciate your time. So we will move to the next presenter.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so for the next presenter, we have the topic will be Arts Education for Equality, Practices of a State-Funded Performing Arts Institution under the Double Reduction Policy by author Yidan Gong from country China in the area of arts. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you for your lovely introduction. May I start now?
Yes, we can see this screen.
Okay.
Okay.
So, good morning, everyone. This is Yidan. Actually, I'm a theater practitioner who is now based in Chengdu of Sichuan province, which is the hometown of Panda. And someone may know this city and the province because of the hot and spicy food. Today, my topic is about double reduction policy. First of all, I would like to briefly introduce the double reduction policy. It is actually refers to the opinions on further reducing the burdens of homework and off-campus training for students during the period of compulsory education, which is intended to protect the health of students, relieve their excessive study burdens. So this actually contribute to what some have described as a downfall of the tutoring industry of China and aroused great concern from the whole society. So why, as a theater practitioner, I felt interested in the topic, which is related to an education policy? It's actually this paper takes a double reduction policy as the basic research background. And it's actually a review of my arts education experiences of the past 1 year after the issue of the double reduction policy, from which I would like to specially respond to the topic of VUW conference. And Stephen Hadley, in his latest book, Audience Development and Cultural Policy, offers a narrative of audience development and its relationship to cultural policy. He focuses on the democratic and moral imperative to ensure equality of access to public-funded culture, showing how cultural policy can help advance audience development and also cultural democracy, which inspired me as a theater practitioner working in a Chinese state-funded theater company to discuss arts for equality from the perspective of audience development and also cultural policy, to fill in the gap of audience development research from the perspective of cultural policy in Chinese context. And I would also like to maybe provide some useful examples and thinking. Here is the brief outline of my sharing of today. And my main research questions includes: how does double reduction policy influence culture and arts sector? That's to confine the research scope of this paper to culture policy. And then what is the relationship in between audience development and double reduction policy, and why? This part, I would like to introduce several perspectives and important terms from Stephen Hadley, and combining with the Chinese context to evaluate the relationship. And finally, the question would be: what are the potential challenges and opportunities in those practices? The practices refers to my 3 in-school arts experiences I have engaged in the past 1 year. Methodologies I use in this paper are literature review and empirical investigation, and then with subsequent analysis in order to answer the questions above. And then I'm going to introduce the concept of ambiguity of audience development and the comparison table of democratization of culture and also cultural democracy by Stephen Hadley, and analyzes the mechanism for double reduction policy turning into cultural policy and the reasons behind that affect the conception and in-school arts practices of the Chinese state-funded theater company. In so doing, I will investigate how the discourse of social benefits functions within the general field of cultural policy and seek to legitimate the practice of public subsidy and simultaneously perpetuate vested interest and advantages, and finally put forward some thinkings towards the potential challenges and opportunities for a more equitable policy balance. The first important term is cultural policy. Here are some various definitions from different scholars, both from mainland China and foreign countries. Despite in different political and economic context, I think that 2 branches, as Louis have mentioned, that are the same, that is to say regulation and subsidy. And before moving to the influences on the culture sector, I would like to introduce the influences on education sector. So we would have a better understanding towards the policy. The one side is for the off-campus. Also, we can see the tutoring industry. Off-campus profit-making trainings are strictly banned, which almost destroyed the tutoring industry of China. That is estimated to be more than $56 billion and is almost destroyed in no time. And as students are required to, by the policy, to stay in school for a longer time every day, so the pressure and responsibilities of education are actually transferred back to the school, and challenges such as the quantity and quality of teachers, curriculum system, and teaching methods, etc., are there to face. And schools, whether they are ready or not, they then boast the power to set up after-school classes for those students. So as such, it is well recognized that by the whole society that social resources are of urgent to integrate, which of course includes resources from the culture sector. Here I listed the picture 1 and picture 2 were the reactions of the New York and Hong Kong Stock Exchange on the second day of the issue of the policy. Education enterprises such as New Oriental, here you can see, lost more than half of their values. And it's good to mention that New Oriental then shut down most of their training businesses and donated their chairs and the desks, so that they turned the direction to live streaming goods selling as a way of self-rescue. And Sko and Wu, the two scholars, they take the policy as an extraordinary opportunity for arts education. Firstly, the policy reduces in-school study burdens of students and provides them more time and opportunities to participate in arts activities. Secondly, time for students to receive arts education and training will be increased considerably, because arts training and education is listed as non-subject based, while all existing subject-based off-campus and off-school training institutions will be required to convert into or register as non-profit. Here, I would like to explain a little bit about the subject-based. It is generally refers to subjects that taught in compulsory education schools, for example, Chinese literature, history, geography, math, etc. Then from a microscopic scale, sealed companies take the policy as a great opportunity for audience development and a potential point card to education and arts training market. Even we are still hesitate for the cost input and its effectiveness. And then from a microscopic scale, authorities of various sectors and levels and start issuing supporting regulations and policies in response to the double reduction policy. For example, the implementation plan here I listed is jointly issued by 3 provincial departments of Sichuan province, which specifies that public libraries, theaters, galleries, museums, etc., will be established as education practices basis, and will have to provide activities especially for those students. So the double reduction policy then goes beyond the education sector and escalates into the cultural policy to affect the culture and arts sector. And here is another important comparison table put forward by Stephen Hadley. Actually, the terms of democratization of culture and culture democracy are mentioned by lots of scholars. However, it's Stephen Hadley who has mentioned a detailed comparison of the two terms. And he concluded with the opinion that great democratic task of the 21st century is to work towards a system of public subsidy, which offers a more equitable policy balance between the democratization of culture and the cultural democracy. As for time limit, here I just highlighted several contents from the table to show the public subsidy in China tends to be the democratization of culture. For example, the focus is on the work of art rather than the focus in the process of creation. For example, the opinions on deepening the reform of state-funded arts troop 2021 stressed that state-funded arts troops should take performances as the center, while the newly added first half of the sentence is take creation as the core, which shows the focus of the industry is just slowly shifted from the creation and production to the presentation of artworks. I'm not really sure the difference in between the center and the core, but whatever it is, the focus is still on the artwork. And then the second, I would like to share a table, which is the instruction of social benefits evaluation of my theater company. We will receive social benefits evaluation from upper level government according to this table every year to justify our subsidy. Here I highlighted several interesting contents. For example, the government awards and honors and praises from the government are stressed and included in the evaluation, and even fulfillment of the mandatory performances. The mandatory performances refers to, for example, the gala hosted by the government. And another important term of today's sharing is the audience development. As is mentioned by the audience or agency, he defines the audience development as a planned organization-wide approach to extending the range and nature of relationships with the public. It helps the cultural organization to achieve its mission, balancing social purpose, financially sustainability, and creative ambitions. However, Stephen Hadley finds a high degree of ambiguity in attempts to define audience development. And while cultural democracy is actually the logical and endpoint of a belief in the value of audience development, if one accepts that what is being developed is not the audience, but the opportunity of culture for cultural. And here I would like to mention the ambiguity in Chinese context also embodies in the three unstable roles of us state-funded performing arts company. Specifically to say is the political, ethic, artistical, industrial, and marketable operational. We will have to serve the needs of different entities, for example, audience, enterprises, institutions, and also the government and the party. And the marketable operational role is usually strongly constrained by its political, objective, and ethical role. And also, it's good to mention that state-funded as it is actually like a kind of official endorsement that shows the recognized arts quality, reliability, and security. On the other hand, state-funded means that social benefits should be the top priority of the company, which increases our reasonableness of both internal and external to develop in the in-school arts education activities. In other words, audience development on ideological level is in other words, audience development is on ideological level, the imperative state-funded arts company to achieve social benefits or the democratization of culture. But on practical level, whatever and however we do, we can stand at the finish line. Then I'm going to share some experiences of my in-school arts education or activities I have done in the past 1 year. As for time limit, I will just show some pictures and share the findings in a more detailed way. This picture were shot in the Fangcao Primary School, where I went to provide arts education services in the early this year. And this one is I went to be a judge of a drama competition in the Yucai School of number 7 middle school. Here, I also like to share two things that deeply impressed me. There was a review session at the end of the drama competition, and judges will give their reviews one by one. When I suddenly noticed that a Chinese literature teacher sitting next to me was correcting the text papers for the students all the time. And here is I want to be a performance instructor in the Shude High School. And once I stepped into the Shude Senior High School, I can smell the pressure at every corner. Students were reading books or doing the homework at every intersection of our rehearsal. And even when we were waiting at the door for the rehearsal room to be open, they were reading book and or doing their homework. And here are some interesting findings. As for time limit, I'll just put forward just several of it. For example, the identity of state-funded theater companies is not as a big advantage as imagined, as we thought, because we have to compete with all other teachers. Maybe they are just from the private sector. They are not from our state-funded companies. We have to compete with them, and because of the cost is limited, we do not have those advantages comparing to them. And so we also found that the parents and the students are given the right to select courses. Here's a picture I took on November 23rd on my way home. And there's the primary school boy writing his maybe math homework on in the compartments of the subway. I think this is the kind of performance art showing us the results of the double reduction policy. And and some other findings includes time and opportunities for students to participate in off-campus and after-school activities are actually decreased, which is a little bit counterintuition, because we thought the time might be and opportunities might be increased, but actually it's decreased because students have to stay in school longer and they don't have much time to participate in other activities. And because there's a little time for the parents to arrange for their children, so they will choose to teach them maths, English, Chinese literature, those that can help them to have a better scores in the school entrance examination. And here are some realities. Orientation of national culture and arts development of the theater company, still high emphasis on the production and the creation side, and also on awards and honors. And also no extra funding is increased and subsidy structure from the policy is changed, and no workable mechanism established to break the barriers between the culture sector and the education sector. So it is still very hard for the state performing arts company to contribute to the society of a more accessible, publicly funded arts for all citizens through the in-school arts activities. And in this context, not only the connotation of audience development is ambiguous, but also the connotation of audience, because audience can be anyone, anybody, and whatever we have done, we can stand at the finish line. And some reflections as for the right of access. arts company participate in the curriculum development, or should it be developed by the educator, researchers, or
Sorry,
extra?
Missy, then we have 2 minutes left for you.
Okay,
Thank
no
you.
problem. And the second, if the gap in between supply and demand is sadly caused by the policy, should the authority be responsible for making up the cost input and required by the supply side? And yes, I have 2 minutes. I would like to give the takeaway message that I just have this takeaway message yesterday, and I feel it's very important. The first one is arts education is not arts training, but it is empower every individual with a colorful life through arts. And the second, audience development is not to develop audience, but the opportunities for cultural. And the third, the great task of cultural policy research is to work towards a system of public subsidy, which offers a more equitable policy balance between the democratization of culture and cultural democracy. And thank you for
Thank you very much.
listening. Yes.
Thank you very much, Missy. Then just one question for you.
Yes.
Indeed, the cultural policies have huge influence on the arts in China and beyond. Is there a possibility for an alternative path where the arts can be free from governmental influence? And also, to an extent, to be not confined by the government's definition of culture?
First of all, thank you for the question. Actually, I have been working in the culture sector for 6 years, and I have to say our culture policy or our work is deeply influenced by the ideology from the political side and also for our traditional culture side. So my question is definitely cannot. My answer is definitely, of course, we will be influenced by the political side, and we cannot do some like a free culture. But the reason I present this topic is actually I really would like to build an understanding from different cultures. Even our society is criticized by too political, too much influence from our government. But we as arts practitioner, we have tried everything we can from our side to give our people a more colorful life and more equitable opportunities to participate in arts and culture. So that's all I can answer.
Okay.
Thank you for the question again.
Great. Just the last one question for you from the audience. I'll read it. So I think many arts education programs focus on the other forms of benefits, just like you mentioned, to get certification, to get better chance for high school admissions. Moreover, schools with better resources could produce more spectacular artworks with wow factors. Do you think arts education in China truly empowers students?
Truly empowers students. I think we are just slowly affected by different opinions and new ideas. So we are just slowly change. And also, I also would like to use my thinking and my opinions to affect other arts practitioners around me. So we are moving slowly, but we are moving forward, I think. And that's also, I treat my students through those three arts in-school arts experiences. And I can see the change. At least I can see the change. I think I can. That's my answer.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for your time, Ms. Eden. So we will proceed to the next presenter now. Thank you very much.
You.
All right. Okay, so we will move to the next one. The title will be Liberalization of Indian Graphic Design as a Cultural Paradigm from the authors Ayushi Jain and Nadine Ouellet from the country India in the area of design.
Thank you for that introduction. Let me just start by sharing my screen with you. I hope you're able to see it.
Yes, we can see it clearly.
So the topic for my research is the liberalization of Indian graphic design as a cultural paradigm. So let's start by defining some of the key concepts within this title. Liberalization can mean a couple of things, and all of which pertain to today's context. It can mean a release, it can mean to relax, it can mean the loosening of an idea, or even modifications of preconceived notions. Whereas cultural means belonging to or of a region, or even something that is connected with certain customs or ideas or beliefs of a society or even a country at large. Paradigms are representations or archetypes, which basically mean they're ideal examples of something or representative models. Now, bringing these three concepts together, they talk about releasing Indian graphic design from a distorted cultural perception of the past. Let's just go over the presentation flow for today. I will start by giving an introduction to the topic. I will then move on to set a historical context, which leads to the problem statement in hand. And then I will explain the research methods I conducted to seek a solution from which I derived my research findings, and finally the research conclusions that were derived from them. To set some context, when a piece of design fails to convey who it is for, where it comes from, and why it looks a certain way, it completely loses its purpose to begin with. And this happened because, unfortunately, during the 19th century colonial ruling in India, India's invaluable art and design culture was completely overshadowed with necessities and conveniences of the West. And this was all done by putting Euro-American design on the forefront. As illustrated on the two pictures on the board, Asian Paints and Amul are two of India's largest legacy brands. But what are they showing about themselves through their visual presence in the hands of consumers? Things such as white babies and British Bentley motor cars, which are culturally completely irrelevant for Indians. And these are packaging designs from back in around the 19th century. And so through my research, I'm aiming to identify the circumstances that led to a loss of a very defined ethnic identity. And I place an emphasis on the role of Indian designers to build it back up. To give you some historical context to this topic, let's start by giving a small scenario. When you come across your favorite laundry detergent in an Indian supermarket and you question what makes it visually Indian, is it the choice of font, colors, illustrations, or even the text, which helps define a cultural identity? Globalization brings about a change in almost all functions of life. And of course, it finds itself in visual identities as well. Now, keeping up with international norms, such as American, European, it has led to a very distorted view of what the Indian design discourse is. Whether it is posters or packaging, Indian design has stopped communicating the local scent of the nation. In the 19th century British Raj in India, that ruling brought in Western influences that completely depreciated the value and craft of Indian design. The colonial modernity put its foot down on pillars of authentic Indian design, which was present across millions of artisans in India, and things that honored very crucial pillars of Indian design, such as handiwork, ornamentation, or even the use of local natural materials. Now, what exactly did this do? It created a very distorted design perception that placed priority on Western norms and portrayed Indian design as overly ornamental, excessively colorful, backward, laborious, and in terms of design, simply kitsch. What this did is it led to a loss of what Indian design meant culturally and in terms of building a national identity. The colonists cultivated the local culture of design in a British fashion just to make their jurisdiction seem like second nature in India. And what this did is it influenced a very dystopian identity of India, resulting in a loss of an identity that was extremely decadent to begin with. And this eventually led to an unintentionally skewed idea of what India's ethnic design identity is for the locals. Now, unfortunately, this impact continued to sustain itself in the modern context in the post-independence era because of the cycle of toxic commercialization and capitalization. This extended itself into the digital era. It even failed to maintain its foothold in the physical appearance of consumer goods. For example, in famous Indian consumer goods such as the Nirma detergent or Parle biscuits or Lifebuoy soap, they continued to get steadily whitewashed. Since consumer goods can be regarded as a semiotic indicator of the ethnic climate of a country, the excessive westernization of such emblematic brands takes away from the ethnic identity of a nation and it completely disregards its historical worth. Now let's talk about how this distortion extended itself into the modern context. This colonial influence managed to sustain itself in the digital era. It all started from where design starts, and that is a point of inspiration. Now, it is not uncommon for designers to look for sources of inspiration or existing visuals surrounding a project. Visual research is done to determine the nature of outcomes and to determine whether it can gain positive traction from the public. Now, apart from the ideal scenario where you do want to create something that is completely original, functionally, you have to make sure what is created for commercial purposes, it works in the market. And a form follows function approach has to follow eventually. Now, the most common source of inspiration in today's world for designers comes from digital media platforms such as Pinterest, Behance, Dribbble, and countless other such platforms. The influence of such platforms is so extensive that they start imbibing themselves into projects in a way which becomes repetitive and it starts losing context. Now, drawing inspiration from existing designs is not the issue here. The problem arises when the inspiration drawn is drawn from the wrong source. Elements of design can act as cultural motifs that are representative of a nation and its people. Let's talk about the highly structured motifs of Swiss design, or even the organically constructed shapes in Scandinavian design. They are all representative of a way of being. And it is only natural that the exposure to digital media leads to shifts in cross-cultural narratives because the accessibility to this cross-cultural exposure is skyrocketing in today's world. A renowned scholar and socialist pointed out something very important. The design carries the flow of cultural materials, and cultural materials convey the essence of a nation. My research aims to describe the semiotic role of local visual identities in strengthening India's ethnic design identity by restoring traditional forms and practices. And there is also an emphasis on considering the importance of retaining a local identity instead of fostering an international one. And the research highlights the role of a designer as a tool of cultural transfer. Now, moving on to the research bit, the semiotic and ethnological nature of the research required methods which are more qualitative in nature as opposed to quantitative. To do so, it was firstly very essential for me to find out whether other Indian designers sensed the same lack in usage of Indian designs, and even if they were aware of Indian design being misrepresented in the market. To do so, I conducted quite an unconventional study using a research method called the love and breakup letter research method. And what happens in this is a person personifies a concept or object, and they do so by writing a love or a breakup letter to it. What this does, it effectively gathers data about empathetic qualities that a person might attach to a certain concept. And in this case, that concept given to them was India. Now, design can be used as a symbol of a nation and its cultural values. Using these qualitative qualities that I gathered through the research method, I conducted visual ethnography in which I used the concept of semiotics to attach images to these adjectives to understand how can they be visually represented. And these images were sourced from local Indian digital archives. Furthermore, to understand the lack of representation in the modern age, I also conducted a bunch of unstructured interviews with Indian designers. Now, each of these interviews began with a very primary question of whether they thought India had a very defined graphic design identity or not. And this was primitive to my research, as it was imperative for me to know if other people felt the same way. And this allowed me to find out.
Hi, Miss Aishi. Sorry, you have 2 more minutes left for presentation. Thank you.
I'll just quickly get into the findings and discussions. Some of the primary things I found out that the letters gave adjectives that were related to words such as landscapes or cross-culturalism, modernism, natural beauty, which could be correlated to very design-led methods such as raw materials, prints, or even iconography. For unstructured interviews, the designer said things like, if we immerse ourselves in the physical nature of India, it can produce something that is much more authentic to us. Some people thought that the gap exists because India has always had a richer history in art than design, and it's quite redundant for us to use Indian art archives as a point of inspiration since they lack the perspective of the designer. And also, another designer thought that the only way to source Indian design is by looking at unchanged physical products, such as tobacco boxes or even firework packaging. And they mentioned that we can work towards being conscious about the usage of globalization instead of completely trying to avoid it. Lastly, to conclude my presentation, I would like to say that Indian design is heavily multidisciplinary. It cannot just be catalog, it has to be analog. It is not very definable, and that is where its beauty lies, it's in its expansiveness. Now, inspiration is important. Why is that? It's imperative for us to be aware and conscious of our past to design effectively and impactfully for our future. The future simply cannot exist without the past, but we cannot choose to be reckless with how we use our past. Design is one of the only inanimate tools that actually has the ability to resonate with people and tell stories without speaking, and it needs to be done the right way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ayushi. We do have one question for you. So, how would you describe the identity of the Indian culture given the plurality of the society, especially in this time where we see more of the mix of cultures brought on by social media?
So, as I mentioned, the beauty of Indian design lies in the fact that it cannot be defined or it cannot be all brought under one single umbrella. I think that is a very major defining characteristic of Indian design is how cross-cultural and how multidisciplinary it is. So it wouldn't be fair to coin it into one term.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Aishi. I think due to the time limit, I think we'll proceed to the next presenter. Thank you so much. Okay. So for our last presenter of this session 1, we will proceed to the next one with the title of A Study on Multimedia Design Used in Shaping the City Image in Zhengzhou, China, by the authors Chu Chen, Pauline Charlin Koh, and Suk Kwan Wong from the country Malaysia in the area of design.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I would like to thank you all for your time today. It's nice to meet you all, and I'm here to introduce my topic about a study on multimedia design used in shaping the city image in Zhengzhou, China. To make it as understandable as possible, I divided my presentation into 6 parts. Part 1, Introduction. The first part is introduction, and now many cities in China have gradually paid attention to the important influence of city image development, and the city image is a brand card of the city as well as the embodiment of the inner city competitiveness. A good city image, however, can bring more opportunities so as to effectively improve the quality of citizens' life and level of residence. Every city has its own unique personality and regional culture, and the multimedia design is not only a form of high technology, but also makes the city image creation with operable, interactive, and interesting. With the development of multimedia, it has become popular to make traditional design dynamic and interactive. Nowadays, smart cities have gained more attention in academic, industry, and government reports about the utilization of new media technologies in city construction. Part 2, Problem Statement. Currently, the competitions between cities have changed from the competition of pure economic index to the competition of comprehensive strengths, including the city image. 2. The traditional artistic expression techniques can no longer meet the requirements of the interaction and the public participants in the image design of modern smart cities. 3. The international image of Zhengzhou city is not impressive. From this picture, we can see the location of national central cities of China. They are Beijing, Tianjin, Zhengzhou, Xi'an, Shanghai, Wuhan, Chengdu, Chongqing, and Guangzhou. These 8 cities in China. And from this picture, we can see the data in the 2017 National Central City Development Report. With the report, a comprehensive assessment of China's 8 existing national central cities revealed that cities with total GDP ranking is here. The first one is Beijing, next is Shanghai, Guangzhou, followed by Chongqing, Tianjin, Wuhan, Chengdu, and Zhengzhou. The survey also found that the international image of Zhengzhou city in the center of the 8 major domestic ranking is not high. Zhengzhou does not give a deep impression by the citizens. Despite Zhengzhou has a convenient transportation location as well as a profound culture of the central plains. Therefore, the challenge to promote Zhengzhou city's cultural soft power and shaping its unique city image remains an important issue. Part 3, literature review. This research aims to find a way for multimedia design used in shaping the city image in Zhengzhou. A conceptual framework as shown in the figure 3 is deemed important to get this research. The famous American scholar Kevin Link pointed out in City Image that there are 5 elements that constitute the city image: path, edge, district, node, and landmark. It is concluded that these 5 elements play a key role in the city. He pointed out that if these 5 elements are properly organized and designed, they can form a unique city image, which can not only give citizens a sense of security, but also enhance the connection between citizens and cities. Compared to traditional mass media, such as printed material, which features have little interaction with users, multimedia is a form of communication that uses a combination of different content forms, such as text, image, audio, and video. Wilson in 1991 also indicates that the visitors using the interactive multimedia lead to the creation design of a more appealing, usable, and effective product for the audience. Part 4, methodology. This survey used a convenience sampling method, which is a type of non-probability sampling that is uncomplicated and economical. The respondents of the questionnaire survey are mainly the permanent residents of Zhengzhou through 问卷星 platform. And finally, a total of 150 questionnaires were selected in the survey. The questionnaire mainly included the overall evaluation of Zhengzhou city from 3 parts. The first impression of Zhengzhou, citizens' attitude to the construction of Zhengzhou city image, and the way citizens obtain information from Zhengzhou. After the data collection, results were analyzed with SPSS. Part 5, findings and discussion. According to the questionnaire, it can be observed that only 12.36% citizens think Zhengzhou has a good city image. 48.66% of the citizens choose 2桥 as the most representative element of Zhengzhou. 50.29% of the citizens hope to highlight the 2桥 as the landmark of Zhengzhou. 66.14% of citizens through study, live, and travel, and 33.86% citizens through internet to get information from Zhengzhou. According to the questionnaire, people have great expectation for the landmark of 2桥, and they also hope to have more interactions with the city. The following suggestions are proposed to explore the application of multimedia design in the city image of Zhengzhou. Suggestions are 1. LED media in the city main road. Path is a route for citizens to walk, take vehicles, and move. It may be a busway, a walking way, a city expressway, a tunnel, or a railway. It is the dominant element in the city image. The integration of new media art installations into the space on both sides of the surrounding environment of the main road not only complement the elements of city image, but also expand the creative space for multimedia art. Suggestion 2 is interactive landscape installation on the riverbank. Edge is a boundary between 2 types of space. It often takes the form of riverbank land, shoreline, railway, city wall, etc. Through the contact and interaction, the audience and space can be integrated so that citizens can enjoy the interactive experience with the city. 3. An immersive art displays at the city square. Medium or large area is a kind of space element. Public art in city square are always tending to attract people. Zhengzhou can make use of city square, such as Erqi Square, Green Town Square, and Qianxi Square to drive other active programs and improve citizens' intimate perception of the city image. 4 is interactive installation artworks in public space. Typical nodes in the city are mainly composed of road intersections, squares, subway stations, and etc., which are easy to be remembered by people. Design new media art installations to the public art in Zhengzhou City, such as Erqi Square subway station, can produce a sense of relate and further promote the interactive ability between public art and the citizens. 5. Multimedia art display of city landmarks. Multimedia art can strengthen the characteristics of city markers. Citizens can enjoy 3D mapping or music performance, interacting with the light in the landmark buildings, such as Erqi Tower of Zhengzhou. This kind of interaction between landmark buildings and citizens during festivals will improve Zhengzhou's city image and the citizens' recognition with the city.
Sorry, Mr. Chen, we have 5 more minutes left for presentation. Thank you.
Okay. So the part 6 is the conclusion of the research. 1. According to Kevin Link's city image theory, this research examined the method of multimedia design used in shaping Zhengzhou's city image. 2. This study has demonstrated an interaction between the city and citizens. Therefore, to help Zhengzhou create a more diversified, dynamic, and human-computer interactive city image with the construction of smart cities in the future. 3. Further research will design more rigorous and detailed questionnaires and investigate the attitudes of different groups, such as professional designers, to conduct interviews on how to design multimedia display content so as to further explore the combination of the culture and the technology. This is all my presentation about the research. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. That was such a wonderful sharing. We have one question for you. So, do you see that the suggestion from this research, more technology such as LED and multimedia or immersive art display, interactive installation artworks, will affect the cultural heritage of Zhengzhou? Is there a way to balance these two?
Yes. Okay, thank you for the question. First of all, this is just a preliminary research about the multimedia design in shaping Zhengzhou City. Further study, it will make a deep research on how to design the content of the multimedia design. So maybe to explore the design content with culture to balance the culture and the technology. With the to integrate more culture content in the design content, I think it can make better balance the technology and the culture. As also, I will make more detailed questionnaires with design professional designers with their opinions about how to design the content. So I think it will be a very good project to make the balance between technology and culture.
All right. Thank you. Just the last question before we end the session. So you have thanks for the presentation. You have offered some interesting suggestions to improve the city brand through multimedia. I'm just curious if you have thought about the content of these multimedia displays. In your opinion, what content could be best represent the city of Zhengzhou?
Actually, in the survey, we have opinions with residents. They all have their expectations about the landmark in Zhengzhou, such as Arqi Tower, the landmark of the Zhengzhou. So I think with the multimedia design can make more design content in shaping the culture landmark representative elements such as Arqi Tower and other landmarkers. So I think it can make the multimedia design better to shape Zhengzhou's city culture.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chen. Now, thank you for your time, and we will now, at the end of the present papers in session 1, just quickly to recap, I think we had a wonderful presenters today, and it was an interesting presentation by media on various ethnic culture elements expressing different characteristic expression that can be used in the everyday women's wear. We also had inspiring sharing by Dr. Shawa on Indian textile craft have been one of those areas which depict community culture where crafts converse many stories through tradition and generations. We have Miss Eden on arts education for equality through case studies in this unique context where arts equality might be realized through education equality. We also had an insight by Ms. Ayushi Jain where the liberalization of Indian graphic design as a cultural paradigm where identifying the circumstances that led to the loss of defined ethnic identity and places emphasis on the role of Indian designers to build it back up. And for the last but not least, from Ms. Shushan's presentation, we learned that the city image design not only reflects the unique thinking of designers, but also shows that the personality of the cities and how the application of multimedia design used in shaping city image. So thank you so much to all the presenters for the wonderful sharing session. I think all of us learned a lot today. It was such an inspiring topic and research from all the presenters, highlighting various culture and influence in design and arts. So with that, we are at the ending of session 1, and I will pass the stage to our host, Dr. Jinchi, for the next itinerary of the day. So pass to you, Jinchi.
Thank you so much, Aisha, and thank you so much to all our presenters for the thoughtful presentations. All right, everyone, we will now be taking an hour lunch break, and we will be back here at 2 p.m. For the commencement of the second paper presentation session. Have a good lunch, everyone, and see you back here again. Thank you. We will start at 2 o'clock. Hi, guys. Hi, Kenneth.
Hi, Dr. Yip. So
Hi.
this is backdrop, but I tried to use it.
Correct. I think earlier on, our head of school also had a much less problem than this, smaller. But I think it's fine if we can have a plain background. If this is posing a problem to you, Kenneth.
Yeah, so
in summertime.
I hope you had a good lunch and welcome back. All right, we will now commence with the second half of the paper presentation session for today, and this would be moderated by Mr. Kamal Barin Sudin. With over 2 decades of experience in the 3D animation industry, Kamal has been lecturing at numerous local universities and colleges nationwide and professionally recognized as an Autodesk certified instructor, a professional level 3D artist of Creative Content Industry Guild of Malaysia, CCIG, and Pakar Industri Negara of Jabatan Pembangunan Kemahiran, JPK. He is currently holding a Senior Lecturer 2 position at Taylor's University under the Design School. As the presenters present, I would like to invite audience to post their questions in our live chat. Without further ado, please welcome Kamal.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the lovely introduction from Jinchi. Hello and welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us for today's paper presentation in conjunction with VUW Conference 2022, live through Zoom, YouTube, and also Facebook. And as mentioned, my name is Kamal. I'm the Senior Lecturer at Taylor's University, and it is an honor for me to be here as moderator for this second session. Just a little housekeeping before we get started. So each presenter has about 15 minutes for the presentation and followed by 5 minutes for question and answer. And I remind you to adhere to the time given, and I'll remind you toward the end of the presentation. For any question and answer, so audience can type in the chat in the corresponding platform, right? So ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to say welcome to all the presenters. Allow me to introduce all of them. So we have Sihuat Wong from China as the first presenters, followed by Rochelle Yi Xuan Yang from China. And we have Xi Jin Fan from China as a third presenter. And followed by Lu Ying Chiao from Malaysia as the fourth one. And the fifth one is Meng Chen Zhou from China. And the last one is Shita Kurkani from India as the sixth presenter. We're glad to have all of you here today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome our first presenter, Sihuat Wong from People Ideas Culture, Hong Kong, China, with the paper title, defining queer art parameters in Asia, Hong Kong, Singapore, and South Korea. Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. I hope my screen is clear on your side.
Yes, all good to go.
Okay. So I will start off with the rationale for this study. So I see my paper as a contribution under the knowledge production, under the purview of Asia as Methods by Chung Kwan-Shi, and also Howard Chung and Alvin Fong as well, also very much emphasize on the critical regionalism and locality in order to understand the queer as a subjectivity in Asia. And my hypothesis here is that there's a plurality in queer art representation in Asia, and I have chosen Hong Kong, Singapore, and South Korean artists as my study objects, mainly to point out the nuances and not necessarily extensive. And in order not to run out of time at the end, so I would like to foreground my central argument here first. Queer art as a term remains fluid thanks to its non-conforming nature, and also in Asian is very much gender diversity inclined if you refer to the curatorial practice. And this paper has used the queer aesthetics to define what is queer art in a reverse manner in order to develop further the perimeters for Asian queer art. And these are the keywords that highlighted in my paper. And I contend that queer art as a product of modernity in Asia actually is still in a very infancy stage compared to the West. And also I sustain that the queerness functions in various accounts and not just queer art alone. And we aimed to study how queer aesthetics will widen up the queer art perimeters other than just gender diversity. And I believe that this is a constant effort in the region in terms of activism, art making, history making of the queer art in Asia. Then these are the 5 parameters that I will elaborate more. But for now, I would like to give you a sense so that you have some concept later when I brought out the artists. First is the queerness as a visual narrative. The artist has constantly used the queer as a conversation subject in creation of their artworks. And also body as identity politics. Actually, this is one of the criteria where most of the time they have used the deceased queer artist as the protagonist to serve the body as instrumental for their work. And for third one, set as artistic intervention, not just applicable to queer art, but actually crossover, art creation and installation is one way or another is artistic intervention. And fourth, ephemeral as archival, because I see most of the time the exhibition will last for 3 months, at least half year, at most half year. But during the research process, we can always trace back the recorded material, archival, social media, and etc. So this is a good way as an education outreach as well. What more if certain pieces have the chance to reshow in other biennial and some other occasion later. And the last one is queer urbanism as sociological term. I would say that nowadays the younger Asian queer artists have gained their visibility much more compared to the last generation, even though such phenomena already become the passé in the West. And these are just some of the literature review and the keywords that I would like to draw your attention. This paper, I follow the framework of the queer art defined by Jonathan Case and Ansel. And I exclude loosely the definition from David Gessi and Pashkantila Patel, because they have included much more broadly, for example, the abstract art and etc. And queer aesthetics, definition-wise, it remains contested and fluid. And basically, there are 2 schools. One is to refer efficient theory as to make a connection between the artwork and audience. And the second one is more on the queerness of the attitude and the message that conveyed by the pure art artwork. And also this study actually is to fill up the research gap in my previous research, where I have looked into the spectrosynthesis as the first Asia LGBTQ art exhibition in Asia, first 2017 in Taipei, and 2 years later in Bangkok. And the latest one is coming up soon in end of December in Tai Kwun, Hong Kong. And the other scholars also point out that as queer aesthetics would transmit from artwork, visual output, text, and body via its embodiment. And some of the scholars also coined the terms themselves like sticky aesthetics and how the audience reads into it, and etc. Nonetheless, after all, actually, it's all about inviting the audience to be more critical in thinking. And most of the time, actually, scholars also choose their respective artworks. And for this study, I've just choose 3 artworks. Means to be qualitative and not quantitative. So the 3 artists chosen here have asked for the interview to offer their insight on the local queer politics, the aspiration of the queer art, and also the reception from the audience. And I've chosen them based on their achievement in the art sector, their seniority in the circle, the openness of their sexuality, and also 3 criteria that I had mentioned earlier. And subsequently, I've just focused on one artwork from each artist to further scrutinize the context, visual outputs, approaches, and etc., together with an interview with them and also the art critic articles. So I will first start off with Jason Wee, a Singaporean queer artist, and his work in Substation. So for Pao Pei, actually is a work that responds to the theater work by Guo Bao Kun, descendants of the eunuch admiral. But he somehow twisted and contemporized it in a way that he created the treasure chamber at the substation with the 100 gay male pornography imagery and recast them with the symbols of the sexual ambiguity. And these images actually are appropriated from the websites and chat rooms, which is clearly homoerotic, but obfuscated with the pixelated effect. So I would say he juxtaposed the non-hierarchical nature of the virtual platforms and gay spaces with the quasi imperial structure of the power. And it also referred to the hetero patriarchal system in Singapore, which has yet to decriminalize the homosexuality back then, actually. And as we know, 377A, the Sodomy Act, have been demolished on the 29th November recently. And second one is by Hong Kong queer artist, Simpson Yang. And I would like to show his video in a second.
Do you have sounds for the video? I haven't hear anything.
So actually, this piece is purposely made for muted. So given he himself is a sound artist, he has a staged this performance, choral, but without projecting the musical notes. So this is symbolic to the queer community as well, being suppressed by the society. So that's why the curator for Spectral Synthesis one have drawn his piece to the exhibition in Taipei. So third, we have Korean artist Lee Kang-seong on queer art. Queer art actually, art refer to archive actually. So in the previous images, you can see how he juxtaposed the cactus with the images from the magazine. Cactus actually refer to the political symbolic of Harry Milk as the first queer politician in US, while the wallpaper are mainly the transgender woman's diary in the archive of the Korean activist Chae Win-hun, who is also the editor-in-chief of Body. So this is to indicate the shared memory of the solidarity. And the first edition was in 2019 in Seoul. And then after 2 years later, it reappeared again in the expanded scale in the Gwangju Biennial. So come to analysis. First, I would like to draw out the queerness. They have chosen different medium and approaches, yet they all responded to the marginalized ways of queerness. And also, according to Young, there's a difference between the, say, a work perform a specific function of queering and the self-identified queer. So for them, it's much more on the conversation of the work and also offer the other side of the story. And Lee also agreed on that. It's not a genre or subgenre, but it will be problematic if we just limit it or categorize in that way. So queer art is more about lobbying for boundary pushing. Second, being provocative, just like any art, they can alienate a lot. But Young, for his piece in Spectrosynthesis 1, he said that that is no longer a controversial issue anymore in Hong Kong. In March, they also passed a bill on the public housing ruling for same-sex couple as well. But given the current climate in Hong Kong, return to China, under the National Security Act, of course, he also voiced his concern, saying that if the political suppression will not allow the provocative gesture of the artworks, then what could queer art serve still? And the third one is surprisingly that I draw from the conversation with them, especially Lee. He himself have always referred his work to the protagonist in a particular historical event, and he summed up what came before him and touched him. And gearing towards the installation of his work, he also very much interested on how the audience feeling in the exhibition space or the aura of the space eventually. That's why I say that intergeneration connection through the body of his work and also from the audience come into his queer lens as well is very important. So that this intergeneration queer kinship in the art making through the queer archival effort could be made as well. Same for Young on his close-up shot of the breath of the choir practitioner and also the sexual images in the private sphere by Jason Wee as well. Then we come to perimeters. I will argue that first, queerness as a visual narrative actually is really much less emphasized on the sexual orientation, but more on the alternate discourse of the otherness. And we see no distinction between queerness and otherness, but more on how to topple the hierarchy in the queer art history making. Like for Karen, it's more on Western and white. That's why we need to study more on the Asian queer story. That body as identity politics, such genre is not solely, but often has a political position. That's why it's good to foregrounding how LGBTQ plus dealing with the, for example, the refusal of a military service and the Confucius idea of the family. And for Young, his initial intention is also not just to address as a queer art, but when there's such call for the exhibition, then he joined because he sees himself as an ally. Like current days, if the non-binary sexuality continues to be a problem in Hong Kong, then he would join the ally or the coalition for such exhibition. So he emphasized that focus on listening to the others and learning about the specific context and history is much more crucial. And the third perimeter is artistic intervention. And Lee and Wee's work reveal that their installation have focused very much on the intersection of the history and visual culture, centering on the marginalized and unrecognized segment of the society. And their work have led us to think about the exhibition space, actually also create a special aura for the viewers to access their queer worldview as well. So on the flip side, actually, it also lighten up what is possible to the reductive role of the pure art. And fourth, ephemeral as archival, as we say, is about the footprint left after the exhibition left the museum space or the exhibition space. That's why the YouTube, social media, archival, documented material online or offline have a much longer lifespan and more significant impact as well. The fifth and the last actually is about the queer urbanism as sociological term, just like how Sarah Ahmad coined the term called queer phenomenology as well. It's about offering the space, like the museum as a public institution or independent art space, to look at more the ways of the LGBTQ+. And for Jason Wee as well, he himself is not only the artist, but also running an artist in residence space called Grey Projects, which groom many more younger artists like Moses Tan as well, also started off another art space called Starch as well. So come to conclusion, I would say queer art can be queer art, but can also be many other entities. So if we're seeing queer art as queer art will be very limiting. And on the other side, it's really about expanding. And these three artists have shown some of the sensitivity in their works. They come from their value of queerness and also Asianness as well. And their album have reflected their personal and homeland's history and also the reality in terms of the locality. So such visibility is really about the negotiation. Even though such dynamic is already become a passe in the 80s in the West, but it's becoming in Asia. And the similarities, I would say that they have transformed the subject into intimate portraits, a quotidian yet intimate connection they share between the artist, the artwork, and also hopefully with the audience. And argue that they have deployed much more intimacy to communicate through the queer affection as an invitation to the audience rather than confrontational, which most of the time Western scholar will associate that with the gesture. And also, the affection and the bonds and the queer people as a queer kinship are thus delineated through their works, be it the sexual images captured from the private chat room, the subtle sound of the body movement and the breath, the cross-generational personal archival material, as well as the spatial aura created in the exhibition space. So this paper hopefully have give you an outline in understanding the queer art in this intra-Asia backdrop through the logic of the creation, medium, thought process, creative output, and display aesthetics, and also together with the inputs from the interview with the artists to understand the queer Asia, queer art in Asia as a whole. And of course, such parameters may be different if you choose another set of the artists or output in different time. But nonetheless, I open up this conversation so that this debate will be more robust to deepen our understanding of queer Asia as an art ecosystem as a whole. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kenneth Wong, for insightful presentation. So we have a question from the audience. So the first one, do you think that identification of the parameters of queer art in Hong Kong can reconcile with traditional cultural connotation and further promote the acceptance of the community in Hong Kong?
These parameters is for us to understand queer art not just limited as in gender diversity, stereotype kind of association or connotation. And I believe such parameters can create much more rooms because just like how David Gessie and Alpesh Kantila Patel as well, they have included the Archiprod abstract art, street art to be queer art as well. So if these parameters are being widely discussed and further debate, I think there are much more room for queer art. Just like in 2019, there's one queer art exhibition in Tainan Fine Art Museum. It is about failure of the extraordinary. It's not very much focused on the gender diversity, but much more focused on the art of failure in queer. And the upcoming one in Tycoon is about myth maker. So they have drawn the traditional perception about pure personnel and charisma. I think that would give us much more broader spectrum to discuss about what is pure art, be in Hong Kong or in other countries as well.
All right, good answer. So let's move on to the next one. What do you think is the future of pure arts in representation in Asia? And what are the major obstacles you foresee?
Giving the momentum and dynamic that consistently coming back in Asia, like Spectral Synthesis 1 in 2007, 2 in BACC Bangkok, and then now 3rd in Tycoon, Hong Kong, I would say it will flourish just like the Manifesta in Europe as well. How the host country were taken to use queer art as instrumental in advancing the local LGBTQ plus milestone as well in terms of activism. Just like we already seen how the 377A as a sodomy act being abolished in Singapore recently, and also how the public housing provision for the same-sex community in Hong Kong early in March this year. It's not solely just the role or the contribution of queer art, but it certainly goes hands in hand with the queer activism on ground and also online as well, just like this occasion. So the conversation in this Asia region, I think is much more crucial and significant so that we can see what can we do more in this regional collaboration. Collaboration is something that we can, is a challenge. It's also something that we can utilize much more as well. There's another theory of assembly or assemblage by another scholar called Li Po Han as well. So he's also looking into the regional collaboration of the queer activism on the site, together with the public health advocacy for the LGBTQI plus community.
All right, good to hear the future of queer arts in Asia. All right, no more question. Thanks again to Mr. Kenneth Wong. So we shall move on to the next presenter, which is...
Thank you for hosting.
Yep, Rochelle Yi Xuan Yang from the Hang Seng University of Hong Kong, China, with the paper title Luminance for the Brighter Future, Lighting Design for Environmental Protection, representing design area. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Barin. Yeah, and also Dr. Yip, and hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So yes, hold on a second, please. Okay. So the topic of my presentation is lighting design for human gathering during the pandemic. In the past 3 years, social distancing has affected our social life and has taken a toll on our emotional health. Many people turn to the arts for comfort and to ease their anxiety and frustration. The aim of my study is to explore the possibility of the use of light art to bring positive input, as well as to examine the effect of a UVC light and how it could possibly facilitate the human interaction during social distancing. In our daily life, we were all advised to put on face masks to prevent COVID-19 virus, and we emerged into global threat. Wearing masks has become the new normal, or as a social courtesy in post-pandemic nowadays. Some researchers stated it would possibly result in confusion to comprehend our facial expressions properly, and it makes lacking of closeness in face-to-face for the interpersonal communication. Actually, I was joking. Today is our final year commencement for our first graduates, and I have no idea how they look like. Honestly, after remove the mask, I wouldn't be able to recognize them in streets, and I couldn't believe that I've been with them for like 3-4 years. Yeah. Well, so in the long run, it will increase the level of social anxiety and loneliness as a result, especially for teenagers and children. And as an artist, I start to explore about what art can do and what art has done to connect people. Because I always believe art can relieve the pain and heal people's hearts, especially when the art integrate the technology and natural science. So today I'd like to share some information about urban sun as a case study. Urban sun I think it can be an ideal example of the 3-in-1 integration, right? The art, public art, technology, and natural science, which provide a solution to the said problem. And the slogan to the project, Imagine a Better Place Where We Can Meet Again. Well, already stated the meaning of urban sun, and the innovative new media light art is created by Dutch artist Don Groesrot, Mr. Don Groesrot and his team, based in Amsterdam. And it is the world's first largest scale live display, and that also helped clean the public space of coronavirus to facilitate human gatherings. Well, this brings several questions. I'd like to also find out from the case study of urban sun, and how could a public art installation help relieve anxiety and social isolation? And also, how do we raise environmental awareness through public art? And how does urban sun reduce the risk of infection in public spaces? Well, I said that the urban sun as a piece of public art that which utilized UVC lighting sensitization to combat viruses and to provide people a safer zone in public space. So from this perspective of visual psychology, the image of the sun or sun eclipse was associated with a source of energy, right, and hope and luminance. It was a common sense, or it is a common sense to all of us, that the sunlight is a natural disinfectant, and it has been scientifically proved it works. I remember that when I was little, the grandma said, "Hey, okay, let's take out the blanket and under the sun, have it exposed for 1 to 2 hours, and it's like clean as new." I think that's kind of like an ancient wisdom, right? And has been a common sense for all of us. And the UV radiation is classified into 3 primary types. And maybe some of people might think, oh, does it really work? It's a lamp, it's a public art, maybe it's just a kind of a visual installation. But actually, I'd like to also give extra information about this type of UVC lighting you adopt in this new media installation. Yeah. While the UV radiation is classified into these 3 primary types, it's ultraviolet A, we call that UVA. Here's actually a chart, you can take a look, or ultraviolet B, abbreviations, the UVB, or the ultraviolet C, which is the UVC. You can see from this ultraviolet light spectrum. Okay, so while research shows that through the traditional 254 nm above, that the UVA or UVB light are harmful to human skin after exposed for a few hours. And the new far UVC light with a wavelength of 2 to 2 nanometers can actually sensitize the viruses, and it is safe to use as a lamp, especially outdoor. Okay, and so I'd like to maybe share more information about Urban Sun project via a video. It's about 2 minutes.
Imagine a place where you could meet again. The world's first urban sun is a symbol of hope. Hope of a world without barriers. The coronavirus has changed our lives. The world's first urban sun cleans public spaces of the coronavirus for safer human gatherings. Let's bring back our well-being using the power of light.
What did you think about Urban Sun the first time you heard about it?
The first thing was it's a bold and brave idea.
I think it's a marvelous idea. What we need is courage to do it in another way.
I was skeptical at first, but then the more we started looking at it, it started to make a lot of sense.
While traditional UV light is harmful, the new 222 nanometer far UVC light is considered safe.
To see this data and these studies that show UV222 as being not harmful to mammalian skin and eyes was quite revelatory, honestly.
Validated by scientists, it could clean up to 99.9% of the coronavirus safely. Urban Sun is created by Daan Rozengaarde, along with his team of designers, scientists, and virus experts. With the support of the Dutch Council of Public Health and Society, and measured and calibrated by the Dutch National Meteorology Institute, VSL. We are the architects of our new normal.
Okay, I believe that the video already quite self-explanatory. So the objective of Urban Sun was to take further step, combine the digital creativity, light science, and as art installation to facilitate the interaction of people during the social distancing, as I already claimed before. And I think it has a meaningful association with natural sun, and also that the psychological connection with hope and energy, I think, was quite immediate for most of pedestrians, according to the observation by the Horsgaard design team in Amsterdam. And after the few months observation, that's the conclusion the team had. And also throughout the experiment of the project, I think has been proven that actually has the scientific part has been working. Well, so far that people actually remove the face mask under this artificial sunlight has never got any problem. At least that, within a week, everyone was safe and fine. And then no matter what, this is not really a scientific research, but I think rather a really, I think explore, we are explore to this idea how to actually merge, the media, art, and how it can actually benefit to people and facilitate interaction during this critical time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that, for sharing that interesting topic. And I believe Urban Science Project is such an inspiring arts in the modern days, right? So we come to question and answer session. We have one question here. There is definitely a very noble cause to this research. Kudos to you and your team. My question is, do you think your research will have collaboration with other stakeholders or less fortunate, such as those who have physical disabilities, to enjoy this urban sun creation as well?
I think that's such a good insight, a very good perspective that you brought. Thank you. Actually, it has been tested that the indoor, that it has to have a certain distance, right? It has to have a higher ceiling. It cannot be like immediate to like as a lamp at the table, or like a house. It's not really suitable for the house size lamp unless we have a much higher ceiling, at least like over like 3 meter, 4 meters, I believe. But that has not been closely tested. But this urban sun has been created in to raise awareness, also for our environmental protection, as well as the community, bring people together like outdoors, like a community. And I think that works so far. But this is such a wonderful idea that you brought to us. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that answer. So we have the second one. There seems to be a strong argument where one side advocates the use of natural lights and the other advocates the use of artificial light. So what do you think are the advantage of artificial lighting in relation to health?
Actually, the entire study formed, there's actually some research basis that form, the project, the idea of the project, Urban Sun. And for example, in the Natural magazine in 2020, about I think March, and it stated the sensitivity of coronavirus to the far UVC light, together with extensive safe data, that suggests that it may be feasible to have the lamp providing this continuous low dose for UVC exposure in public. And so although that has been like there's some also the papers and also some researcher they're keen to examine about it. But I think the distance in between, also the exposure length, the hours, they're also very critical. There are a few variables. So it's hard to like conclude what is the better one, what is the, it also depends on the usage. That during the pandemic, a lot of times social distancing, we are, we're quarantined. We are quarantined indoors, and very less chance that we get exposed to the sunlight, because this project was conceived in late 2020 and established in 2021. During that time, I think that condition was quite severe, and a lot of places require quarantine. Yeah, but of course, nothing can compare to the natural sun. The natural sun still is the vital source of energy and everything. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we have another one.
Thank you.
An interesting one. So the Urban Sun project is really interesting. So I'm curious about the progress of this project now, especially when the world is opening up and dropping masks.
Okay, sorry, the connection was a bit breaking up. Can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
So the Urban Suns project is really interesting. So I'm curious about the progress of this project now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. This project basically has been done, but it has been regarded as a public art, and it has just in Bali, Indonesia, and in a few places outside of Amsterdam, and also the few cities in Netherlands. But it hasn't been moved too far away, because also some of the public regulations. There are a lot of negotiation with some city government, etc. So far, there only are three. Like in Netherlands, there are only maybe five. 5 places, and Bali there's only one, so 6 places, and the whole team already moved to the other coming project for agricultural, utilizing the land design and to kill this harmful virus to the agricultural plants. So that is the upcoming project that utilized the light to sensitize those harmful micro insects to the plants. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we got another one. So just wondering what is the cost of having the urban sun installed in public spaces? Can you answer that question?
For the cost, I'm not the best person to ask. I need to also ask the budget and financial team, so to get more quote for you. But I think the definitely it actually need a lot of sponsorship. It has also had a 3-way collaboration, the government and also some of the donors, and working on that. And every project actually take about at least 6 months to plan, also to finance and everything. Yeah. So maybe you can leave a contact and they can get back to you.
All right, great answer. So with that, we'll end the session for Rochelle Yang. Thank you again. And we shall move to the next one, which is...
Thank you.
Welcome. Xixin Fan from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, China. And in the area of arts with the topic higher education engagement in community festival.
So thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Fancy from Hong Kong. Today's topic, I'm talking about the higher education engagement in community festival, a case study from Hong Kong. So my presentations will be divided into 6 parts. So let's start with the introduction. So actually, festivals are an important aspect of human civilization. Since the ancient time, the festival have permeated our culture and traditions from generation to generations. Then we celebrate Spring Festival, and now in modern time, festivals are integrated to the cultural landscape and connected to more people's needs and lifestyle. And we are also look into the festival evolution, and also the evolution of the festival has witnessed the change of the time. So festival as a dynamic phenomenon are actually formulated in a social, anthropological, and economical and geographical perspective. So and as the increasing number of the festival grows around the world, there is also great demand of professional talents serving in the cultural industry. So the higher education institutions have successfully offered courses related to festival at a diploma, degree, and master level in Hong Kong. Some courses combine festival knowledge in business management, hospitality, cultural tourism, and cultural management, while some focus entirely on festival management. For example, the University of Hong Kong School of Professional and Continuing Education collaborate with the University in Edinburgh, offering the BA in International Festival and Event Management. So my research aims to examine the festival through the higher education perspective. So before jumping to the problem statement, I also want to give you some background information about the case study. Later I will explain more. So actually between 2018 to 2020, so myself serve as the teaching assistant at the MA in Cultural Management program at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. So the program offered the elective course called Curating and Managing Cultural Festival in the spring semester. At the end of this course, students are required to plan and execute a real arts festival in Hong Kong as a part of their learning outcome. So faculty members and students involved in the community festival project called Along the Age. So you might see there's a 5th edition Along the Age Arts Festival here. So the Arts Festival attempts to focus on the subordinated community and the story through the multidisciplinary art forms. So you might also see my role is also supporting the curriculum implementation and also facilitate the process of festival management. But since the outbreak of the COVID-19, so many festivals around the world were canceled or also postponed. So as in higher education, so we're also developing the safe, socially distancing alternative ways to move all the things online. So all the courses are online. And this is also our first time in 2020 that we managed the festival online. So actually students are also it was the very first experience for the students organizing an online festival. But also building on the track record of the festival, at some point the faculty team decided to hand over the festival to the interested party who can support the development of the festival. So that's you can see that in 2021, the festival started to still organize online because of the COVID, but become an independent arts organization in Hong Kong. So this research also delved into the case study of Along the Age Arts Festival from the perspective of teaching staff as well as the festival practitioners. So my previous festival experience triggers my research interest to further examine the relationship between the community festival and higher education. The research aims to examine the festival through the lens of higher education. And through the literature review part, so it's mainly for two parts. So the first part is about festival and the community. So festival is defined as a theme and public celebration, and festival also have a direct impact on like place, visitor, and as well as community. And it also, because currently the festivalization of the culture actually become the urban planning strategies to boost the local and economic development. So the festival itself also encourage the visitor to visit the places and also interact with the local community. And festival are also help to create a new employment opportunity within the community and also increase the income from cultural tourism to encourage more cultural tourism expenditure. So on the other hand, the growth of the community arts festival actually also give a voice to those subordinated communities to reflect on some social and cultural issues. And festival is also provide a platform for the people come together and share their culture and identity, and which also strengthen the community types. So as we might see that festival is the intermediary for students and higher education institutions to engage the public. But from the higher education perspective, the primary purpose of the contemporary higher educations are talent cultivation, research, and social service. And higher educations fulfill their purpose through the curriculum design and the curriculum implementation. And there's some studies also talk about the relationship between the higher education and the community festival in some of the existing literature. So experiential learning has been demonstrated to be beneficial in festival and event management. And also in UK, there's a study from UK also identify 5 different ways how the UK university engage in the festival. One of the format is that festival work as part of the student course in event management. So the collaborative model are analyzed in the Australian curriculum as well. So the pedagogical practice provides students with industrial focus, real world experience, while enabling them to study independently in a supportive setting. But little research effort has examined the festival scenario from the perspective of higher education in Hong Kong. So the study aims to investigate the relationship between the higher education and community festival. So the several qualitative research methods were adopted. Firstly, content analysis was conducted on the course, core curating and managing cultural festival from 2018 to 2020. So the research has to be based on the data, both primary and secondary. So we are we're reviewing the course content, teaching methods, and as well as the learning outcome. And it eventually describes some of the difference and similarities of the curriculum design and the implementation. So besides content analysis, ethnographic methods were chosen to further examine the festival practice of organizing along the Age Arts Festival. The researcher me participated in the community festival as a facilitator and a manager for the 5 years. So starting from 2018, the community festival is organizing in Hong Kong physically, embark on this course of Along the Age. We look into the stories and community like outside of the mainstream. But because of the COVID, we moved the festival fully online. And after 2021, the festival is organized from the student-run festival project to an independent organization. So this evolution of the festival project actually provides some insights of this research as well. Finally, the semi-structured interview work was carried out with the course instructor. A series of the open-ended questions in relation to the higher education and the festival practice were also included. So based on the existing literature and the case study, gaps in the theoretical and the practical experience for the festival management can be identified by the interviewing outcome as well. So come into the findings and discussion. So higher education equips students with professional knowledge, practical skills, and as well as the experience of the festival. So curating and managing cultural festival is the course under the division of cultural study. So this course also enables the students to gain the festival-related knowledge in industry and also a social context. So, here, festival as an experimental pedagogy. So, combining the practical and the teaching experience, the course instructor clearly indicated the potential of the festival, adhering the concept of experiential learning. Festival is regarded as a teaching tool for students to learn festival-related knowledge and also the skill set. So, and the community festival also become an important carrier, not just showcasing the students' learning outcome, but also trying to respond some of the current social issues in Hong Kong. So students can connect their academic knowledge to the real world practice through this festival project. And the second finding is about like festival as a knowledge transfer perspective. So Donald Gates also tried to systemize the knowledge about the festival study, because festival management is now becoming a subfield of the event management. Many researchers actually conduct a festival study to further define the scope of this film. And as mentioned before, that the festival courses actually under in the division of cultural study. So as festival management is an emerging field, so the scope of their knowledge and skills are fairly broad. So this also provides an opportunity for academic institution to provide the course content flexibly, which help to further establish festival knowledge as a complex and multidisciplinary field. And as well, I mean, the global pandemic also encouraged some new practice among students in higher education. So which help further explore some new territory by evaluating the teaching quality and also the sustainability of online teaching. And actually the changing of the curriculum design and the content actually reflect on the environmental and the demographic change within the festival industry and in the higher education sector. And the third part is the higher education as an incubator. So the community festival we have organized for the past 5 years provide a platform for students, individual artists, and art groups and higher education who can also give different perspective and voice to the society. It also worthy to consider that the initiator of the arts festival are the academias with the expertise in the field of festival management or relevant. So the festival actually promote the academia and the society to have more
You have
in-depth
3 minutes, sorry.
Okay, thank you. And so I think the Community Arts Festival was incubated and developed and transferred into an independent arts organization. And higher education is the incubator to cultivate this project. But one more thing is that the ownership of the festival also make a potentially huge difference to the natures of its management and also the experience delivered to the audience. Of course, there's some limitation because of the time and the resources limited. So we might not deliver the professional working experience to our student. And student also is one of our major stakeholders that we might take into account of their feedback. And I think in the conclusion, festival higher education engaged the community festival through disseminating knowledge, research, and incubating community festival. And we also, this research also clearly assessed the role of the higher education in the community art festival in this Hong Kong contest. And I think the joint effort between the higher education and the festival industry is required to identify the similarities and difference to improve the professionalism in the field. And I think last but not least, also Donald Gates also emphasized the absence of the cultural perspective in festival studies, because most of the literature related to festivals actually come from the West. And we're also using the case study approach. And I think festival management education should focus on more different perspective in local and global context. And the theoretical contributions and the practical implication of this study are discussed to point the way toward the future development of the festival management in higher education. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Xin Fan, for that wonderful presentation. Something that we can adapt to as an educator on how to engage with the community in the future. All right, we have, allow me to take some question from the audience. Okay, we have one question here. So this research brings us even closer to the practice of community engagement through education. However, as we are delving more and more into the world of extended reality, how would your research overcome this hurdle so there is more participation in cultural festivals?
So thank you for the question. So as you might see that the festival project is starting as a student project, but now actually we turn into this project as a more research related. So we're also using the festival platform and also higher education platform. We want to also further to extend to explore more possibility in this online festival through the practice, through the research, and through exploring different alternative ways to organize a festival. And compare with the physical festival, the online festival actually also give some comparison. But of course, I think there's some takeaway from the past 3 years pandemic, because some of the I think mindset and thinking actually can help us to further push us forward to embrace the future development. Yeah.
All right, thanks for that answer. So we haven't got any more questions. Thank you, Sishin Fan. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we should move on to the next presenter. To allow me to introduce the next presenter, Liu Xiao from Taylor's University, Malaysia, representing design area, and then with the topic consumer challenges on online shoes purchasing and attitude toward 3D visual shoe technology, a survey study on women in China. The floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, audience. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for being here today. It's my pleasure to have the opportunity to share my research with you. My name is Tao Luying, and I'm a PhD student from the design school, Taylor's University. My article title is Consumers' Challenges on Online Shoes Purchasing and Attitude Towards 3D Virtual Shoe Technology, a survey study of women in China. Actually, it is a preliminary research for my PhD research. I will present it from 5 parts: introduction, literature review, methodology, findings and discussion, conclusion and limitations. I'm going to start with the background of introduction, explaining why I chose this topic and why I consider this question. As you can see from figure 1, China remained the largest e-commerce market in 2021, far exceeding the 19% in the United States. Choosing the fashion product shoes is because the increasing global footwear market, but the return rate of footwear can be as high as 35%. 65% of all returns were related to the fact that the shoe did not fit the customer's foot, and 70% of returns are due to the improper fit or style. With the virtual shoe fitting system, the comfort of the shoes can be accurately judged, and consumers can avoid buying unfit shoes. Then comes to the problem statement. Although there are some research work related to online shoe shopping, several practical questions arise when dealing with the improving customer shopping experience from the perspective of reducing the return rate. The first one is because it is difficult to find the correct shoe size from the online store. The second, it is difficult to accurately judge whether the shoe fits comfortably on customers' own foot. And the third, the large number of returns brings unnecessary economic losses for businesses. To be more specific, clothing and shoes have the highest rates with 30 to 40% returned. Many retailers throw away over 25% of their returns, over 5 billion pounds of goods landfill a year. Here are three research questions. One is, what are the challenges of purchasing shoes online among women? And the second, what is women's focus of purchasing shoes online? And the third, what is the women's perception of the application of 3D virtual shoe fitting on purchasing shoes online? The next slide is about the literature review. It begins with the growing female shoe markets. According to Women's Footwear Market Overview, the women's footwear market is at US dollars 178 billion in 2022 and is projected to reach US dollar 219 billion by 2027. This is followed by the functional requirements of 3D virtual fitting. 95% of consumers desire to try 3D virtual fittings. 80% of customers support the establishment of virtual shoe fitting room, and 60% of consumers willing to upload their own photos and body measurements. However, there are many differences between the digital model and the real object now. The references of 3D virtual clothes fitting can provide shoe fitting a lot of guides, although 3D clothes fitting has long been available, but it still has some problems. For example, the distortion of the try-on effect is very high. The virtual model's lack of realism, the posture and movement. Fabric simulation effect is not very good. To the end, it is necessary to do some research on the improvement of 3D virtual shoe fitting. Xu and Zhou analyzed 7 virtual fitting systems, and it is helpful to improve the simulation of the systems. Liang et al. Compared 8 3D fitting platforms. However, it needs more specific and deep points. This study implies a quantitative research method, and a questionnaire survey will be conducted. The survey will be conducted online and offline, targeted to the female in 9 cities in Pearl River Delta in Guangdong Province, China. The research population is 18 to 40 years old female, because women of this age show great pleasure in shopping for shoes online due to the age group is yours and have significantly higher purchasing intentions than elderly consumers. Purposive sampling will be used because the survey is only focused on female population. The questionnaire survey is divided into 4 parts, including basic information, buying habit, understanding for 3D fitting, and their acceptance for 3D shoe fitting. The next slide comes to findings and discussion. A total of 111 questionnaires were collected, and most of them are at the age of 18 to 40 years. The result shows in figure 3 that get rid of the students. The working women, including the employed and self-employed, contribute 78%. This also proves why the demand for fashionable and comfortable women's shoes are increasing. It is closely related to more and more women going to work and they need to purchase shoes. And if there is enough time to go shopping in the physical store, they will prefer to buy shoes online. Next, the two figures here show that almost every woman has purchased shoes in online store due to women consumer who regularly buy shoes online account for 1/3 of the total. Online shoe purchasing experience is worth to be researched. And in this study, respondents were asked to choose one type of shoes. They find it is most difficult to purchase online. Almost half of participants point out the most difficult type of shoes is the shadow mouse shoe with heels. And we can also see from figure 7 that the shoes are not comfortable, wrong sizes, and poor material are the top 3 options for the difficulties. When it comes to respondents' opinion on the importance when they purchasing shoes online, the result revealed that operation, whether the shoe type fits my feet type, ranking the first among the 4 options. It means that most of the respondents may find it is hard to choose a pair of shoes that really fit their foot type when purchasing shoes online. And if the online store can provide the shoes accurately fit their foot shape, they probably be more willing to buy shoes online. The last question is aiming to realize the women's consumers' expectation for 3D fitting technology used in online shoe purchasing. Almost every operation provided has been chosen by half or more of the respondents. This proves that women consumers' hopes for 3D shoe fitting are relatively high, and in the further research will attach importance to the 3 top options in order to improve the 3D shoe fitting. And the last part is conclusion and limitation. It is discovered that most of women consumers are facing the various difficulties in online shoes purchasing. And most of customers accept the 3D fitting technology and were waiting to try shoes virtually before make a purchase in e-store. And solving the problem of virtual fitting to help e-customers select the most appropriate size during their online shopping experience, because the key to improve customer satisfaction in order to reduce the number of shoe returning. But there are also some limitations. The first one is this research only focuses on Chinese market, and if it's promoted to the whole world online market, different shoe sizes, standards, and different wearing habit with various culture will be deeply researched. And the second, due to the small sample size, the results of the surveys are not fully representative of the general public. And in the future research intends to concentrate on the technique issues about 3D virtual shoe fitting, such as developing the shoe fabric simulation effect and give customer the complete fitting evaluation. Here is the references. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
All right, thank you for interesting presentation, Lin Xiao. Indeed, 3D visual shoe technology is really interest us to know more about the technology. So just little reminder for all presenter, hopefully you guys can stay in this meeting room because some of the technical errors has caused some of the question come in a bit late. All right. Okay, allow me to take some question from the audience. All right, question number 1. Okay, to me, it's like finding foods that I enjoy, and that's mean testing it in person. Do you think that with this interesting 3D technology, your research may open more doors to include more qualities of the human sense in online purchase?
Sorry, it is a comment or question?
Okay, can I repeat the question? So shopping to me is like finding food that I enjoy, and that means testing it in person. Do you think that with this interesting 3D technology, your research may open more doors to include more qualities of the human sense in online purchase?
Yes, thank you for your question. My research is related to our daily life, especially shopping experience. The shoe, one of the fashion product, is very common in our daily life wear. So I want to do some help for customers to find more fit shoes for themselves online, because more and more people prefer to purchase fashion product online, but there is a lot of returns, and it is very time consuming and bring the customers a lot of confused about the fit and the unfit of the shoes. So I want to improve this problem by my research. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that answer. So another one, shopping is sometimes a therapeutic, sometimes personal experience. Do you think digital technologies can replace this experience?
Okay, thank you for your question. I think that digital knowledge cannot all replaces the physical shopping experience. Physical shopping and online shopping can be existed together, but each of the shopping type can bring the customers different benefit. We can use the new technology or such as virtual technology to make our life more convenient, and make the customers' shopping experience more satisfied. Okay, that's
all right.
all. Thank you.
Great answer. So we have another one. So since human food is unique, so do you think that there will be a technology that could be used to assist in purchasing the product in the future? So we have different size of foods, right?
Sorry,
Okay,
I
I'll
didn't
repeat the question.
understand.
I'll repeat the question. Since human food is unique, do you think that there will a technology that could be used to assist in purchasing the product in the future?
Okay, thank you for the question. I have mentioned in my PowerPoint in the limitation part, due to the different country, the different humans and different food types, different buying habits. It's really a huge problem to will be solved in the future. I can only start from my own country to because there is little research about this area now. So I should start one step by one step. Firstly, target to Chinese customer, and when it be more major, I will promote it into the world, I think. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the presentation and also the answers.
Thank you.
We move on to the next one. We come to the end of the presenters today. So allow me to introduce Meng Chen Zhao from Shenzhen University, China, in the area of arts, with the paper title Music Factors Driving Users Engagement on Short Video Platforms, a case study of Douyin in China. Please.
Thank you. So, hi guys. Today I'd like to talk about a question. So, how the short video platform affect the music distribution? And let's just talk about some introduction about the platform and TikTok. So, I separate the platform to two parts. One part is specialized in music, like Spotify, which is international now, and like
Sorry, can you volume up your sounds, your audio?
Sorry?
I can't hear you clearly. Can you increase the volume?
So can you hear me now?
A bit low.
It's so how about now?
Still the same, I guess.
So how's that? It's better now?
Can you check the setting or something?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can't really hear you.
Oh, so
Can you check your microphone setting, please?
yes. So maybe I use another account to
Yes, please.
Okay.
Take your time.
well, let's start from this part. I separate the platform into two parts, and one is specialized in music, like the Spotify, which is international now, and the NetEase Cloud and QQ Music is very popular in China. And the other platforms like the TikTok, Facebook, YouTube's, they are not specialized in music, but music can be promoted and created on these platforms. So now today I would like to focus on the TikTok. TikTok is one kind of short video platform in China, and every short video on TikTok is combined with music. But the rule of the music can be very different. Well, I think there are two rules. The first one is for the background music to set off the atmosphere in the video, and also the other one is just for the music production. Well, we just make the music to be visualized, so we could call it the music visualization. And so here's how the TikTok work, use the algorithm mechanism. And we can see that, well, firstly, your video could be put into a small pool of audience. And if they just gather enough interactions with the audience, then it will be put into a larger pool and repeat several times. It will get widely spread. And there are multiple music producers on platforms, not only the traditional record companies and also the new musicians. And also there is the multi-channel network, where I will call it MCN, as a mediator to help the musicians to operate the content on the platform. So here's some literature review about the platform, how the platform changed the music. We could say that to change the music for the form, like the digital music, digital album, and also the view mode. And there are some diversified distribution strategies, like we could put it onto the YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and also it just changed the music market. And also I think the music provide emotion and atmosphere in the literature review. And also the video can make it easier for the audience to enter the sense. So here's the research gap. Well, there's only little discussed on how to produce and promote music on the short video platform. So here's my research question. How TikTok makes music successful, and what kind of components of music short videos on the TikTok, and what make this make the videos popular? So how this kind of videos affect the music production and promotion. And I use the methods like case studies and also the text analysis. And I choose 48 videos as my samples from the 2021 TikTok Best Song list. And here's the categories of the music short videos on TikTok. And here's I built factors about the short videos of music, like the music factors and video factors. Well, here's the findings. Well, we could see that the most successful videos will have the positive emotion and have a strong rhythm and easy lyrics. Also, for the videos, we could see that they prefer to use the indoor scenes and have positive visual expressions and have a lot of body movements. Well, so my discussion is about well, firstly, for the music, well, we could say that music pieces with positive emotions can be more popular. Well, different kind of emotions, rhythms, and the lyrics of the music will affect the kinds of users' participation. Like the songs with simple melody is more suitable for the cover video, and the songs with the strong rhythm is more suitable for the dance. And let's just see a sample here. Okay. It's really short, but we could see, but it got a lot of likes on the TikTok. So I think the reason is that it just have the simple melody and the sound is really nice. And for the video part, we could see that the indoor scenes are more popular and more suitable for the production. Maybe well, the producers is thinking about the sound effects, or they need some private spaces, and also the videos with positive facial expressions and the body movements are more popular. Maybe they just bring the audience a sense of presence. Well, let's see a video here. Okay, actually, it's a song covered from the mood. It's very popular on the TikTok last year, and well, we can see that the actor have a lot of body language, body movements, and it just gives us a sense that it's just he is in front of us, and it's just like face to face. Okay, so and musicians who know how to use TikTok's function could show their works and entice audience quickly. And also, there's if there are some special phenomena or hot topics in the videos, and so the video will be popular very soon. And also, well, for the influencer, well, influencer is important if there are some influencers who could promote the music for us, but they are not necessary. And the content just become more important than before. The musicians with high quality works can be famous easier, even though they are unknown before. So let's also watch a video here. Why you always in the mood to fuck around like me? I'm trying to tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Baby, I'll tell you like rules. Every time I got a bit of you. Okay. Actually, this girl is just ordinary people, but this video got a lot of likes and comments on the TikTok. And I think it's just become very visible for the musicians. And so finally, 2 points of the critical thinking. The first one is that there are some the platform just changed the music market, especially for the production and the distribution. Like the music just becomes shorter, and the music on the TikTok platform are curated using the trends, recommendations, and this is very different from the playlist, especially on the music streaming platforms. And also the music on the TikTok platform needs more strong interaction and hot topics. And they just changed their producing process, like they could get the feedback from the likes and the comments very quickly. So they could, the musicians could optimize their music very quickly and to send a better pieces. And also the fame of musicians and experts reference are not as important as before. And finally, about the equality, does this platform, the short video platform, give or offer the equality to the musicians? Well, to some extent, I think yes. Well, because the platform increases the visibility of musicians and the music works, since the platform could reach millions of audience. So, well, there will be someone who will listen to our music, who will watch our videos. But if once the musicians or the music become dependent on the platform, so it means that they must comply with the rule on the platform. So like to reach the standards of the platform, to upload, to create the content, because well, there are some moderations on the platform. So that might damage their artistic expression and also will damage their innovation. And also there's an interesting thing is only some MCN institutions, the mediator, have more advertising resources, have more traffics, which means that if the musicians want to be famous, so they have to sign a contract with them to get this kind of resources. So to some extent, I think it's a forced choice. And also for this kind of, so we could say that the traffic distribution is still unequal and the power is still monopolized by some companies and organizations. So it's not equal for the musicians and the music. So which will have an influence on the form and the quality of the artistic creation. And here's my conclusions. Well, for some musicians who want to be famous or who would like to develop themselves on the platform, they could focus on the music and the video factors, which I have mentioned before. And well, I think maybe further in the research, in the future, further research, I would like to focus more on the quantitative research and also to research this question more deeply. And that's all about my presentation today.
Thank you, Meng Chen Jiao. Very interesting topic regarding TikTok. So allow me to take some questions from the audience. So the first question, since TikTok is so much part of social life, social media life, from funny videos to sharing of recipes, mimicking artists and imitating singers, how do you see music is being taken seriously in this popular platform compared the way we see it traditionally?
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
All right, I repeat it again. Since TikTok is so much part of social media life, from funny videos to sharing of recipes, mimicking artists and imitating singer, And how do you see music being taken seriously in this popular platform compared to the way we see it traditionally?
Mm, um, I'm so sorry. I can't.
Actually, how do you see music being taken nowadays compared to the previous traditional way we see it as a music?
The what of music?
Yeah, what's your opinion on music being taken seriously
You mean
nowadays? Because the
my
way we
opinion?
see it traditionally is quite different from we see music nowadays, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. How do you
Yes.
see about that?
Well, actually, I think it's critical, because, well, from one part for the arts marketing, well, sure, we allow more people to see our music, especially the music just become visualized, and we could enjoy the music from different forms, but well, this kind of fast and shorter music clips, and also, as I mentioned, the music now can be created very quickly. So is this really good for the quality of the music, and very good for the for the musicians to think deeply about their works, their pieces? I don't think so. So, but things are changing, and we need to spend more time on this research, and to see whether this kind of whether how this process will go in the future. Yes.
All right, thank you for that answers. We have another question. Okay, super interesting presentation. What are your thoughts on the future of music production? Could music only be recognizable by the accompaniment of viral TikTok videos in the future?
Can you repeat the last sentence
All right.
again? Sorry.
Could music only be recognizable by the accompaniment of viral TikTok videos in the future? I mean, for your future music production, do we need to really rely on virality of TikTok videos?
Why violet?
Viral TikTok videos.
Violet TikTok.
So when you're making music, should we rely on the music become viral in the TikTok, or just doing as we did previously?
So is the question means that the music become more important, or just the background music or something?
Because previously we are not rely on TikTok virality, right? So with TikTok, when we do music production, do we need to incorporate TikTok videos when it comes viral? Only then we can produce music. What your thought on that?
Well, Professor, sorry,
Okay, no problem. So maybe I could
Yeah.
skip this question. Then the next one, do you think artists should create according to what makes their TikTok videos popular?
Sorry, can you
Do
say
you
it
think,
again?
okay, do you think artists should create according to what makes their TikTok videos popular?
Maybe can you tap it onto the chat line,
All
or
right.
yeah, sorry, I'm sorry about it.
Can you see check? Or maybe I can continue with the next one. Okay, in your opinion, is the quality of music related to is going viral? What if the music is so good but does not go viral and vice versa?
Oh, I'm sorry. There's a question on the chat line. So can I answer it?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think artists should create according to what makes their TikTok videos popular? Well, well, this question really good. Well, I think to some extent, I think musicians should change their creations, their just kinds of or the form to make some more interesting things because well, as we all know that the platform is a trend and just like we have the televisions, we have the internet before, so it means that technology is developing and it will happen in the future. So I think the musicians should know how to use this kind of technology to make their music more popular. But that doesn't mean that they should quit or they should they should that doesn't mean that the musicians should only to create the content with what the audience want. Yes. Okay. Well, I also see some questions from Jin Chi. Can I answer it?
Sure.
Hello?
Sure, Meng Chen.
Oh, okay.
Hi,
okay.
thank you. Yeah.
Hi, Jin Chi. Do you find that the meaning and value music has changed with the use of TikTok, and what is opinion on that? Yes. Well, as I mentioned, firstly, the music just become how to say that, the background music, right? And but I still think that sometimes TikTok is a marketing tool for the musicians, and I think we should regard it as tool, not just we become a slave of the platform, you know. Yeah, this is my opinion. 矜持.
谢谢. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have the last one. Can you answer that question as well?
Okay, so which one? What do you think that the new technologies like AI impacting the music industry? Yes, well, AI has been used in the music streaming platform to curate the music. Well, traditionally, when we just use the record music, we will listen to the music by the album or to listen to the music by using the style, the theme, the brand of the traditional record companies. But now the music has been curated by the playlist, right? Especially on the Spotify or NetEase cloud in China. So the algorithm on the platform is used to make the users to analyze the user's preference. Yes, users' preference and to try to find what the audience are most likely to listen to. This kind of work partly is by the human and partly is by the AI now. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for that answer.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the session. So, some key takeaways from today's presentation. One, we learned about the importance of defining 5 parameters in core arts in Asia. Secondly, how lighting design innovation would practically impact our life through the aesthetic and environmental protection. And thirdly, how should higher education effectively engage in community festival? Fourth, the importance of 3D fitting technology in the online retail shoe industry. And then lastly, but not least, how to create a successful music for TikTok, right? I would like to say thank you to all the presenters for sharing your knowledge and expertise. And thank you for everyone for being here with us till the end. And till then, I pass over to my friend Jinchi. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Kamal.
Welcome.
And thank you so much to those who have presented in this second session of paper presentation. We will now move to our third keynote session of the day. Okay, this session will be moderated by Ms. Nur Anis Ismail. Anis is a lecturer at the Design School at Taylor's University with teaching interests in the application of design theories, especially visual communication in various media outputs. She is also currently pursuing her postgraduate studies in gamification for education, centering on the playful experiences of the engagement. I will now invite Anis to introduce Dr. Matt Jennings and Dr. Carl Tizek-Kleister, our keynote speakers for this session. Take it away, please, Anis.
Hi, and a very thank you to Dr. Jinchi for the introduction. But before we begin our session, Dr. Matt, which user account should I put on as spotlight? Is it Health Action Training or Matt Jennings account?
If you could put both, that would be great.
Both as spotlight, yeah?
Please.
Okay, sure. All right. So, first and foremost, welcome to Vision of the Unequal World, VUW, a virtual conference that is brought together to you through the collaboration of Taylor's University Malaysia and the Chinese University of Hong Kong, coming to you live from our Facebook and also YouTube channel. My name is Nur Anis, as I was introduced by Dr. Jinchi. I am a fellow academic from the Taylor's Design School, and I will be the moderator for today's keynote 3 speakers, the co-founders of Health Action Training, or HAT, Dr. Matt Jennings and Dr. Carl Tizek-Kleister, who both are the experts in theatre and performance art with specialty for healthcare. So throughout the years, we have seen the demands for progress and attempts of various practitioners across different design fields in their pursuit of creating fairness and equality for all walks of life, as how demonstrated by the speakers from our session today. And as our conference hopes to bring together this professional to shed light on how design arts and communication can be envisioned and contribute to a world that is prone to inequivalence, our keynote speakers today bring forth a very interesting perspective on healthcare through the compassionate approach of acting as the key for empathy amongst medical practitioners. So I'll introduce briefly who our respectful speaker today. Dr. Matt Jennings has worked quite extensively. He has a lot of accomplishment under his belt as an actor, director, writer, musician, and arts facilitator, and now providing communication and resilience training for HAT. And he also has been an academic researcher and lecturer for drama studies at Edge Hill University, Northumbria University, and Ulster University, and currently an associate member of Indra Congress, an international network for youth arts and conflict transformation. Dr. Carl Kleister, on the other hand, had completed his PhD in the innovative interdisciplinary study of nursing and drama at Ulster University, and his studies had helped up the foundations of HAT, and he too had worked professionally as performer, writer, researcher, and director. So as a co-founder, he's also the director of HAT. He leads on the quality of improvement, research, and evaluation of the subject matter. So there's quite an impressive line of accolades there. So before I pass on the chair to Matt, I would like to gently remind the audience that if you are joining us live via live stream on our Facebook or YouTube channel, do leave your question or comments in the chat box and we will relay them to the speakers after their session. So dear speakers, if you are ready, the next 40 minutes is all yours. Take it away.
Thank you, Narayanas. Very kind introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here. And thank you to all the organizers of this event. It's wonderful to be able to contribute again and to see my old friends at the Chinese University, Hong Kong, and the new friends we met in Malaysia. So we're going to chat about health action training and what our company and our program does, and how that relates to inequality and compassion in an unequal world, particularly with reference to how we have been working over the last 3 or 4 years, helping nurses in the UK, but also now internationally, to develop their communication skills and their group resilience. And we would argue that this has to do with bolstering agency amongst people to advocate on their own behalf and behalf of others, as well as to look after themselves in general. At a time when nursing is under an increasing media spotlight, and because it has been going through some of the greatest challenges in the history of nursing. Our presentation is not just for or about nurses or even about applied drama workers. Anyone interested in the area of arts and health, anyone interested in health practice, I think it should be of some interest and value to you. We've got some slides. Carl, are you ready with the slides?
Yeah, just starting on now. Didn't want to cut you off as you're chatting there, Matt.
No problem.
Hopefully this works. If someone can let me know that it's working.
It's buffering at the minute.
Is that viewable, folks?
You can see that all right?
Yes, we can see the screen.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
All right, so to choose love and how, which sounds like a big statement, but in fact, it's kind of a simple one as well. It's built around the idea of actions in the sense of how actors play actions being a choice of a transitive verb, something you do to another. And what actors trained to do is to switch from one action to another, to go from threatening someone to loving someone at will. And that's an element of our training with nurses, to think about what they are doing and why they are doing it and to whom they are doing it, because it's always in relation to another. And hence it relates to agency. So you want to go to the next slide, Carl?
Absolutely.
So yes, here's a bit of a context. I'm sorry that the context information will be UK centric, but that's where we've been sort of doing most of our work for the last sort of 6 or 7 years. And we will be discussing work we've been doing with nurses internationally, including people in Asia and Africa and the global south as well. But we're just going to be taking a look at the picture of the context within which we started to deliver work as a company, health action training. The approach had been developed over about 6 years, between 2013 and 2019, working with nursing students in Northern Ireland at Ulster University, but for the last 4 years, since just before the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, we've been working with nurses in the UK and more recently internationally. And so this was the context where we started working with nurses. We had a little snapshot of what life was like and what the challenges that nurses were facing in the workforce. So these are problems that pre-existed the COVID pandemic. First of all, the removal of nurse bursaries. That was a bursary that nursing students got to study nursing. Was removed in 2016, and there actually has been a pay freeze in the entire public sector in the UK since well before 2016, since about 2010. So pay rates have not increased by more than 1.1% for any public servant in the UK. And particularly at the moment with skyrocketing inflation, that's been very challenging. So was it 2019, the RCN strike in Northern Ireland, Carl?
Yeah, 2019, it was pre-pandemic. And as I believe it was called off in many ways with that impending over the horizon. So it didn't go ahead fully as planned. But it's certainly the first time any nursing union in the UK had taken action to strike. And the RCN based in Northern Ireland was the first to even suggest doing so, even to ballot doing so.
Yeah, because unfortunately for nurses in Northern Ireland, the situation is even more dire than in the rest of the UK in terms of both pay and workload and other kinds of support for the nursing staff. Job insecurity and food and poverty. So since sort of the freeze on public service wages, many nurses are reported as having to go to food banks, which are charitable providers of free food, in order to feed their families. Even when working 50, 60, 70 hours per week, they're still not earning enough money to raise themselves and their families. Next one, please. And yeah, an ongoing issue that was one of the things that inspired us to originally start working using drama to help nurses develop their communication skills was, back in 2013 when I first met Pat Deeney, former senior lecturer in nursing at Ulster University, were difficulties in communicating emotionally challenging information and in very emotionally challenging situations. So breaking bad news and the difficulties of doing that in a way that didn't either lead to burnout on behalf of the health practitioner or kind of an armoring up against any sense of emotional vulnerability, which a lot of nurses report. So there was burnout and stress going on, particularly in relation to things like breaking bad news well before the pandemic. And this has been made worse since the need for PPE under COVID, because when your face is covered, it makes it even harder to communicate effectively with people when dealing with very challenging situations. And then even prior to the COVID situation, there was an increase in telephone health, telehealth, which includes telephone triage, where you're taking calls from people and you're deciding who most needs immediate help and who most needs a one-on-one visit and who can maybe be just dealt with on the phone. And there are increased difficulties when communicating from the telephone without any visual signals. 80-something%, isn't it, Carl, of information communicated non-verbally is communicated visually. So when you're on the phone to people, you can't tell physical or facial expression or body language and so on. And that also increases vocal strain. If you're not trained in using your voice properly, you can end up losing your voice. So, and then also for workers coming from international backgrounds into the NHS in the UK, very, very high charges for visas and for the compulsory testing, such as the OSCE prep and any kind of preparation for the OSCE, which is a role play performance. So nurses are having to pass role play assessments both internationally and locally in the UK, in order to become registered as nurses, which many report as the most stressful experience of their careers as nurses. They would find being examined by being watched while performing a role play more challenging and stressful than doing a 13-hour shift in an emergency department. So we've also, from the beginning, been trying to address the anxiety that nursing students and post-reg nurses who have to do an OSCE role play face when dealing with performance. The next slide, please, Carl.
Sure.
Carl, do you want to take over talking about the other challenges pre-COVID?
Absolutely, yeah. It occurs to me as well, Matt, something we haven't even begun to broach is the impact of Brexit as well. Maybe that can of worms is best left closed for now, but you can imagine the extra strain that Brexit has caused for recruitment into the UK for nurses, and also for UK nurses going abroad as well. The flow of the workforce has become very disrupted because of the changes there, at the very least, I would say. So I'm going to go through some other challenges, as Matt says. These are all pre-COVID again, I want to reiterate that. So these are existing problems within the UK system that we've identified before anything hit ahead with the pandemic. So our research found that 30% of complaints in some trusts, and this is based on the Patient-Client Council document, which comes out of Belfast, the Belfast Trust here in Northern Ireland, they found that 30% of complaints are based entirely on issues with communication. There's reports that over 22% of nurses feel low personal accomplishment at work on a day-to-day basis. Over 21% have experienced depersonalization in the workplace at some form. Over 30% feel emotionally exhausted. Over 36% are considering leaving the profession. And 42% of those cite poor management, support and systems for the main reason that they want to leave. So this picture here is really setting the scene that before the pandemic, things were already not looking too great for the profession of nursing. Unfortunately, in the UK, things were already coming to a head. As we mentioned in the last slide, the first time ever in the UK that a nursing union had gone to ballot had happened in 2019 into 2020. So this is a very precarious place for nursing to be, even before the grand challenge of the pandemic. Now, we all know that the pandemic had certain effects. In the UK, at least, what happened initially was a surge of public fellow feeling with nurses, and also lip service from politicians and other bodies congratulating healthcare staff on the monumental task they were undertaking with such dignity, grace and compassion, as they always do. So now we do have to look at the state of nursing in the UK 2022 and the impact of COVID-19 and the industrial action coming up very soon over the Christmas period, over the December period. So some contemporary research we found is indicating that there's 20% less income for experienced staff, nursing staff, compared to 20 years ago. This means that 20 years ago, nursing staff were 20% better off in terms of their pay and their wage. There are currently, and this is only going up, 47,000 nursing vacancies across the UK, currently unfilled, and there's no immediate notion whether they're going to be filled. As I say, that number's going up and up and up and up. This is a really worrying one for me. It just shows the extent of the hemorrhaging of staff in the NHS for nurses. 25,000 nurses have left the UK register between 2021 and 2022. The UK register is conducted by the NMC, the Nursing Midwifery Council. All registered nurses in the UK have to be registered with the NMC to practice as a professional nurse. And as Matt's already mentioned, one of the requirements is for a nurse to have passed the OSCE based on the NMC standards. 53% of nurses, registered nurses and midwives, have reported feeling unwell, directly unwell due to their work, not just emotional burnout, not just stress, not just these words that we're hearing increasingly over the last few years about our mental well-being, directly feeling unwell because of their work. 67% of nurses regularly work unpaid hours to cover staff shortages. This is no surprise. We all know that healthcare workers work above and beyond, often work above and beyond what's expected of them and what they're paid for. But this number of 67% is indicating that over 2/3 of nursing staff are regularly working unpaid hours to cover the shortfall in the staff. It's not a sustainable practice. And this one is possibly the worst for me. 72.8% of these cite that their workplaces are inadequately staffed. So not only are people working extra hours overtime, they're also working in what are unsafe environments. So it's a double effect here that there's not enough staff to work. And when there are staff there, it's staffed in such a way that it's inadequate, that there are serious concerns for patient and practitioner safety. And I think we can understand why this has come along to cause industrial action. The UK has gone to ballot for the RCN, the largest nursing union in the UK, and overwhelmingly, over I think 200 now, NHS organisations have approved the strike action. We'll be going to strike over December. And it's a very, speaking personally, it's a very worrying time when people like nurses are going on strike. And it's going to be very interesting to see how it goes, but I can't help feeling worry about the situation. But we'll see how it goes. There's a few other bits of research I didn't add to the slide I'd like to add. So after the pandemic, there's 37% stating they felt burnout over the last year or feel it currently. And this one as well really stuck out to me, and I found it late and I didn't get it into the slides in time, but this one, that almost 17% of staff surveyed by the NHS staff survey, which happens every year, 200,000 or so members replied to this. So 17% of those 200,000 members of staff state that as soon as they find another job, they will be leaving their role. They are actively seeking a way out of the NHS. 17% of 200,000. So not only have we already got 47,000 vacancies and 25,000 people already looking to leave, 17%, almost 20% of those are looking to leave immediately. So it's a very precarious, difficult situation to be in. So I'm going to hand over to Matt to hopefully turn this kind of very negative or very challenging situation into something that we can work in. Over to you, Matt.
Yes, thank you, Cal. And like I say, I'm sorry that the research we're citing is largely UK-centric. But that's where we was predominantly working with the company. But over the last year, we've started working with nurses internationally, including nurses in Jordan, Mexico, Kenya, South Africa, India, Nepal, Bhutan, United States, Canada, Italy, Spain, Australia, and numerous others. And one of the things that has emerged from that collaboration and research that we've had shared with us by the nurses and the nursing trainers we've been working with is that globally there are similar numbers. There are similar percentages of people who are burning out. There are similar percentages of people who are leaving. There are similar, if not higher, numbers of vacancies, more nurses needed globally. And one of the ironies of the situation is that nursing workforces are moving internationally more than ever. And yet every country, whether it's the country that the nurses are coming from or the countries that they're going to, are short of nurses, similarly short of doctors. So a lot of nurses have left Ireland and the UK to go to Australia, for instance, because Australia has much better conditions and salaries and wages for nurses than are available in the UK. However, Australia is still tens of thousands of nurses short of its target. Many people come to the UK because of the higher salaries you get here compared to, say, India and the Philippines, where a number of the nurses we've been working with come from. And yet there are still tens of thousands of places empty in the UK. And there are tens of thousands of places empty in countries like India and the Philippines. So, and one burnout is almost as predominant within all nurses in all countries as it is anywhere else. Generally, if you look at any kind of studies, you're seeing similar figures of 20 to 40% of people either experiencing burnout or wanting to leave the profession before it becomes an irreversible health issue. So yeah, what can we do about it? I'm not sure. What's on the next slide, Carl? Health action training cannot, on its own, as a small company, address these global issues of shortages of nurses, of the absence of provision of salaries appropriate to those positions. There's a long history, and there's a lot of research to do with that long history of care workers such as nurses being discriminated against in terms of pay and working conditions, often to do with the genderized versions of those professional care roles. So gender discrimination against women and minority groups as well. So ethnic and racial discrimination contributes to the inequality that nurses are facing. And health action training is not in a position to address that global inequality or even to secure better wages for nurses in the country that we're living and working in or any others. However, we do believe we can contribute at the level of interpersonal communication and the level of improving people's confidence and resilience and their capacity to feel supported and to feel able to deal with emerging challenges. So we'll go into more detail in a minute about how health action training supports nurses to improve their interpersonal skills, to improve their self-care, to improve their support networks, to improve their capacity to advocate on behalf of themselves, or clients, or patients. I just want to start with James Thompson's quotation there from his most recent publication, Care Aesthetics. I have a copy there. Oh, this looks funny with the blurred background. But in that, James Thompson addresses the idea that unless you are actively caring and campaigning for addressing the biggest issues, such as the environment or racial discrimination or inequality in the workplace, that caring on the interpersonal everyday level is somehow or other less significant. Now, amongst many, many ways that all relationships of care from the micro to the macro are interconnected, James Thompson points out that for someone to go on a protest march, someone else has to be looking after the house or the children, or for someone to be raised with confidence to speak in public in challenging a social injustice, somebody needs to have done that raising of them. So everyone is always enmeshed in an interdependent network of care and caring relationships. There is no such thing as the self-made man. There is no such thing as the self-sustaining individual. That any act of solidarity or activism needs to be supported by what are often unrecognized or invisible relationships of care. And the lower status of those so-called invisible relationships of care, particularly at the personal level within the household or whatever, is one example of the inequality faced by people who do the looking after everyone on a daily basis. So there's a quote there from James Thompson saying that multiple interconnected political actions, including at the very simplest interpersonal level of being present, of caring for someone, of being in a caring and cared for relationship, of having that experience of our shared vulnerability and our ability to support each other through that vulnerability, is part of the broader political picture. The big issues cannot be changed without also addressing the small ones. So this is how we can contribute as a company, Health Action Training. We can improve individual and small group relationships, and with that improve the workplace. And that building block from the point of care between individuals is crucial to the success of any attempt to address inequality on the global level. Because if we aren't looking after each other properly on the personal level, then the political will not be successful. It will be based in a direct inequality within one's interpersonal life. So in order to strengthen the individual and group potential for social change, we need to strengthen the relationships between them at the micro and personal level as much as the global political. So what does health action training do? There's a photograph of some of us together at a gathering in Dublin. That was before the partying, I think. So there's the faces of the people who do the work for the company. But if you were going to sort of carry on with the rest of the slides titles, we blend actor training with applied drama methods. So some of you may have heard of applied drama, which is the use of drama to improve people's communication skills and confidence and community identity, and often in support of conflict transformation and peace building. Also, it incorporates working in prisons with offenders, working in arts and health, working in educational drama with children and so on. So any use of drama outside of a main stage theatrical performance to support individual and community development. We add elements of actor training that would not be commonly experienced by people in applied drama projects within the UK and Australia and the US anyway. One of the strange aspects of training for applied drama and actor training in the US and the UK has been a separation. So people either train as professional actors or they train as applied drama workers, and for some reason they don't know much about what each other does. We blend specific techniques from actor training with approaches from applied drama, such as inclusion, diversity, developing dramatic concepts and processes from people's personal everyday experience as a way to help them solve issues in their everyday real lives. But we incorporate elements of professional actor training in order to make those approaches more focused. So we teach things like actions and objectives, for instance. So this helps people to understand what it is to pay attention to what's happening around you in the moment, to what's happening within yourself, to what's happening with other people, and what they need and what they want, and what you need and what you want, and how you can communicate in a way to provide that for each other. It's fundamentally based in person-centered approaches to nursing. If you're not familiar with the term person-centeredness, it originated with Carl Rogers in the context of psychotherapeutic counseling in the 1950s. And person-centered nursing has become the basic framework for all nursing training and all nursing practice in the UK and 22 other countries, Carl?
Oh, don't ask me the number. A growing number of countries.
Yeah. In a number of countries, person-centered nursing frameworks have become adopted as the basic structure and the basic principles of nursing. Person-centered nursing includes micro processes such as sympathetic presence in the moment between people interacting, right up to systems and policies that promote person-centeredness. It's opposed to the medical model, which sees patients as people who are just a medical problem to be solved, and is holistic in its approach, not just to patients, but also to peers and other health professionals. So as against patient-centered care, which is that we must fulfill the needs of the patient no matter what in relation to all aspects of their identity and any need they might have, psychological and emotional as well as physical, where person-centered care includes the nurse as a person who needs to also be looked after and understood and accommodated. So this helps us to manage team relationships. I mean, earlier you noticed the figure about the high percentage of nurses saying, 44% I think it was, saying that poor management was a part of the issues they were having in the workforce. So we often work with manager level nursing staff alongside early career nursing staff and established nursing staff who don't have managerial roles, and developing teamwork between them as a way to strengthen their understanding and their ability to both speak and listen to each other. We have also focused, since we started working during pandemic circumstances, on explicitly self-care oriented techniques. Now, this would be an element of actor training for decades, if not centuries, sort of martial arts or yoga-based approaches to self-care, breathing exercises, and so on, attentiveness, mindfulness, and which has a tradition of thousands of years within Buddhist and Taoist cultures. And we've consciously drawn on the kinds of self-care approaches you're taught when you're training as an actor, but also contemporary approaches coming out of the School of Positive Psychology, also breath research, and so on. And this all together provides a program of courses that we have been delivering to nurses, as I say, within the UK, specifically Northern Ireland, and internationally. We go to the next slide, Carl.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to talk about the modes of delivery?
Yeah, I'll do so briefly. I'm just going to cycle through these and let them sit so you can read. So as you can see yourself, we involve lots of different activities, and as Matt has already mentioned, they're drawn from actor training, from applied drama, from yoga, from the new science coming from breath research, from all different areas, mindfulness, social presencing, theatre. We draw from many different sources to create our courses. What they always tend to include is immersive simulation through workshops, role plays. These are drama games, as well as formal role plays for things like assessments as well. Improvisation, breathing exercises, and more, as you can see there. We've already spoken about those. One of the key parts that we offer, which is very different to traditional nursing education, is creative and critical reflection in and on action. Nursing has often been, in the UK at least, and I know this is true globally as well, particularly in the United States, it's an issue. A lot of the reflective practice is on action. So you will do something, you'll reflect on it, and adapt how you do it as a learning process, if there are things to adapt. Whereas what we try to do is to enact it, to reflect on things and be creative and critical in action. And that's really useful and easier to do within a role play. It's harder to do if you're learning to do a specific clinical skill, for example. Whereas if you're doing a role play, you have the capacity and the skill set with applied drama and actor training to then adapt and reflect whilst you're in the action of the role play. So it's very unique for nursing education to be experiencing this. I haven't come across many other examples of this in the world. There's a few, but not many others. The last thing there we'll probably talk about a little bit later, but just briefly to mention it, we have a philosophy where we want to train trainers and create communities of support. So we don't want to just deliver the training to people and leave. What we want to do is deliver the training, find people who are engaged with that practice and want to share it wider, and help them develop the skills to do that themselves, wherever they are, whatever context, whatever skill level. We'd like to work with them to do that wherever possible. I want to offer Matt, what do you feel about doing a demonstration briefly? What do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, well, not so much a demonstration as I think we might allow our listeners and our colleagues an opportunity to do a nice centering and grounding relaxation exercise. And just to say, in terms of the train-the-trainer approach, we have already trained a number of trainers in the UK and are currently training a range of trainers around the world. And it's not so much each one teach one as each one teach 20. Sorry, I've had a back injury recently, so I'm a little stiff. We're just going to do a breathing exercise, and then that will lead into a grounding exercise and a centering and attention exercise. So wherever you are, just let your feet sit flat on the floor and let your bottom connect to the seat or whatever it is you're sitting on. And as your feet are connecting to the floor and your bottom is connecting to the seat, you want to feel the connection between your feet, your seat, the floor, and the earth underneath you. This is a particular approach to grounding and presencing developed by social presencing theatre, and specifically the Japanese choreographer Arawana Hayashi. I highly recommend checking out social presencing theatre and there are videos of Arawana Hayashi taking you through these grounding exercises, or at least audio recordings anyway. So you feel your feet connecting to the floor, through the floor to the earth, to the planet Earth that sustains you and created you. Feeling your feet and your bottom connecting to your seat. Letting your back be long and strong. Let your front be soft and open, particularly around the heart area. Your heart. Allow your heart to be open to all of the joy and all of the sadness in the world. Let your face be soft. Let your head float up towards the ceiling like a balloon. Let your breath fall into your center, 2 inches below your belly button. Just observe your breath going in and out of your center. And if your eyes are closed, slowly and gently open them and look at whatever you can see. And listen to whatever you can hear. And maintaining that level of attention to everything you can hear and everything you can see. We're going to start a breathing exercise. This is called coherent breathing, and it's often used in trauma treatment, and it's also regarded through various forms of scientific research cited in is simply breathing in for 6 seconds and out for 6 seconds in one continuous flow in and out through your nose. So while you're in that grounded, attentive state, listening to everything you can hear, looking at everything you can see, we're going to start counting our breathing. So breathing in, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now that's all we're going to do in terms of demonstration. So that's a centering technique and one of many breathing exercises we teach. But after we do centering and grounding and presencing and paying attention to what's happening inside and around us, we then engage in focusing on action, as in what we are choosing to do to another person with a specific objective in mind. So in nursing, it might be, I want the patient to get back into bed because they're not safe walking around the ward. So what do I need to do to or with them to get them to go back to bed? And it's as simple as that. And it's a matter of recognizing approaches you already take. You might reassure them. You might coax them. You might cajole them. You might even gently warn them. So once you understand the interaction between starting with centering yourself, then paying attention to what's happening outside and around you, then you're working on your intention towards your objectives. And crucially, what makes health action training distinct from actor training is you're not only focusing on the actions you take to achieve your own objectives or those of your character, but you're also trying to use those skills and those concepts to understand what other people want and why what they want and maybe what they're not getting informs the actions they're taking. So if a patient is insulting or threatening you, what does that tell you they need, as against just responding to perceived emotional anger state of anger that they are in and the aggression they're expressing. How can we see what people are telling us they need behind what they're doing? If someone's ignoring you, they could be ignoring you because they don't like you, but they could be ignoring you because they're focusing on a crucial task, or they're trying to deal with an extremely challenging experience of pain. So it's about...
So here's an example, Matt. I have an objective to get through the PowerPoint in good time to allow times for questions. So I play the action to interrupt Matt. And I apologize for interrupting you, Matt.
It's okay. Carry on. Let's go to the next slide.
Thank you so much for that, Matt. So I'm going to, as I say, I want to leave some time for questions for you folk. So I'm going to go through what we offer in terms of courses very briefly, and then I'm going to talk about the impact that we found our courses have had through some evaluation. Currently, we offer 3 different short courses. They're 12 hours long, and we have now settled on 3-hour sessions. We've tried different formats, but 3-hour sessions seems to be quite useful every week. That's over 4 weeks for these short courses. That kind of leads towards what we call our bread and butter. It's the grad cert, graduate certificate. That's 35 hours, and 3 of the short courses together create a graduate certificate. Also, you can do the graduate certificate on its own. That's the main way we would deliver the grad cert on its own. But we also have people on a short course pathway where 3 of them come together to form a graduate certificate. I'm not going to read these, folks. I'm sure you can read through them. As mentioned before, we then have a train the trainer process. And we've said before, this is an aim to share our practice, to share our method as far and wide as possible. And it's based on how we started as a company and how the idea was formed, where you have someone who's an expert in nursing coming together with someone who's an expert in applied drama and actor training. And that combination, that dyad, that pairing, created a very strong presence within a workshop where you're speaking to nurses, you have the nursing expertise in the room, you also have the applied drama facilitation expert in the room as well. And those 2 skills and expertise combining, we found incredibly effective in the work that we did. So we generally tried to emulate that with our trainers, where we bring applied drama folk together with nurses and teach them how to facilitate health action training and how we do it and what we do, so they can share it in their own context. We're incredibly lucky to have achieved 3 fairly significant milestones in terms of accreditation as a company. You can see those 3 members we have. We've got the CPD Standards Office in the UK. We have the Irish NMBO. I'm getting confused with another organisation, and also the RCN in the UK. So the NMBI is the Republic of Ireland accrediting body that we've got there. So we evaluate all of our courses. It's a big part of what we do, not just to ensure that we're doing a good job and the quality is high, but also to lay some groundwork for some interesting aspects that we might research in the future. And it's also background data as well. So this information is from a project we did with the Western Health and Social Care Trust, which is an NHS trust based in the northwest of Northern Ireland. And it serves, I think, Matt, you might correct me here, approximately 400,000 people, maybe upwards of that, across the region. So it's a fairly large region, but it's certainly not the largest in Northern Ireland or the UK, but it's large enough, and it covers a very large geographical spread as opposed to many other NHS trusts. We embarked on an 18-month project with them, and we received funding from the Burdett Trust for Nursing, fantastic organisation, charitable trust who fund programs such as this, nursing-led leadership programs. But beyond that, I want to talk about the impact that the course has had and how we evaluated it. So something I've been very keen to do is to evaluate every course we do. And one of the ways I've been doing that is through pre and post tests with validated psychometric surveys. So these are surveys that you give to people. These are all self-reporting surveys we've used so far. And we've given them before the course and then after the course to see what the changes are. So I won't take too long explaining these, but just some of the headline numbers. We used the Connor-Davidson resilience scale to see what scores and resilience changed as a result of our graduate certificate with this project. we saw a basically 15% average increase in scores. So that's an average increase in scores. So to add some narrative to these scores, because numbers mean nothing unless they're presented in such a way. One example we had is one member had joined the course and had scored themselves 48 out of, I believe it's 100. I might be wrong with that. But this score, according to the creators of the survey, is indicative of someone who's experiencing severe trauma, depression, and many other very serious conditions that would affect their level of perceived resilience. That was before the course started. At the end of the course, that number had risen to 79, and that number is above average for population samples. The long and the short of it is, by taking part in the course, we took someone from a place of severe depression, possible trauma, to feeling able to cope, more resilient, along with the average population samples available. Some more, so the exact same project. We use the person-centered practice inventory for staff, which measures a person's level of person-centeredness, as it were. And we found we had a 12% average increase in this. It doesn't sound as high as 15 with O'Connor Davidson, but there's something to note with this. The survey is very widely accepted to have what's called a high ceiling effect, which means many people will score themselves higher in general from 0 to 5. Each question is scored 0 to 5. So any increase that you see in this survey is very significant, and anything over 10% certainly I haven't come across before. So this is it might not sound as much, but this is hugely, hugely impressive, we found. Again, adding some narrative to these scores, because numbers don't mean anything until we add context to them. We found that these three factors saw the most and the most significant increase. So having sympathetic presence rose by 20% in many cases, knowing self as much as 33%, power sharing as much as 29%. These are three of something like, I believe, 12 factors that are measured within this survey. And these three, there are not many examples of these three things being addressed by any other intervention such as this. And what, for me, it indicates is what we're developing in our courses is the capacity for people to understand themselves, their knowing self, to understand others and share power with them. So we're essentially teaching them to be more equitable and equal human beings, to put it into short terminology, is what this suggests for me.
And also to put it into perspective, the rest of the practice, person-centered practice index includes measuring broader workplace systems. So yes. How person-centered is your workplace, or how person-centered do you feel the systems and policies you're working under are? So we don't notice many big changes there because our intervention isn't directly reforming the NHS system or changing the management structure of the NHS trust. So when we see the 12% average score, that's across all categories. So that's evening out 20% improving sympathetic presence and 33% to getting better at knowing self and 29% getting better at sharing power within a context of 0% movement on such as, management structure.
Yeah, that's an important point to make. And actually, interestingly, there is no factor we've seen a decrease on. So every factor we've ever measured has always increased, which is astonishing. We've never had anything go down as a result of our courses, which I find staggering personally. I'm very aware of time and I want to give time for Q&A, so I'm going to go through this quicker. Matt did mention it earlier. We are now working on a global project with the Nursing Now Challenge. Very, very lucky to be working with such wonderful partners as them. Again, thanks to the generous funding of the debt. In this project, which we've just finished the first year of, we found a 16.5% average increase in coping self-efficacy scores. And again, add some context to that flat score. That included things like a 14.9% increase in the ability to take your mind off unpleasant thoughts. So we were encouraging people to not dwell on unpleasant thoughts. A 13.2% increase in the ability to get emotional support from friends and family, as well as community organizations and other resources. We were helping people to find the help when they needed it, emotionally, specifically emotionally. And 15.6% increase in an ability to keep options open in a stressful situation. it's the raison d'etre of what we do at Health Action Training. My pronunciation of French is awful, but I'm using it anyway. Helping people to feel able to take action, to have options to take action, even when they're stressed. Again, we use the PCPI because it's the underpinning of our principles, and we found around a 10% increase. Again, very significant considering the limitations of the survey. I don't want to be too critical, but the limitations of the survey, which are widely acknowledged. I won't go through any of those in any detail, but very similar to the previous example, that we're raising things very significantly on an interpersonal level, less so on an organizational level, but still some interesting increases in organizational elements. For instance, an 11.4% increase in effective staff relationships. I think that's pretty important for an organization. I'm going to leave this project here with 2 quotes here from members who've taken part of that project. We've got some more testimony at the end you'll be able to see. And also just to bring to your attention that these courses are running. This is a 3-year project, and we're embarking on year 2. We already have embarked on year 2 technically, but we're going full steam ahead from Monday the 13th of February. I'm sure these slides will be shared around, and that link will be live, so you can have a look at info on the Nursing Now Challenge website, and you can always reach out to us if you're interested and want to find out more. I'm going to skip ahead, Matt, and hand over to you for the closing statement, I would say, for this.
Okay. So Monday, the 13th of February, put that date in your diary, the next graduate certificate. And just in terms of what one thing Carl mentioned there was, we don't ask people to dwell on difficult issues, but we don't ask them to avoid them or deny them either. So what we do is we work through challenging circumstances in ways where we can rehearse and create imaginative new versions of problems that we may be facing in our daily life and turn them into something that is meaningful to the nurse as an individual and the group as a whole. Anyone familiar with the work of Viktor Frankl and logotherapy and the importance of making meaning and finding purpose in your life and finding meaning and purpose in the challenging and difficult experiences as much as any others relates to that. But here's the thing. So sympathetic presence, we've mentioned it a couple of times. Now we're conscious that this conference, and particularly this sort of aspect of the conference, is explicitly discussing empathy. So we need to be a little controversial here. Sympathetic presence, which is a term that comes from the person-centered nursing framework as developed by Professors Tanya McCants and Brendan McCormick, is an approach to understanding what's happening between 2 people when one of them is a carer, and the moment of interpersonal communication, the point at which you're with someone, right? And they say it's the core process that holds all the other aspects of person-centeredness, including policy, including shared decision-making, including person-centered systems. The core process that glues everything else together is sympathetic presence in the moments between individuals. And it's recognizing and responding to the uniqueness of that individual. So one aspect of responding to the uniqueness of an individual is to not assume that empathy is possible nor desirable. So this is a bit of a challenge to some people. We met Carl in the first instance at a conference in Oxford about empathy, where making that statement ruffled some feathers. So if we think about why do we say empathy is neither desirable nor possible? Well, if somebody comes to me and they have a broken leg, and I do not have a broken leg, they do not want me to feel their pain in the same way that they do. And I cannot feel that. Even if I have had a broken leg myself in the past, I will not be experiencing that broken leg in the same way as they do. So sympathetic presence is an approach to being present in the moment with someone else and their suffering that acknowledges that their pain will not be the same as my pain, and they will not be feeling the same way that I'm feeling, and they don't want me to be feeling the same way that they're feeling. They want me, if I'm a nurse or a doctor, to help them, to be confident, to be calm, to be able to engage with what they want and help them get it. So sympathetic presence acknowledges, as against empathy, that I can pay attention to how you're feeling, care about and for you, without necessarily feeling a pressure to feel the same way. Now, empathy has certain challenges, and this is not to say that empathy is never appropriate or never a positive response. Sometimes if somebody is in pain, that this will make me upset as well, and that's important. But a lot of nurses have in the past felt a pressure towards empathy, that if their patient or family members are upset, then they need to be upset. If someone is suffering, they should be suffering alongside them. And this can contribute to the burnout that they feel if they're seeing a lot of pain and suffering, particularly during COVID, when a nurse would be on their own with a family member that none of the other people in the family would able to even visit, and they would be watching people pass or holding their hand, being the only person present when they pass, without anybody else around. So it's very challenging emotional labor involved in that, and to feel like you must feel bad in relation to somebody else's suffering. Now, because the other side of it is most people resist and rebel against the empathy discourse by armoring up emotionally. A lot of nurses of years of experience will say they put on the tunic and they just cut themselves off from their feelings altogether. So you don't want that, because that'll end up operating without compassion or without any awareness or attention to how you're feeling yourself, which can also lead to burnout. So sympathetic presence is cultivating skills in being present with another and choosing how you interact on basis of recognizing that the way you feel and the way they feel is different. Because we all know what it's like when somebody assumes they understand you, when they claim, oh, I know what that's like. Especially if you have teenage children like I do. No, you don't. You don't understand. You don't know what it's like. But you can be there, you can listen, and you can ask them what it's like. And you can ask them what they want and ask them what they need. And that particular shift from the sort of the idea that you must engage with empathy has been helpful for a lot of nurses now who have heard of sympathetic presence when they were trained in person-centered nursing, but until they work with us, don't know how to do it, don't know what it means in terms of everyday practice of care. And that's crucial. Will that do, Carl?
Yeah, no, I think and as you can see in the background there, folks, some kind words people have left for us in our courses. What it's helped us to do, sympathetic presence in particular, is to show nurses through acting training, through applied drama, through the other methods we've used, that what you can do is, as Matt said, you can understand someone else, you can have an emotional dialogue with them. You can have that discourse from a level of feeling, from a level of sensation. And that doesn't mean that you have to dig into your own reserve to feel all those feelings, but you can understand and recognize them and be responsive. You can be available to that person. And crucially, as the title of our presentation says, that's the standpoint at which you can take the choice to love or to care and to make a difference. So I think that about summarizes it. I'll give you a few more seconds to read through these if you're interested in reading through these. And then what we'll do is we will show you the references and open the floor for questions and answers. Hopefully we still have some time for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the very engrossing presentation. I think all of us were literally glued to the screen, just listening and doing the exercise that you had performed just now. It was quite an eye-opening, simple action, just like breathing and being aware of your situation can help you a lot. So we do have a couple of questions for either Matt or Carl. So first of all, a note to thank you for the presentation, and there's definitely an agreement that we could use drama to enhance professional communication capabilities of nurses. So the first question here is that, have you not thought of using drama or theater to directly address the problems faced by nurses and therefore push for policy changes. By here, it means staging a production played by nurses, like what we see in the community theater. And the second question is, how was the experience like during COVID to teach the health professionals when they are so tied up with what happened last time?
Those are two fabulous questions. Matt, I'll give you question one. I'll take question two.
Okay, no problem. Yes, we have thought of that. In fact, when I was early on working with nursing students at Ulster University, one of the first things we did was develop a forum theatre piece by drama students working alongside nursing students based upon the particular challenge that nursing students are finding on clinical placement, and performing that to a crowd of 400 nursing students, which was very exciting, and not only sort of had people enabled to get up and demonstrate dealing with certain challenges, and the challenges that the nursing students had faced were largely to do with poor communication between senior nursing staff. So as is often the case, people say management's a bigger problem than the patients in terms of communication. And the energy it became like a football match. People were cheering the nurses who got up to demonstrate their skills in addressing, say, a senior nurse who had been rude or asking them to do something inappropriate or problematic. So we have done a bit of that. And it relates to the second question. I'm going to sort of gazump some of Carl's territory here. When we've been working since we got the contracts as a company, Health Action Training, it's all been entirely online because we weren't able to start doing delivery until we were already under COVID conditions. So for the last 3 years, the training has been delivered entirely online and hasn't involved developing public-facing performances. But also, in terms of forum theatre, particularly here in Northern Ireland, forum theatre or any other form of advocacy kind of performance or agitprop kind of performance about issues that a particular group are dealing with, public performance of it can be problematic. So public performance of forum theatre in Northern Ireland, in my experience, has often ended up the people who volunteer to join the action as spectators do so in order to show off their skills and sense of humor, or to have a bit of fun, playing it, being a character, and it's not necessarily taking resolving of the social issue seriously. Now that's a minor issue. More seriously, in Northern Ireland, if you say anything in particular at a public context, or present an attitude or an approach to a problem on stage that makes you identifiably one particular political suasion or another, that can be dangerous. At the very simple level of, if somebody decides they know that you're a Catholic, then they're going to ignore what you say, or a Protestant, vice versa. But also people might identify people as being Republican or loyalist activists, and that can end up targeting you for violence. So people in Northern Ireland, and nurses are often very nervous about public performance, and you don't want to only enable the extrovert show-off to sort of join in with something. So in Northern Ireland in particular, approaches, including forum theatre, are generally done within a workshop context where you've established trust and confidence between members of a group. Now, in terms of advocating for systemic change, a very high number of the nurses, students, and the nurses we've worked with have said that through developing their confidence in and their skills in communication and their sense of self-worth through the resilience work, is that they have organized separately to the Health Action Training Program advocacy on their own behalf, including organizing for the upcoming RCN strikes, but also advocating on behalf of patients and colleagues with difficult management. So we're supporting people's organization of those broader campaigns. But one, we haven't done public performance with lockdown, and two, public performance in Northern Ireland can sometimes be a risky procedure. Well, the wonderful thing about working online with Zoom is we've been able to work with nurses in Kenya and South Africa and Mexico and North America and East Asia and India and Australia and so on, simultaneously as one group together, which would not be possible except with great expense and very political challenges to get visas for everyone. So while we might have traded off public performance of a, say, touring show going to legislative places like Stormont Assembly, and I have directed performances that have performed in legislative contexts, we're trading that off with our international impact through the workshops on Zoom. But here, Carl, you want to say something?
No, that's that. I was just going to take on from that, because we have changed policy through the work that we do, and it doesn't take public performance to do that. We're finding, and that's why we've used the quote from James Thompson there to highlight that aspect, and it links to his work in the aesthetics of care. Obviously, that book is Care Aesthetics, about how it is important, and you can find aesthetics, particularly in caring exchanges between people, in relationships with people, and you don't have to look to performances to say that piece of work is aesthetically beautiful, which obviously they can be, but that's not only where they are. And it comes through in the work that we've done. And when we work with people, we create relationships, we work on interactions, we work on all these aspects, and we talk about these things like policy. We talk about what nursing is to them, what person-centered nursing might mean, and how they can adapt it to their context. And one example, we work with a group of nurses, I won't say where, but we worked with a group of nurses who then took on the idea of person-centered nursing, and they took it to their hospital, and now their hospital runs under a policy of person-centered nursing. That wouldn't have happened.
I think it's okay to say where, Carl.
Okay, it was in Lebanon. So a group of nurses in Lebanon took it upon themselves to change their culture as a result of coming to the workshop with us. So I'm a firm believer that you don't need to put on a performance to show what you're about, to show what your aesthetics are, to show your policy and what you want to change. You can do that in relationships. You can do that in smaller moments that might not shout as loudly in the moment, but they certainly speak in a different voice, a different timbre, a different level, that has different and very widespread impacts that we can't ever imagine might happen. Who knows what the impact of our work will be in 5 to 10 years' time. And just returning to the question of how we experienced it in COVID, it's been very, very challenging. If you'd asked us in March 2020, when we were formalizing what we were going to be doing, can you do a drama workshop on Zoom? I think we would have laughed at you. We were faced with the challenge of doing it. And as Matt has said, in the last 3 years, all of our courses have been on Zoom. All of the impacts we found have been based on those Zoom calls, those Zoom workshops. And we are very excited to see if there is any difference between doing it online and doing it in person in terms of those impacts.
One aspect of working with the nursing now internationally is we've been very lucky to draw a number of people who have an influence, both at institutional and national nursing policy level. So Carl mentioned Lebanon. One of the people who's participated in some of our short courses and is now doing a graduate certificate is a nurse trainer at one of the main hospitals in Beirut. And she introduced within the first 2 weeks of working with us, person-centered nursing as a core element of both the curriculum and the treatment of patients in a context in Lebanon where no one had heard of person-centered nursing before. So that's actually changing the teaching policy of the local university in terms of how they teach nurses. Similarly, we've worked with a nurse who is in Kenya and is a kind of an award-winning early career researcher as well as established nurse and advocate who advises directly at the national government level on nursing policy and has gone in and said to us, described to us in specific meetings she's had with the presidents and prime ministers and ministers of the country, how she has used health action training techniques in order to persuade them of what she and her colleagues in nursing regard as necessary policy changes. So we've been lucky enough to directly improve the performance of people who have policy level meetings. Does that answer the question?
Hope so.
Definitely, absolutely.
More than you wanted.
It's very interesting input that there is a great consideration of how the people outside of the medical care view of the practitioners as how you mentioned that they probably won't take it that greatly to see them performing. But I do believe that the pandemic, despite its negative situation in the past, do bring forth some kind of how you call this, the silver lining. Like you were able to reach out to an even further audience and share your concern here through your training sessions. Yeah. Mm. So another quick question though, because your company with the health action training is much more streamlined and fine-tuned for the medical care nurses, perhaps, right? Is there a possibility that the same or similar approach can be applied in other fields of employment, like speaking as one of them, educators, where it seems that nowadays pastoral care is required for us to not only to teach but also for students as well as one among of our tasks?
Yes,
do you think?
Yes. In fact, we would say that our training is useful for anybody who's in any form of work that involves any kind of communication, interpersonal, written communication, verbal communication. One of the approaches we use is teaching voice work along the lines of, say, the famous voice trainer Patsy Rodenberg, who used to teach for the Royal Central School of Speech and Drama in London, and also for the Royal Shakespeare Company, and increasingly teaches for people in everyday workplaces about voice work for communication, because vocal strain is common amongst teachers and lecturers as much as it is among nurses. Also, the set of communication skills we teach drawn from actor training, I should say, often Stanislavski or Michael Chekhov-based actor training, but also includes elements of Indian classical theatre performance such as rasa and so on, in an adapted mode. You develop the skills, and then the scenarios we explore are ones drawn from your workplace and your experience on an everyday basis, your everyday experience. So it's the same set of skills, whether the challenges you're facing in your workplace or your everyday practice are dealing with patients and family members, or dealing with students and other peers. And I venture to say, having worked in a number of universities, issues with management are as significant in terms of communication problems as they are for nurses. And I would say often a bigger issue than dealing with peers or students. So whatever the situations where you're having a challenging experience in terms of communication, like trying to get your workload reduced or support for your research or something, or just, as you say, pastoral care, when somebody comes to you because they're stressed out and they need to talk to someone. Whatever the circumstances, we apply the same set of skills. So we have worked with, for instance, I recently worked with a group of teachers at a secondary school here in Derry, in person, in a room. And we have also, I think we've worked with some of the lecturers who are on this call on a short course. I know we had Benny Lim and some of his colleagues were involved in one of our our 12-hour short courses, which hopefully they found useful. But yes, it can be adapted to anybody working in any circumstances where they have to communicate with anybody. We've been in conversations with the local police force, for instance, about developing training in person-centered policing, which would be a fascinating development in the context of Northern Ireland, if you know anything about the history of policing over the last 100 years in this place. It's would not generally be characterized as person-centered in its history. Carl, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, and actually we've consistently had a lot of interest from educators. It seems to resonate quite well with educators, and I think it comes from the person-centeredness as an approach, and even person-centered educators and researchers find it fascinating, this approach, because they're very good at talking the talk, but they haven't found as many effective methods to make person-centeredness practical or to teach it in practice. I was at an event in Queen Margaret University in Edinburgh in September. It was the launch of their person-centered curriculum framework, and there was some wonderful, wonderful presentations on the theory and the application of this framework and how we can create curriculums that are person-centered. but there was very little how. So I was wonderful. I was very lucky to be one drop in the ocean of the how to, and people seem to very much enjoy that edition of it. And lots of people interested in the process and how to use the work that we do for them and in their context. And I think that's the beauty of it, that people see that it's adaptable, that, as Matt is saying, it's a set of skills we can teach, but we can apply it to a different context. And it makes person-centeredness practical. It makes it something you can do with a set of techniques and processes and rehearsals and all of this kind of stuff that we can develop towards being person-centered. So yeah, interest from lots of different people, but mostly educators. Now, the proviso to this, folks, is we're very keen on making sure we have expertise. And that's one of the main reasons why we've mainly worked with nurses, because the other folk in our company are nursing experts. And we would feel uncomfortable going into a situation without the expertise available to us or engaging in some way with a group. That's not to say that we couldn't work in partnership with a group, say medics or ambulance services or anybody who wanted to work with us. We'd be happy to work alongside them. But what we recognize is if you're in a group and you're educating people, it's not just about us teaching them how we would do it and assuming that we know their context. We don't want to assume. What we want to do is work in process with them to find out what it is they need, what it is they do, and how it's best applied, the way we do it. So yes, it's adaptable to everyone, but we want to do that in an ethical manner and an effective manner, really pragmatically, to make the work. That's all.
Thank you so much for that. That was very interesting. I think all of us here are very interested in applying the principles and what you have presented here. So with that, I think we have come to the end of our session. Looking forward to be working with you again in the future, maybe.
Hope so. Maybe, yeah, get health action training. Well, like I say, those courses that we're doing starting again on the 13th of February are all free. They're all funded by the Vedette Trust alongside the Nursing Now. So we'll send you all the information about them if you're interested. And there are places on that for anybody from any kind of arts or educational background, as well as nurse or other health. We've worked with people on this Nursing Now project from social work backgrounds, as well as performance arts lecturers. So and other artists, and including people who teach English as a second language and everything. So if you want to join us, we'll send the details on to Benny and the gang, and Jinchi and everybody, and hopefully we'll see you at one of the Zoom sessions. Especially you, Naranis. I would love to have you up there. We'll be working through some of those issues with the pastoral care.
Hopefully, and looking forward to meet you again. All right. So with that, I would like to thank Matt and Carl for being with us today and sharing with us their inspiring insight of the simple act of being compassionate and aware through their simple practice. But before that, allow me just to do a quick recap about how some of your highlighted points. The first one is that burning out is a prevalent global issue, and it is especially common among professionals who works closely with other people. And as evident from your assessment and testimonials, that with proper performance arts guidance and simple breathing techniques that is facilitated with high regards for positivity, it can improve the professionals in terms of their presence greatly. And not only that, it can also improve other aspects of the profession, like the one that you said, the nurses in Lebanon going to the extra lengths of changing their work culture. And of course, in the end, it's all about building the self-esteem and renewing the sense of purpose of your respective professions. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So,
you should have done the presentation, Naranis. You're much more articulate than I am.
Nah. All right. So glad to have you with us today, Matt and Carl.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Matt and Carl.
Thank you, Jinchi.
And thank you, Vikram.
Thank you as well.
Good luck with the rest of the conference.
Great. Thanks.
All right. See you next time.
See ya.
See you.
All right, so I return back the session to Dr. Jinchi and Vikram to close the session.
Thank you very much, Anis. Very much a very interesting session by Matt and Carl for opening our eyes to such an interesting approach on community and conflict transformation. And thank you so much, Anis, for moderating the session. Appreciate it so much. Okay.
No problem.
You're welcome. So with such inspired content from day one, we can't wait to see what day two has in store for us. And we are excitedly looking forward to more inspirational speakers who are already planned for tomorrow. So to our presenters, we hope that you can continue to join us here again to know the results of the 3 best presenters tomorrow. Over to you, Babe.
Yes, Junshi, there's definitely a super interesting lineup for tomorrow. We will be having Dr. Dietrich Neumann and Dr. Jan Katin, and both sessions will be moderated by Dr. Ben Elim. So trust us, you do not want to miss day 2. It's time now, unfortunately, to take leave. So have a wonderful day, take care, and we'll see you all again tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you all for today. Have a good evening.
Sometimes, somewhere, in summertime.